you know, funnily enough, this is how he always paths when he's entering A, whether it was the Canada call, of course, famously, on top of Mini into the back of the site, or here on the pistol, running out of Squeaky. And he's going to do that more than once. Looking for a big twist performance to complement FaZe's recent results, because he is obviously a core player on this team. That's a good way to start for FaZe.
Crowd towards ramp. He's going to have his hands full every step of the way. Immediately falls back, tries to draw him into the Zorte scout. But FaZe are content to just pause for a second. Let that smoke fade. Piece it all together and maybe even head back to the A site straight up. Jerry and Hut with the CZ.
This is a crowded default inside of lobby. Powers up the CZ a little bit, but Jerry can't control.
No, sir. Nothing. It's a welcome invitation for FaZe to just flood out. Scout can't do anything from heaven either, just because the speed of which things went south. However, Crowd will get one with the Deagle on the flank, and Resalt's MP9 is right there with it. An upgrade to the Galil, and a chance to keep things frantic inside A. Kerrigan point blank, though, alleviates a bit more pressure. Deagle spam means nothing. And Zorte still not comfortable enough to push out towards heaven. So FaZe will convert. I like it. Go take ramp, create some uncertainty, double back into the A site, play the trade train, walk away with the conversion and the 2-0 start.
Yes, and the attack, you know, falls with Resalt not catching Kerrigan, who was in the most vulnerable spot, but I think lucky enough to get the kills that they did. Here's an extra.
Freebies.
Good upgrades, good damage here for Fours despite losing. This rounds a favorable stat so far here for FaZe Clan. T-side going strong. Winner of this game, of course, qualifies to Legends. And they both know the opportunity at hand. Force trending up. FaZe trying to prove they're strong.
Looking to dispatch of the doubt created because of their RMR performance.
And it was Kerrigan who talked about when you win a game, you want to win it dominantly. And Fours did answer back in the second half of Overpass to show that they should be scared of him.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that one smelled like a comeback. It was getting real fragrant. Just couldn't end it. Twists, double kill. Gonna drop that Galil that was saved towards the tail end of the exit frags, and Rops expect him to be in lobby this entire game. And expect him to tear them up when they're not equipped for the situation.
Yeah.
3-0 start, nice and comfy.
Yeah, Rops hates cardio. That's why I relate to him so much.
He's just sat inside lobby doing squats. Holding, waiting, and delivering when he has to. On for an MVP performance, maybe.
Yeah, he's right now in that territory. And with FaZe, the MVP is always open. Because if Rain could win it at Antwerp, I mean, that speaks volumes, right? Typically, after Kerrigan, sort of the next highest average performer in terms of stats, and as an entry makes those MVP performances that much more special. But Rob's flying start here in Challenger stage, best most recent performances for FaZe coming into this event, despite wins and losses. I think FaZe at their worst, we criticize them for looking a little lazy. Not having the pieces or that sort of thing. But, you know, with that way that first half on Overpass went, the protocols, the thoroughness and the defaults, all of the flash assists along with some of the individual level, like with Rain, there are fewer of those questions than there were, you know, at Rio. Some recent events, and there's Brokey looking for an opening. Zorti actually clips off Rain.
Boy, good wallbang damage back, though. Takes something away from it, but guns look good for Force. Immediate man advantage. Brokey nearly dead. Zorte still looking for something outside, but there's nothing else here to be had.
Maniac on the desk brought up Zorti versus Rain, which is awesome because we oftentimes just phone it in and say op versus op or rifle versus rifle. But the reality is when it comes to outside, we talk about players like Nico and Rain and dominating outside and yard, sometimes by themselves, sometimes on lurk, sometimes with the pack. But almost every round on their T sides. CT will be a similar affair, but Zorti will have more expectations here in the first half to continue what he did on Overpass and to continue what he's done so far in Challengers.
We got an uptick in results performance from the first couple of days of competition to today. That's something that definitely lends Fours a needed helping hand. As of late, we've actually had underperformances from Shalfie on this map specifically. Will not be something they can afford this evening. Crad catches Brokey on the cross, catches bomb. And now as they double back, ooh, Crad straight up beating Rops. And Zorte, he's got Kerrigan on the fallback. No chance to survive this one. 5 up for Fours, none alive for FaZe. Didn't even get footing on a bomb site.
Yeah, decimated inside lobby before their attack even came forward. And FaZe obviously didn't scare them when it came to that control. Here's another shot from Zorte that's quick and easy. And I think that's, again, the biggest compliment that we can give him. You know, he's brilliant when it comes to the flicks, but most of his kills are so composed positionally, looking extremely sharp. Be great to have another emergent storyline from a team like Forest, who grinded the hell out of last year into this year. FaZe have made some magical things happen on Nuke. Expecting that this map will be no different. Yeah, I like eyes here on Zorte, looking for an opportunity, spotting a couple. These folks don't mean anything by themselves. Kerrigan speeding up. Jerry will calm that.
Oh. But how many more are behind it?
He doesn't want to get cut off on a drop from the top of mini. Has to be sparse, conservative with his ammo.
Zorte concerned with the same thing, but that's why Krad's here to try and help. They know that outer's a big question, and Shalfie drops the fire, falls back. A lot of things that could go well, a lot of things that could go wrong here for Fours.
This is so interesting. I mean, look at the spread right now. I mean, they did some lower pressure when Fours are spotting it. They have outside. They're readying a potential to go back upstairs. Resalt dies, and now rotations get a little scared downstairs.
But Zorte, he's going to lose that line of sight towards Mini. Misses a shot as well. Kerrigan bests him. Crad preoccupied now with the idea of somebody climbing up over top the building. Great Molotov timing over towards Mini. That slows things down just enough for Jerry to come in with one. Trade is there from Crad. All that's left is Shalfie, and he's nowhere to be found. So sure enough, FaZe squeeze it into this A site. That Incendiary gave Fours one more chance. Yeah. One last attempt to slow down what was looking like a really bolstered split.
Yeah, but no multis. No multis there for Fours to make up for the openings won by FaZe. And yeah, you got to appreciate the attempt, however, from Heaven, from back of the site. That's all I've got. And honestly, Twist has been maniacal so far, whether it's the kill feed, whether we're watching his POV. And we see how important Zorte's kills are, right? He almost defines the round with that one frag, and that might be the first time I think we've seen him miss. Honestly,
true.
In terms of our POV, spectating him usually pays off, but...
Sorry, Chev.
Yeah, even he's fallible. I mean, you definitely... You take a bet on him every time you spectate. For sure, based on what we've seen so far. Star of the show for the Forest Clan. Damn, disappointing start though for Forest.
Definitely.
Yeah, this is
they've had chances.
This is everything on the line.
Spot in Legends.
Yeah.
I think, you know, expecting FaZe to go forward to the Legends spot, most people have them. Even with the struggles at the Copenhagen RMR, they go to Rio, they show improvement, they warm up, they get here, could have gone through 3-0. And just for the level of competition that we want at a major in a Legend stage, the success story that is G2 3-0, the success story of ENCE causing the upset against FaZe in a close match, it means that competition is coming to those that think they're safe in the Legend stage.
And we know it's actually valuable to be able to warm up with some of these games.
No doubt.
These are the only officials, you know, leading up to the stage, at least as close to it as it is.
Here we go, though, fast.
Oh,
Kerrigan.
That's a massive find.
Yeah, Jerry will be punching that headrest as Kerrigan just flies through the flames, but it is brought back. Man advantage lost.
Yeah, actually, interestingly, sometimes you do a play like that and you squeeze for space, push an extremity, and in this position, it looked like they were just going to take over the upper site on maybe an individual call from Twist on himself to just try to join up with Kerrigan and take an advantage here, maybe win the round easier than they expected. But I wonder what was the idea from Kerrigan, because in this moment, it's not a full-on A attack coming out. They've squeezed for a little bit of control. We've got Rain back mini. That's something. But they don't have that much information, and 2 trades come down in favor of the defenders. Brokey doesn't find the timing. Force can kind of rest easy. They get good spots. Got to credit them for their CT positioning, a crossover pass. And at 40 seconds, options become limited. This bomb is in this late cross position outside. And Zorti, here he is. Right place, right time.
A lot of time being burnt off. A lot of patience being shown from the CTs. Similar angle here for Shalfie. He'll finish it. Headshot found on Brokey. So while FaZe do just temper things down a bit, it's walking into angles, 2 additional deaths. Nothing for their efforts. Forest claim a second round win. 4 up as well.
We'll see if this can get interesting. But yeah, actually really wondering now after watching this. Because, full-on A hit is not an unexpected play for FaZe to make. We saw how often they attempted it earlier on. But there wasn't a follow-up behind that opening jab, right? And I think Kerrigan was actually lucky enough to get that first kill. There was so much pressure towards Squeaky. They were looking to shut that down in the early round. So I wonder what opportunity they saw there.
This is a nice sight for the sake of fours. Crad with a marked improvement from Overpass. And again, second highest rated player on Nuke behind Zorte. Critical role playing over towards ramp. And I think he's quite liberal with actually giving up ramp for free and coming and playing in hell, being supportive to Zorte outside. Crad will take eyes off his original position when he feels the need, but here we get the pop. Quick cut push. Result, it's just the one, and Jerry, good thing Crad's there. Comes out from heaven, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, man of the hour, Crad.
So quick to come and save his teammates, and you could see white face in Jerry. He knew that death was knocking on his doorstep. That USP out, hands shaking. The fact Result goes down with only 1, but here comes Crad from the heavens, saving 4s and giving them a 3rd.
Yeah, you don't want to kill by the ramp player on your immediate upper take at that point in the round. So good counter to the call, good coverage from the CTs, and again, good rotations. We'll keep hammering that home.
I think I'm starting to notice something about Zorte as well, and it's not relevant from this round, but just in the grander scheme of things, he's got a little Jame in him. I've seen Zorte walk away from a lot of rounds, constantly surviving. If we bring up his deaths per round, I feel like it's just going to be lower. And we saw what happened when he saved that op, back on Overpass, giving them additional chances. I love a good player, to me, hinges a lot sometimes on risk assessment.
And we talk about the modern meta coming out of 2019 into 2020. It was about the CIS oppers and favoring KD over any other stat. And honestly, I think even players like Brokey are sort of born of this movement to make sure to keep that DPR as low as possible, carry forward the op as many times as they can. And I think, yeah, Zorte definitely lives that. But at the same time, I never see him late to a position. I never see him playing it too passive in the same way that it can be a negative to think about your DPR above all else. But more importantly right now, he's got a team as well, especially with Crad on ramp. Something they want to answer back for, some frustration. Once I made a whole pizza in the oven and then I dropped it on the floor. And that's how I felt, actually.
Did you eat it still?
Well, yeah, you know me.
Quick and easy ones here versus pistols. Nothing for poor Brokey. Just instant death. And that's going to be the sad reality for FaZe. Ooh, see ya. Jerry ain't falling for your games.
I appreciate FaZe's proclivity to do tactics early on nuke T sides to get, you know, hugely strong positions that you could do slowly and more composed later on into the round, whether it's the squeaky drops or getting secret control quickly, even if they might not do that as often as like Na'Vi do. But right now, I think Forza's game plan, just make sure Squeaky isn't an option early on and then be comfortable outside because they know Zorti's here with a watchful eye. Means that that some of these options are limited for FaZe. So I don't know if they keep banging their head into a wall and try to put pressure on Squeaky continuously. But ramp is an idea, and fast secret is still open for them. And I think game plan for Forza as well, early rotations to upstairs is a perfect answer to the style of play from FaZe.
Ooh, that could have been.
Yeah, it could have been.
Information at the very least.
It is.
And he's content and confident enough to still look for that pick. He's got support in mini, in front of him on blue, and over on secret. Look at these positions.
There's no one ramp. There's no one ramp at all here.
That's what I'm saying. Crad very happy to just give that side of the map up, to run the risk, but this time the risk will be punished. Rops has slid out on the timing to take an instrumental portion of the map. That's an instant rotate down to the B bomb site.
Oh, and you just got to win control space right here so that door can't get open. This opens up for a plant potentially. Rops, his only goal is to stay alive. He doesn't go farther than this.
Oh, does Jerry play this too quick?
I don't think so.
He's walking down. Rops is ready. Gets the advantage. Gets the kill. Gets the man advantage. All of a sudden, 4 is punished for no ramp control as they tried to bolster outer, thinking maybe there were more numbers. And there was indeed, but with Rops sliding out.
Oh, surely. Are they still attempting this? Well, we've got some good utility left over. With the time, it's just not favorable. And I think they'll start to walk away.
Yeah,
maybe Jerry just really hoping they made a mistake. Maybe hoping they went for a Nico plant that he could peek out without exposing himself to control side. But Rops is the MVP of the round. He takes over ramp space. He takes out Zorti, shooting him in the side. But man, you got to appreciate that Forza are willing to pull goalie on ramp, play heavy towards outside, have a secret player ready for the cross as well, and get all that damage in. But this is what I like from FaZe. 2 ideas at once taking place so that they have options if things go south on one side of the map, and that's all about Rops.
Feels like that's the world of possibilities that you have in your arsenal when you've got a guy like Rops.
That actually does play into the idea that we saw Crad in heaven within 20 seconds of the round versus the upper hit. Okay, maybe they don't play ramp all the way to the end of the round just because.
Yep. Little love tap. It's an invitation to Rops. Try it again. Don't expect Crad to go anywhere this time.
Zorte has been a kingmaker on this angle.
Could be one of the reasons we get Zorte inside of the site as opposed to outside. Just having Crad hard dedicated to the ramp room this round. And they're coming at him. Oh, he's barely alive already. Takes a headshot on the fallback. Shalfie's thinking about making a play. There's a lot of eyes trained on that peak. He's got to be cautious. They're still nervous about outdoors. There's been a consistency from FaZe on that part of the map, but not here in round 10. Yeah. They see that weakness in ramp. They look to exploit it from the round last into this one.
Something interesting, fast rotations, right? 3 downstairs already with just ramp control being taken. Typically, you have 1, maybe 2 players getting ready back clock, but why we don't see these rotations early this often? Much harder to rotate upstairs than it is down. So FaZe turning around, but 4 is also going 1 level deeper, clearing out ramp entirely. Whoa. And getting this information back. A few bullets will be shot. Honestly, maybe blessed that it's an M4A1S and not the A4. But Jerry, he's got it all to do now.
Let's see it. Oh, the flash sets himself up wonderfully. Flanks coming. Shalfie and Jerry. All the kills inside A. Twists can't get it done.
Wow.
Full house between Jerry and Shalfie on their own, and that's probably because they're on such high alert.
This is absolutely fantastic. I mean, we talked about rotations upstairs. Now we've got great ones downstairs, and it's also not just staying static in the spots downstairs. It's moving forward, making sure they can meet back up with Jerry just in time. And it's very hard to call against that, right? FaZe, at past a minute, I think a minute 5, they have ramp control. That's a good pace for them. But even when they do that, it's still not fast enough for the reclaim of ramp. This puts so much pressure on you to even slow down further, you know, to leave a player in a position where they're not as useful, just for the off chance that a CT might meander up into your position. And that's just not something that you want to do. You're going to get thinned out too much on the attack. So great calling here from Fours. Another half buy in for FaZe. And even though it was a bad start for the defense, it's an even better comeback.
Tons of utility behind these upgraded pistols. Chance to maybe pounce. Chance to play behind those smokes. Bunch of util burned quick, and Resalt wants to take position up in the vent. Here we go. Out through Hut. They're trying to pressure back sight, and Jerry's dead with nothing. And Resalt had just gone downstairs. Oh, it's just pistols for better or not.
Wow.
Twist's a victim of it all, but what a pop out of FaZe. An absolute smash. Throwing themselves out from Hut as Resalt jumps downstairs. It must have been that utility outside that gets him a little nervous, or maybe he's expecting just a vent drop. But the fact they flood the A site and take this one away, we haven't seen many rounds like this in this series, and that one's gonna sting if you're Fours.
Yeah, it's about time FaZe got away with a round like that. Pistols or not, it's about the space they can get fast enough before getting shut down inside of the Hut as they're coming out of the door on Squeaky. And it could be for a number of reasons. You know, it could be the fact that Fours, for the most part, have shown FaZe that, like, they've locked down upper. They've been fast on the rotations. You don't want to try another upper hit at the same tempo. And for FaZe, we go to the last round. They got close to winning something special with that ramp hit. And then coming back to upstairs later, maybe Fours thought they were going to get a similar play coming out. But one thing has been consistent. It's Fours willing to gamble when they think they have a read. And that's honestly the only way they're going to be able to beat FaZe. No surprise that FaZe are going to be able to be cerebral enough to stay one step ahead when it matters. This gets the money back on track. Fours, oof, lost opportunity versus the half buy. But they've still got enough for their own.
Xiaofi, Lady Luck, blessing him in round 12. Zorte, only his 4th kill of this map. The worst map at the majors so far from him. And that's just because he's dominated every other time. It's not as though he's having a bad one per se. It's just he's not in the middle of the action. We've had Crad racking them all up. Crad has been everywhere. Ramp room, heaven, hell, secret.
This is a lesser played site. Listen, this is the best position to be in for the situation in Crad. And he has had a fantastic half so far, but his friends are quite far away.
Oh, they pinch him perfectly.
Wow, they take a step out of control, walk out a single door, and now the op comes in.
Predicting Zorte's peak, softening him up with a nade. We get this little bit of a lurk from Rops and Trophy.
Well, that's massive. I mean, it's 3v5, but Rops gives them odds.
Oh, and Xiaofi makes a little bit of an audio cue as he falls back to go into the retake.
Zorte can't rotate now.
He's pressured. Now they're preoccupied with him. They know he's in this position. Robs doesn't actually have to activate, but if all of a sudden Resalt and Jerry start to retake on B, that could open up Zorte. He's found Rops. That's big. Still time, but they've got to go now, and they're clearing out players. It's Brokey in the corner with the bomb for him. 2 right in front. Brokey back in cover, denies. As they jump back on that bomb, it's going to get close, but I don't know. No, sir. No time. And FaZe will win their 7th.
Oh, well played from Brokey. You know, pinpoint precision on the shot, and then the tuck and cover. So no chance, even though it comes so close on the defuse. That one's because, you know, FaZe played to win the round in the sense that they had Rops all the way here in a 3v5 position, right? That's 2 players lower working on taking a site by themselves. And between Twist and Brokey, get the shuffle from a player playing back clock. They get out single door, Twist gets the entry, and it's too hard to rotate in. They neutralize Zorte, they slow him down, and Rops gets a follow-up kill.
Another buy from Fours, trying to get something going. Full spray, pistols out, Rops is somehow alive.
Oh my god, he won't know what's happened. But Zorte above.
Yeah, finally given something to shoot at.
Man, and I love the amount of times that Zorte is going for higher ground. You know, never on the same plane whenever he can find something to stand on to get an edge over top of a smoke, try to get vision outside. Last round, 3v5. The two entries of FaZe Clan out early. Rain done in quickly once again. Wonder if this round ends towards Crad, or sorry, Zorte here on, man, right place, right time, potentially.
Give him something to shoot at. His chances have been far and few between with the amount of A floor hits, ramp play, so he's posted. Oh, missed shot, another chance. Oh, and he will at least get twists. Nice recovery there from Zorte at the 30-second mark. Holds on to the man advantage. Vent could get dropped into.
I think they're coming back into Hut, actually.
Robs is clearing out outside. They're going to try to split this from 3 different directions. Jerry's going to have to put something up or result. But with him dead, they know Jerry plays backside time and time again.
Oh, my God.
And they die empty-handed. Kerrigan himself unravels the setup and gives FaZe a likely 8th.
Damn, it's insane mid-round, man. And Zorte pushing up. Unfortunately, the way it works, obviously, is in a 5v4. That's like your best chance to pull off a push play and actually get a kill, but it also sacrifices your advantage, right? In 4v5s, pushes are more expected, but in this position, even though Zorte only gets the 1 kill, now they instantly have to be worried about ramp. They rotate 2 down to make up for the fact that they're a little weaker and lost their op, but coming back upstairs. Beautiful clear of Tetris, and that was just a great read on the upper setup. They perfectly cleared Tetris, knew, as you mentioned, that Jerry, unfortunately, he's been copying and pasting backside over and over again. And with the amount of confidence you have swinging on the angle, it's one advantage to be a CT and be able to wait, but when you know someone's there, that's when the odds change.
And it's not just always backside. I feel like it's also a very passive backside. We never see him taking that little bit of a dangerous angle into Hut. He never stops them from getting out onto the floor, and I feel like that's kind of left Result worse for wear more often than not.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. I mean, you've just got to have variety, right? I think at a lower level in the game, people have tendencies, and at higher level, people still have them. They just have more. They have more options. They have more good spots that they can rely on or feel comfortable with. But in this game so far, Jerry has been pretty much glued there to the back of Silo. Another timeout will be called here from 4. It's disappointing to lose 3v5 and then 4v5 back-to-back. They'll still surmise another bye, but this is towards the end of the half. If FaZe win this round, it's almost certainly going to be 10-5 T-side.
Yeah, at this point, 4 is just not even giving themselves enough of a chance for the comeback. And we saw them try and pull it off.
Yeah, and FaZe's CT is definitely much better.
Nice to see Mr. Van Dolken having a good map this time. We talk about his struggles in recent months. We know the capacity for greatness is definitely there, and the capacity to hold back on ramp yet again. Crad making sure that that portion of the map belongs to him.
Yeah, well, the 4s only have 5 rounds. A lot of them have been because of Crad's output.
Big time. That heaven play up into the A site, that one was looking like it was going south until he saved the day.
The lobby wrap, as they were trying to exec upper.
Support to Zorte when we had that one outer hit through smokes. Yeah, no, that's like 3 rounds right there of the 5. Crad stamps his name on them, but met by smoke in lobby. Rops will have to wait.
But FaZe's confidence grows, you know. Even if it's 3v5, they've already done that. Looking for a new challenge at this point. Force have opted to push other parts of the map first. There'll be nothing to challenge here. On the outside chance they do, 2 people watching. And now it's time to make a move. Pushing their limit though. 4 people here waiting for the attack to come in. This will take heroics.
Yeah. Fire takes them out of their position, so they're in the open floor, but Resalt's got the trade, and Zorte locks in backside. Poor Rops. He'd love a 1v3, but with 7 seconds, with 14 health, he concedes it. It's a 6th for fours at least.
Yeah, they survive it. They come in with 1 MP9, but just, you know, speaking to the fact that they still had the op, they still had a good amount of other guns. And of course, it's the MP9 to turn into an AK, to turn into another frag. Another great map of CS here, even if it's leaning towards phase on both starts.
Excited to see what fours have in store for us on their offense. I'm also nervous for their sake because we know the defense from FaZe goes hard. It feels like a little bit of a grudge match between these two teams as well, starting to prop up, right? We go back to Pro League, FaZe eliminate them. That's kind of Forza's biggest success so far this year. You know, they are a team that's trying to crack into the top 10 at the moment, trying to show consistency in results. And even though it's not elimination, so Forza will have one more chance, they robbed this one away at least. 2-0 in the best of 3 head-to-heads, looking like it. Kerrigan, he's had enough. Looking real sharp on the attack. Twists with the pistol best, Jerry, who still can't do anything from the back of that bomb site. Empty-handed, time and time again. Krad's ramp flank activates for 1. It's a retake they have to play for. Maybe Zorte can give us some fireworks, put on a show to end this, but 9 rounds to FaZe on the offense. Excellent first 15, map in their back pocket, looking to truly put a good amount of gap between them and fours and the rest of the pack before they get started in the Legends. Zorte misses his shot and Krad will pick up again. Another frag to try and move it forward, but that bomb's ticking quick and Brokey makes sure to end it. 9 for FaZe's T side with its strong defense lying in wait.
One side.
Hot. Side.
Hot. Pushing lobby.
Heaven. Side.
Can hold heaven.
Heaven hot.
Okay, one is still tapping hot, bro.
Hot.
Pick him hot.
Heaven one.
Head bomb.
Maybe both.
Go down. Pushing him.
Nice! Insane rush. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, let's go.
See, Canadians don't say, yeah, I'm amazing. They say, let's go, team.
Let's go, team.
Let's go, guys.
You all
Together.
contributed.
Yes, but
When
no,
in
reality was that in the first half, those first few rounds, Twist was doing everything on the entries.
Yes, sir. Finished 15 kills.
What, the 15 odds for fours now after half number 3, I guess we'll call it.
So far, every pistol.
Won by FaZe. Looking for 4 out of 4. Whoa. This is tricky.
FaZe.
This is sneaky. Does Robs actually go a little too far? Nah, he's such a suspicious one, isn't he?
Right? Oh, okay.
Doesn't matter.
Crad. Also the second highest rated player for fours on T-sides specifically when it comes to Nuke. It's just kind of his playground behind Zorte. We didn't get too much from in that first half. Shelfie can't be dropping things like that. Can't be opening a door for the retake because you know FaZe are going to play for this. They have no kit currently on them. Kerrigan again with the taps.
Oh, and the door's getting closed now.
He's been looking good in this series, Kerrigan, and that's nice to see. He jumps right on top of that bomb. It's a 10-second stick. Door is closing, but here comes Result. All looking good. This one's going to pop, no doubt. Fours will win their first pistol of the series, and it couldn't come at a more important moment.
Yeah, that's day saved there for fours. By Result, of course. Single door. We've seen antics there once or twice.
Yes, we have.
Usually Brokey on the other side of things winning.
Yes, it is.
But in this situation, does good to make up for, unfortunately, Shelfie's. And unfortunately, the games are so tight with how good people's aim is that, you know, we look at a whiff like that from Shelfie and it just jumps off the page, even though it's only a few bullets. That's just how tight it is. Looking for 10 are FaZe, but yeah, and there is a buy coming into this. So yeah, even though 4 just won the pistol, this one won't be free. 2 on the horizon if they grab it. Rops on CT side here on ramp is something that I think we have to talk about. Unbelievable rounds that we've seen from him so far. He has been a force.
Ooh, well, the dinks don't make his job any easier. Brokey trying to go out with the tags.
Oh.
Jerry gets a pick up while Resalt's nade finds its mark. So all is good here. Perfect conversion from Forrest so far. And they'll be able to comfortably wrap around Heaven, which means, unfortunately for Twist, his time is limited. I feel like there's been a rise in CZs again lately.
Yeah. Well.
And if you make them look like that...
We've got the best CZ player of all time right here in Twist. He's probably influenced a player or two.
Reigns Deagle very capable, although we have had a pretty stark drop-off between his domination on Overpass and his 3-kill half here on Nuke. I'm sure they're thankful that he did what he did on the first map. Here's a chance for him to body bag a couple. They've got backs turned to them. Twists serves up the distraction. Rain serves up the damage. And so close to the 3K2.
Man. Bro almost created the Bermuda Triangle and sunk them all right there. That was some beautiful work, but can't adjust for the head on the last kill. And Forrest get away by a hair.
Yeah, but that's the kind of slap upside the head that Forrest don't really want to deal with right now. You know, you want that clean... Oh. Poor Kerrigan.
He was ready to pop off. He was happy about that for a second. Rain asking for better reg.
Don't worry.
The buy comes in again, actually, because of the one death.
All right.
So the one player left over. Oh, and they're going to get mauled.
Just ground to beef.
Oh, my God. Maybe they didn't think about this enough.
Slapped, spanked, smothered. No entry. You thought you could just run an A play on FaZe? You thought you had a damn chance? You're gonna get gunned down by MP9s at this point.
Oh my
Put
God.
some respect on it,
And
Forrest.
there's about 3 seconds from when Rain gets 2 of the last 3 kills into FaZe winning the next round, because they snap by knowing that 4s are teetering economically after getting 4 frags. 4s are not expecting any kind of buy like this, running into upstairs and get absolutely crushed. Oh, would have been beautiful for them to get away with this round, getting 2 ecos as well for some leverage here in the second half. And instead, FaZe take the pen. They turn
letting
the
them know.
page.
FaZe feeling it now. Legends beckons. Krad's Tech 9. Gonna pop Brokey. Careful now. 4's on a bit of a recovery, but they've lost their bomb, so they'll wait for the smokes to fade, try to take these duels. Jerry's got a gun to do it. It runs dry. Momentary pause in the action as Twist repositions, calls for teammates to come up from both down in secret, and also that A floor. Kerrigan's locked into vent.
Honestly, quite a risk, right, for the AK to be the one pushed up in that spot, and then to go down with only the 1 kill. See what Jer Bear can do. He's got the AK now. They're stuck in a tough position, though. Outside in a 3v3 is all right if you've got some utility, but as time ticks down, you start to get insecure about the potential lobby crunch that could come in. It's a natural adjustment here for the CT side. And
Twist clearing it out, though, gives Kerrigan a chance to check out her.
yeah, and he can hold for this. And the longer they hold for this, the more confidence Rops has that it's going to come to him.
Let's see it. 2 of them are just working with pistols. Jerry's got the AK between them. There's talent here with Shalfie and Zorte, and they all get all the closer, trying to keep their heads spread wide. Rob's going to take a crack at it. Will kill Jerry. That's going to be now 2 rifles in the hands of the remaining players, 2 rifles in the hands of FaZe's players. 15 seconds on that clock, and they get caught. Kerrigan's flank finds its timing. Zorte, gun up, tries to fall back. Nice selection and even better headshots.
Oh, he's so calm. Zorte, the difference. And again, with the AK, another clip for him in the lower sight. This time versus even better competition.
Mahone don't miss. This guy's rifling is just as good as his op.
So impressive. And obviously, look at him backing up. He's not only sectioning out these fights, but he's avoiding the danger in control room, knowing that Kerrigan had just killed his teammate Shalfie coming out of the vents.
Oh, that's so clean.
Can't even afford to jiggle
Oh, that's so clean. Let him know.
with the calmness.
All right, little back and forth bloodbath.
Yeah, makes up for some tragedy, but FaZe once again know the money's low.
So they'll try to force up again.
And they have an arguably equivalent buy, you know, the op as well.
Twist is not blind. Clean with the FAMAS for the first. Kerrigan locks in Squeaky. Brokey peeks out with a back turn to him, so it's a comfortable 2-man advantage. Krad gets the better of Kerrigan. There's an upgrade there, but the vent play, nice and quick on it is Rops. Zorte to another clutch with another headshot to start it. But he's got to get that bomb back. You know Heaven's a problem. He knows Heaven's a problem. And Brokey, with Ops trained on it, but a second player in the rafters, that's what's going to catch him off. And if Zorte's not looking at you, then you finally have a chance.
You do. Yeah, you do. So, yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of power, but it would be too much to ask.
He is
You'd
still
imagine.
mortal.
He is still mortal to get back-to-back 1v3s. Even though he can do the calculations, executing again. Versus FaZe, who are sharp enough on this round to put themselves in good spots, especially Brokey up in heaven as the execs coming in. That's upstairs shut down a couple rounds in a row now. 2-round lead here for FaZe, and it's this economic game of chicken that's been won for FaZe Clan.
Yep.
Investment comes through just because, but best gun's a scout.
It's not a comfortable place for 4s, and they know it. Scout prize. Secret gets closer. There's a lot of space to be had outdoors, but as if these Deagles could win a duel. Strength in numbers here for 4s this round.
Now, listen, maybe they don't win this round, but if they get 3 kills again, they do keep FaZe in an interesting spot. It'll still be precarious. And they're not going to blow this one on an upper exec. Lost gets spotted here from Rain.
But then the secret player makes his presence known, and Rain tethers nicely off of Rops, getting all of the job done. Ramp all the while starting to be taken by Shalfie, but he's not able to find anybody. Brokey's doubled back towards the CT spawn. Zorte still kept himself back behind Red. They could very well kill Brokey here. There's nobody else outside. Rob starts to press out through Squeaky, or Secret, and that's where Zorte stops him. This one's starting to get upended.
Yeah.
But I mean, such little health, such little time. You'd think that Fours would love to win this.
Ramp rotation is the next one. Twist has got to get comfortable downstairs maybe, and it looks like he's not even worried about it. So we'll see if this is too slow. Yeah, Plant, you know, could be hard to get in. Twist gets the memo a little late. They'll drop vent, but he'll catch the cross.
There we go. Clean as ever. Also low HP, 12 between the two. And I like the fact that they run that down towards B. If Bomb gets behind Silo, it's a bit more money. It's a chance to take another, all while Shalfie had already conceded helping out for the sake of saving an op.
And Twist had just enough time to make sure it wasn't going to be a heaven play. And that's all he needed to know before running it to the lower site. And that's it. That's Fours with now $0. Bomb plant would have been nice. The 2 kills are nice, however. But of course, FaZe are going to be the ones more relieved.
Getting ever closer to the legend stage. Ooh. Ready for it. Zorti was definitely given a chance with the scout last round, but with the lesser weapons, couldn't get it.
This was the matchup talked about by Maniac on the desk about with Rain and Zorti outside.
How the head-to-head could unfold.
He's a very reliable rifler, of course. An op is a good answer for that, but hard guy to find.
Yeah, big guy, hides well.
Yeah.
Tucks behind blue.
He tweets twice a month, so it's hard to find his location.
Yeah. Ooh, but 3 cross. Reigns kind of missed this, could still deal with the player top red. Then the blue swing with just the pistol. Jerry bests him. That's going to be a gun picked up soon enough. Robs wants to deal with Jerry first, but he puts himself in the open for Zorte to pick up the frag. Now the Heaven player drops, grabs a weapon. You know, Fours, despite the disadvantages still here, they're fabricating a chance. Again, it comes down to 30 seconds. Again, we've got defenders inside bomb sites. But Jerry's going to call for a different direction. And Twists had just taken a little peek out towards lobby. Pistol at the helm. Krad's going to try to press this out. Twist will have to kill him first, and that one goes down smooth. Brokey slides out of the vent quietly.
Time pressure.
Smoke here is denying him vision for the time being, which means Bomb gets back sight. Kerrigan could come out from Heaven, and he gets the frag but doesn't stop the plant. It's more money for Fours, but nothing thereafter. FaZe win yet another round.
I think FaZe look at that and think, that's cute. At least you get the Bomb down, a couple of kills, but we're the ones now winning. We're dominating. We're on our comfort zone here in the second half. CT side might only get easier from here. Zorte tries, get some trades. Definitely been consistent throughout the first and second half. And versus Liquid, he actually, you know, did put up almost an equivalently good T side, actually. Could be moments away from victory. And a struggle-some defeat from Fours. They don't have anything left. Twist leading the board in a big way here for FaZe Clan.
That's the beauty of FaZe. You never know who it's going to be.
In fact, the only player even positive right now.
But it's always going to be one of them.
They've got a lot of options in that regard. Who's going to pop off today, they ask.
The beauty of FaZe is it's sometimes map by map. Looking to lock in the secret peek. Flashbang's there for it. Rain, perfect. Set up wonderfully. Gets the numbers on top of the kill as well. So now Fours are going to feel like they've been red. They immediately hit the eject button, dive back, and try to reset this round. They've still got a minute to work with, but FaZe are probably feeling real comfortable in a 5v4.
Yeah, they have to go back. I mean, they don't have to, but they can go back and try to clear out lobby. They're expecting a push to come in. FaZe are just saying, maybe you're going to do that. We don't really care right now. Comfortable now in this position. Looking to hold. No ramp push because it's actually Rops on that ever rare AWP.
Molly for Kerrigan, though. Doesn't matter.
Oh.
Kills one, sets up result. And now we've got Shalfie to respond. What's next? Rain's relegated down to the vent. Crad feels like he's got some space, but with the paint smoke, that does give him a chance to peek over. Crad gives the cover. It's a fake plant. They reposition, and Crad, will he realize already is Rain? Stoic in his approach, just sliding through the open floor, knowing this one's his.
Yeah, no time to calculate right there. Rain coming up the vents with the trade, and a second player sneaking out into the paint can smoke, and that was too hard for them to see. Unfortunately, Shalfie shoots Resalt in the back of the head.
And if that bomb doesn't fly all the way forward, Rain can't run this distance without the planter coming off it, but thrown into the open.
Ooh, so many close rounds won by FaZe. They're tipping the scales almost every single opportunity, and that speaks to the fact that, again, Twist is the only one positive, and yet they're so far in the lead right now. You could argue the frags are even there for fours, but not the X factor.
No. Absolutely not. FaZe doing an excellent job of shutting down what is the highest rated player at the challenger stage. Coming into this with an above 1.5 rating is Zorte, trying to make a name for himself as a top 3, if not top 5 opper in this.
And that's why, despite losing, if they lose this game, there's still, of course, another chance for them. They put themselves into a good spot in 2-1. But FaZe were, of course, always going to be the favorites in this matchup.
There's always the possibility of that Greyhound comeback haunting fours for eternity. Quick setup from the T's on the other side of Squeaky. Tons of util damage and a perfect little lineup. This one goes down smooth. Zorte is going to stop that ramp flank, and we still get the press next to Squeaky Door. Brokey knows that nobody's getting out just yet. Smoke creates a bit of ambiguity, but he gets the bomb dropped. It's full possession, full control, full stoppage, fully FaZe.
Yeah, no questions here on CT side, right? Everything's gone extremely well. Four has got almost no answers. And again, both teams have had such solid CT sides, both here on pass on overpass and here on nuke. FaZe showed up in their suits today, ready to do business. Four signing on the dotted line, giving them what they want.
Fast one, Twists. He wants to end it.
Would have been a fun way to go.
Yeah, met by an AK barrel instead. Let's see what Forrest can do with the 5v4. See if they can turn this T side into something. Brokey's gonna lose his line of sight. Rain, perfect peek. Drops Zorte first. Big pack of players here, but still trade frags to be had. And Brokey's even got the fallback. So they get back to the even keel. But Brokey, going all the way back up the ramp, just offers up the headshot for Crad to take. And with his level on this second map of the series, 23 and 17.
We've had a 3v5-1 here for FaZe, a 4v5-1 from FaZe. And now they're into a 2v3 situation. I don't think Forrest think this is an easy opportunity to keep the game going.
We've got a kit for the retake. We've got a smoke for the bomb.
We're going to be looking desperately around for these FaZe players. No one's rotated down lower. They do like the quiet, inconspicuous approaches to lower. And they have been paying off. I mean, scoring a plant here would be massive. And, ooh, it's a pretty kind of loud rotation downstairs, but Rob so clean with it, just hits his shot. Maybe he gets a second.
He almost did. That damage on Crad still substantial.
Here he is, Captain Kerrigan.
Yeah, queue up another 1v2 to close this series, why don't we?
See if it's Kerrigan with a C.
Kit's right at the base of ramp. Doors closed in front of him. It's Resalt on the other side of the rampway. Got Crad in the backside, low health. Smoke off one of the two options. Force the peek to the right with the Molotov. That should block him, but I think the smoke goes too deep. So unfortunately for Kerrigan, this one just has no legs beneath it. Fours will get to double digits as they did in the first one. A little bit more on this T side, But does it come so easily if Twists isn't so liberal with the aggression off the bat?
Yeah.
You know, they could afford this chance. I get it. Also, slight mistake, Brokey, just creeping back into Crad. Didn't expect him to be posted up top red. But it's another chance that I'm sure Forrest will be happy to have.
Yeah. Unlike last map, though, dignity matters less. They just need to close. Pistols here for FaZe. I don't care, though. Odds in every round. Force will take it seriously. Last time, they thought it was an Antico. They made it into an upper rush, got decimated. This time, it'll be a bit slower.
Ooh, good flash, but it blinds both sides.
Yeah.
Twist tries to join it. Looking comfortable here as the lobby kills come through. And soon to be the mini split to deal with Brokey. But his Deagle finds its home. He's got the bomb held back, and Zorte's going to deal with the pressure. Last man standing, Rain.
Nowhere to find him.
Good for a headshot or two, but this will be Forrest to 11. No doubt.
4 rounds to get to overtime. Infamous scoreline here for FaZe when their backs are against the wall, of course, but it's been a long time since that shining moment for NA, and now they've even recruited the help of NA to get him through these tough times. And Twist has been a star here on Nuke. The buy and the answer back. And look at Crad, you know. Zorte, of course, on the op. It's not going to get the ADR to show off how good he's doing, but for Crad as a rifler, score a 90. Makes sense, even in the 10-5 half. So many good multis.
Oh, but
man.
Shalfie just stands in the middle of the door.
Al final FaZe le ha hecho bomba.
Doesn't get
Qué
caught.
bueno, tío.
Actually takes Rain out of this one, but then the peek out of Kerrigan. Pressured from both sides. They've got Jerry stuck behind that box and still trying to force their way through that squeaky doorway. Kerrigan's been killed, but then the dinks come out from Rops. The bomb's been dropped and Brokey comes up from Vent to close this. Done! R4's in this one. Another set of legends steps forward to join the others in the top 16 of Paris. FaZe only falling to Ents in a close affair have found themselves alongside them. No longer are the woes of the last chance qualifier on their minds. This is a FaZe with a good pace running through Paris.
We don't have too much jubilation here from FaZe. They signed up for this. They knew what was coming. They expected to win, and they did their job. As for Fours, they know that they've got one more opportunity before everything could go wrong. And it's so strong, even in this matchup, could potentially not make it through. But at least for FaZe, they know that they've survived expectations, they did their duty, and now they move on to a stage that they also expect to get through.
And of course, a third day of competition that shows us Zorte is indeed mortal. His next opponents will be looking at that and hoping they too can stop the Star Opper.
One of the Fab Five is through to the Legends stage. FaZe, a favorite for many, potentially an opportunity now to still cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time, and they did that relatively easy on Nuke Maniac.
I would say the job is done, and it's been done correctly in the entire series. Sure, there were stretches where Forza did push FaZe on the brink, but overall it felt like it was controlled. I'm having a look at their run here at the Challenger stage, and the only really dark spot that I see would be that Clear and Newbies lost to Ents. Otherwise, it seems like it's a FaZe that's very much in sync, very much ramping up to the level that they need to have, because this is necessary to peak now. Nobody's asking you to peak in Challenger stage. In fact, it might even be counterproductive. You just want to make it, keep your energy, and be an actual contender when we go further down the line.
He was a superstar in this game. He did some epic plays we got to enjoy. Rain is now with Dinko, so let's hear what he thinks about making it through to the Legends stage.
Yeah, I'm down here with Rain. FaZe freshly qualified for the Legends stage. After Rio and the RMRs, it must be an absolute relief to get through at this stage.
Yeah, it feels good going 3-1 here. Sucks that we didn't go through 0 yesterday, but we're happy with the result, and we played a good game today.
What is it with you in majors? It feels like every time you're at a major, this elevation of performance comes in. You've had some crazy maps here. Is there something about the majors that gives you that extra percentage of performance?
Well, I'm not going to say that I'm good at every major, because there's been many majors that have been pretty bad, but I feel like I get a little bit extra motivated for the major. It means more to me, and it's something that I work harder towards as well.
We were talking to Kerrigan, and you said at the start of the event as well that communications may be a bit of an issue. He said a 3 out of 10 so far for the event. What would you rate this match?
I'll go 4 out of 10 maybe for this match. It still was pretty lackluster. I think we have a lot of things to work on before the legend stage, so it's good that we have a couple of days off to figure stuff out.
I'm interested in how close you think this current phase is to the major winning phase.
I think it's like Finn said, like I think we're all hitting shots. I think we just need that extra spark and motivation and like to be able to communicate and make sure everything is clear for your teammates, right? I think that's what we're lacking at the moment.
Do you see the signs that this will be possible during the duration of this event?
Yeah, for sure. It's just a couple of talks and figure it out as a team, and it should be fine by the legend stage.
Now, Blast TV viewers have an opportunity to vote and have their say and pick a question for you to answer. So the question they've got for you is, if Valve were to add a new gun to the game for CS2, what would it be?
Bazooka.
There we go. Nice and easy. Very quick. FaZe, get into the Legends stage. Back to you.
Imagine a bazooka in the game. What?
Can I put my veto immediately? Would you like a bazooka?
Valve doesn't care about your veto.
They
care about major MVP reign.
Yeah, my opinion really not at the top of the list.
No.
Directly into spam emails.
You mentioned the ramping up, and this is the thing about FaZe, their tempo. So this is not a sprint. It is a marathon. You've got a lot to play for. There's a lot you need to do. And they are very good at doing this. They know how to conserve their energy, if you like.
I mean, they said it in the past. The longer the tournament goes on, the more dangerous they are. So I think we saw it in this game compared to the ENCE game where Madden really stepped up, and that was enough for ENCE to kind of turn the tides. I think in this game, they managed to survive Zorti, survive Crad on Nuke, and not really be too scared throughout the game. Even though both maps were double digits for 4s and they had a good showing, I don't think we were too scared for FaZe in any point of this game.
No, and it's also based on what we get from Rain in that interview, right? When he says, all our players currently are hitting the form that we need. What we need to focus on is communication and energy. That to me is something that you can fine-tune from one day to the other. If you have a player who's in a slump for weeks or months, it's very unlikely everything's going to come together right here, right now. But the players are here, so you just have to be careful that you have that extra communication, which I'm sure they will down the line.
I mean, you have to also take into account FaZe before this tournament. They were complaining about a very tough schedule, burnout. Like they went to EPL, they won the Grand Slam, and after that, the energy, the motivation, everything. I think FaZe. So their bootcamp is here. This is their bootcamp. It's playing at the event, playing against a different opposition, and then having a few days off now to practice as well.
Is this just what comes with being an experienced winning team, the ability to understand when to push the tempo and when to hold back?
Yes, if you have found your formula for playing Counter-Strike. If you have your book laid out in front of you and you have your philosophy of playing, I think you can afford to just play off with the gas pedal. Sometimes you just take it off a little bit, you give yourself a break, because you're not feeling like you're running behind the train, trying to catch up on meta. I've always thought that the FaZe philosophy was long-term, and you had longevity in how you were playing Counter-Strike, because we never really talk about FaZe saying, oh my God, they had this incredible execute that no one has been using, this smoke, we've never seen this. It's not their modus operandi. They have a way to play the game that they can replicate, and as long as the players are in, that's what they need to focus on. They need to focus on all of these potential stars. We know 4 of these players here can just make the difference on any day. If they have them, then it's just about maintaining energy and managing your kind of potential. And I think they're on track. I'm not worried for FaZe.
FaZe through to the Legends stage, but let's look at the other side, the competition. Forza, they looked really impressive in this. I know that they went down 2-0, but I do think Zorte, this is his audition. We've said this before. It's an audition for a bigger team to notice him and potentially pick him up, Prof.
Great series. You saw some clutches, the clutch on Nuke in the second half as well, keeping his team in it, not forfeiting when things were going wrong and when things looked pretty much lost. I think what they showed so far gives hope that they can make it through the 2-2 matchups. Obviously, who they're going to get, we're not sure yet. That's going to play a part. But I think whoever's left against, they have a good shot to make it through.
Yeah, they're not going to be an easy opponent to draw in the 2-2. I don't think anybody would rejoice at the idea of playing Forza. What they do display in terms of weakness, I believe, at least throughout this event, is an inability to keep up with chaos in quick-paced Counter-Strike. I think compared to the likes of FaZe Clan, there were moments where you just feel like the game is going a little too quick, and the rotation is a little too fast, a little too precipitated, rather, and that's been a problem here.
It just feels like on the individual basis, aside from Zorti, they don't really have the second, third star to match up against the second, third star of other teams. Even a team, for example, an IP is going to be
Hostia,
playing.
pues,
You know that they
escúchame.
have 3 very strong riflers.
2-0
That
Fade.
rifling power on
Contra
Force
Monte
isn't
les
really
ha
there.
ganado, ha ganado a Team
But Sorted
Liquid
eats any of them alive.
y ha
I mean, he's
perdido
definitely
contra
better at hedging,
Greyhound.
so.
Hostia.
So what is it? I mean, they don't have the rifling power. What is it that Zorte is going to have to do, that they can actually do here at the Major in order to get
I mean,
themselves through
it
to
is the
Legends
game
stage?
plan as well. I think Jerry helps there. Their coach Fierce that came in fairly recently. He brought in a lot of new micro compared to like previous coaches that they had, or just kind of macro elements and like motivational and that kind of approach. Fierce brought in, okay, this is a solution for this smoke. This is a flash you need to do to retake this area. So I think their protocols are pretty good, and we see them. If you can break down Force's defenses, Phase's defenses, then you obviously are doing something good.
Yeah, I just worry about the quality across the map pool. That, to me, that is the issue with Forza, and unfortunately today, as I said, it was either going to be a quick 2-0, or as soon as FaZe would win a map, I did believe the series was going to come to an end. If a team can challenge Forza on maps like Nuke, unfortunately for them, there was this vertigo float in this very specific matchup, put them at edge, but they're not in a position where I can give them 4 to 5 very strong maps. So they have to be a little fortunate with the map pool.
I'm just sad we didn't see Ancient, because FaZe is also looking good on Ancient recently, but they banned it in second rotation because Force has a 10-map win streak and against some very good teams, including like Monty, Navi. So there is, depending on the map pool matchup, there are some matches I think Force can run over people.
They are now heading to the Legends stage. FaZe, obviously, and Force still in the competition as well. But let's take a look at some of the Legends that are going to be there, some of the teams. I call them the Fab Five, and you can see them there. Heroic, Na'Vi, FaZe now, Vitality as well, and G2. Those are my Fab Five. But this is starting to stack up to be an interesting stage.
As a fan of Counter-Strike, I don't think that list can make you feel anything else than happy and excited about what's to come in the Legends stage.
The order seems a bit confusing, right? Usually you're...
don't worry about it.
You're used to having like all of the best teams at the top, and then you're like, okay, you have Heroic, and then you're like into the breach, and then at the end you have FaZe. It's like, oh, what's
But doesn't that mean like with our good old friends Buchholz that, you know, once team at the very top actually lose to the people coming in from Challenger is going to go completely crazy?
I think it's good that with FaZe and G2 going through 3-0, 3-1, they're not going to be facing against Heroic, for example, in the first round, which is pretty nice.
Do you realize that the best teams is completely subjective right now? There are a lot of fans watching who believe Into the Breach may win the Major.
There are certain rankings in the world that are very objective.
I just thought my opinion was kind of an objective truth. I didn't what's that word? Subjective.
Subjective.
I'll look it up later.
Prof, we'll discuss the we'll discuss the rankings in a bit, because I'm under the impression that those are up for negotiation as well, based on some of your Twitter conversations. But let's focus now on the matchups that are on your screen. This is the results, as well as what you get to see next: Greyhound versus Ninjas in Paris.
Ninjas in Paris, indeed. That is going to be the game we cover in a couple of minutes. Very quickly, we've seen, unfortunately, Mongols and Complexity finding the small door. I think Mongols did put up a better fight than Complexity, which was barely avoided the 16-0 against Liquid. But we'll sure have time to recap this down the line.
We will recap it a little bit later on, probably at the end of the day. We are going to take a quick reset so that you can get some refreshments, because when we return, Ninjas in Pajamas is taking on Greyhounds.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against NAF?
Okay,
it was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually
all
funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Oh, nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
And in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. No damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Challengers stage here at the Blast TV Major. We are in Paris. All the teams, you can actually see them getting off their shuttles now, coming into the studio, getting ready to play because it is NIP up against Greyhound. And here's something I didn't think I'd ever be saying. The winner of this matchup is going to be going to the Legends stage. I would not have called Greyhound at the start of this competition. I did, however, have NIP on my pick'ems. You can actually do your pick'ems now on blast.tv if you want. But I did put NIP in there because I believe they blow hot and cold, but I felt like they could blow hot this time.
Well, I mean, talk about causes and consequences for NIP. Remember, the only reason they are standing today at a 2-1 matchup versus Greyhound to get to Legends is because they had this comeback versus OG. Arguably a game where OG had everything they needed to put NIP to bed. And now OG has been the one already going back to the shuttle and back to the airport. Now it's NIP here fighting against Greyhound. It's a fortunate matchup for them to be able to make it straight.
Yeah, that was a game where, as Maui called it, an Alexi B masterclass, T-side comeback on Mirage. And Mirage maybe is a map that we're going to see here again in this matchup.
You have the right to say masterclass once per segment. You've used it once. Are you happy with your usage?
I'm happy.
Okay, there we go. We can move on.
I stopped myself.
It was a masterclass. Like I was watching that
That's
game,
two now.
and I did not expect an NIP comeback in that magnitude on the T side in the current meta. It's not really something you get every day, but it started convincing me of this NIP. Honestly, that T half is like maybe they're cooking here.
Say masterclass a third time, they kick you off the desk.
I have production on comm. They will mute your mic.
Actually, let's take a look at this lineup now. NIP, again, like I mentioned, I said this in the green room, I don't think Headtrick or Config have really performed as well as I would have liked to see them on this lineup.
Well, listen, I think we've been fairly demanding with Config over the months, over the years, and if anything, he hasn't really let me down too much at this event. The Headtrick conversation in itself, that's a topic that we can open, that's a Pandora box we can open. Headtrick is still relatively new in its infancy when it comes to the very top level of Counter-Strike. The question is, how much do you expect from the guy and how much do you need from the guy? I don't think he's been doing poorly considering the team that he's been brought in, the space that he's got, and the level that he has now. But are we satisfied? Is this the end station? Is there something more to be seen from Headtrick?
I think this quote here from Rez shows a good thing from NIP, and that's that they're trying to lower the expectations from him. Like a lot of these players, new players coming from the academy rosters, get thrown into a tier 1 team, and everyone's expecting them to just blow everyone away, to be the new Simple, to be Monacy at least, right? And I don't think that's realistic, and it's not realistic for Headtrick, for a player that kind of recently swapped to the opping position. He was a rifler for a period of time, started opping kind of towards the end of his academy career, and then got into NIP, probably kind of fast-tracked his career. It felt like he needed a step between these two levels.
Okay, fair enough. I'll join you there. I think if you're the NIP staff right now, and my friend DJL is at the helm right there, you have to find this sweet compromise between, hey, we understand where you're at right now, and we are satisfied with what we see, but here is the difference between what you are now and being one of the greatest, and being an extremely good opper. And there are a couple of numbers we can pick apart. Entry attempt from Headtrick, much lower than the greatest out there on the CT side. We're talking 15%, versus the 26-27% of the likes of Simple and Zaiwu, right? So there is a gap in terms of how he takes control on the game, and we're not going to see that difference today, but that is a path that they have to be on for the future for NIP.
You did mention there that Config's never let you down, and you know when he never lets me down in an interview, because he always says something great. So fingers crossed he does it again. He chatted to Dinko.
Config here from NIP ahead of the matchup versus Greyhound. We've seen NIP start to play very well, and I think individually you're looking pretty confident. You made the play in that 15-14 round where you push out Palace yesterday against OG. You feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling great, honestly. I think that we managed to get some good rounds together and created a lot of good stuff at the boot camp. So I'm feeling both confident in the team game and also in my own game.
Now, when you first joined NIP, it wasn't the level we know that you can get to, right? And now we're starting to see that start to rise up. Do you have a reason for that?
I'm more comfortable, I think. We also made some changes and changed a little bit of style. And I think that helped me a lot. I think that gave me like a lot of more room to play with, and I think that's what I need as an individual.
What were some of those changes? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
We were changing our style a little bit more into like a free calling, like people make their own decisions. They weren't like set to do a specific thing in the round, and like I'm a little bit of a freestyle player, so I really like take the benefit of that.
How would you rate the performance of NIP right now at this major so far?
I mean, I think we've done pretty good. I think we've beat the teams that we were supposed to beat and lost against the team we weren't supposed to win against. So I think right now it's like we are in like a place where you would say that we're kind of good, but we all can also lose to the good teams. So I think we are like in the middle stage.
Now we're looking at your opponent, Greyhound. Is this your best chance to make it through the legend stage?
No, not at all. I think that if we should fall today, I still feel like we have another chance and we should still give full force. And of course, Greyhound is a good match. We got kicked out of the tournament by them in Malta, the Pro League season. So we wanna have a good rematch here.
Now, your team is full of so many different really solid riflers, right? We've got so many players in this team that can pop off and have a big performance. Who do you think the star player is on your team?
Oh. That's kind of a hard question. I think both. I think everyone could be star player. I think everybody has the potential to drop a 30 bomb. I don't think we have like one specific guy we are reliant on. And I think that helps us a lot in games where someone goes missing, then someone finally steps up. And yeah, I think it's a good team environment.
Ahora juega Greyhound contra ninjas sin pijamas.
That is one of my favorite questions that Dinko just asked, because especially when the player goes, well, me.
Yeah, well, an answer that I disagree with. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing that there is a or two designated players who are going to take the positions that give you the most freedom and the most impact. If anything, that's an issue. Sure, you can have everybody having a good day, but what is your blueprint? What is the formula that you're following? Look at NIP very quickly. Beside from Hetrick, which is a relatively passive opper, you have 3 rifles who potentially could be taking star roles and just running around like happy horses. Brolin, Rez, Config, all of these can have impact. Who is the shush in that team? Who is Perfecto in that team? Who is Interns? Oh wait, he's not there anymore. Who is that 4th player? That is my issue, and I think this is why NIP is struggling to find consistency, because they haven't found yet how they want to approach that situation.
Yeah, I think shush on this team is Alexi B, honestly, and the rest of the rifling core
that doesn't bother you?
Kind of similar to Heroic, but Heroic's floor of each of these players is much higher. Weirdly enough, you maybe wouldn't think of it a few years back, but like Rez, Config, and Brolan, big names, but not great form in the last a year almost. I think Rez last year was great until he started opping, and then things kind of went down for him. That happened. Sorry to remind you, that did happen. And then Config up and down. Currently at this tournament, pretty good. Rez is blowing it out of the water at this tournament. I did not see that coming.
Would you not argue then that NIP's win condition is Alexi B putting a leash on those 3 and deciding who gets to be taken off the leash when the time is right?
Yeah, but my problem with that statement is that it is a win condition months from now, because that is the path that you go on. You can argue that the players are not delivering and inconsistent, and then they don't have a formula. I'm arguing that they're inconsistent because they don't have a formula. That is what I'm telling you. You want to get better at your role? Have a role. You're Brolan, you're playing A side on Mirage, and then suddenly you're A on Overpass fighting everybody. You're Rez, you like to fight from Catwalk, suddenly you are in B, Pillar, having a barbecue on Overpass. Where's the consistency?
It's a pretty tricky balance to strike, and I think also if you go towards a team that I compare to Heroic, they have a clear identity, and that identity has been built over 3 years, 4 years.
Probably.
KDN, also it's a domestic team, so everyone's on the same page of how to play Counter-Strike. So I think that is where they're heading with their experiment. That's maybe the prototype that they're trying to pull off. And I'm kind of on the same board with you. You want to have clear star players, and especially if you have Hetrick, who's not a star opper in the terms of the current meta star oppers who like dominate all the time, best stats on the team. It's just hard to have consistency.
Let's turn this around. If you're Greyhound, how do you take advantage of this so that you can potentially win this and make your way to the legend stage?
That's a great question. I don't know if Greyhound have the quality, unfortunately, to abuse that. Right? I don't think they have the ability to counter essentially all of these players and their possibilities to pop off. I think also a player like Config, there's going to be a dose of disrespect, regardless of their latest encounter where NIP actually lost and were upset by Greyhound. Look at that jacket. That's amazing. Look,
that's great. Is that Versace?
I don't know, but the mustache is even better.
Boys, focus.
Listen, no, you talk about that first match that happened between Greyhound and NIP. I think it's a very important red thread that we have to follow here. When they played, the first map went into NIP's favor 16-2. And I talked with DJL today this morning. We had a bit of a run-in, and he explained to me he thought that his players just left the foot off the gas pedal after that 16-2, thinking, you know, it's really easy. Like, who are these guys? We're having it in the bag, that's going to be fine. And we know in Counter-Strike how deadly that can be. We have the results right here on our screen, 16-2, and then suddenly things just completely turn around. I do believe we'll see it down later on the map, but I think the maps are going to be slightly different today. So if anything, this results right here leads me to believe that the disrespect is not going to happen, and we'll see NIP very focused.
Let's pull up the veto if we can, so we can see what those
Ah,
maps
va,
are going to
a
look
ver
like.
qué
Grey Hounds
hace
had like a
Ninja
bit
sin
of a rocky start at the
pijamas
challenger stage. So obviously they had the surprise victory,
contra
but then they went into the record books for
Greyhound.
all the wrong reasons. 16-0 loss. I mean, that's not a pretty one. So how are they going to cope here? Because there is an inconsistency from their side, Parth.
I mean, that Mirage that they played against Apex and lost 16-0 obviously was very bad. So I don't think I need to go into the details. But just lacking a lot of protocols, couldn't punish the oversteps maybe from their opponents. The utility wasn't there. So I think NIP is a lock-in on Mirage. I think that's inescapable. But then Inferno, as they like to call it.
Mirage, Inferno, Vertigo. Hostia puta, por lo mismo me veo hasta Inferno,
And then maybe on Vertigo there's something that can happen. But it's starting 0-1 down in a series against a favorite. I think that's never a recipe for success, essentially.
Pretty much for Greyhound, I think everything rides on Inferno, right? And the fact that they can push this series to 3. We said last encounter, Vertigo went their favor 16-9. And then also, considering NIP picks Mirage, you have Greyhound starting on the CT side, and this is where they've done their best, because on the T side, if you combine both the Mirages here, that's about 3 rounds.
3 rounds.
Exactly, that's 3 rounds on the T side. So in terms of pressure, you better start 0 to 100 real quick, because if you don't put that many rounds on the CT side, it might just be over for the first map.
Alistair from Greyhound is with Dinko right now, so let's find out if this is part of his game plan.
Well, coming in off that 16-0, it must have felt good to get a win back over the Mongols, guys. So you feel much more confident now after that?
Yeah, no, I think we're pretty confident after all that. So it's good to get another win over it.
Now we're looking at you guys being 2-1. I think the usual meme is, destroying everybody's pick'ems in a different language. But, we're looking at now a chance for you guys to actually make it through the Legends stage. Have you got that feeling in the team now that you guys can do this?
For sure. Yeah, no, we've beaten it before, and I believe we can do it again. Keen to make the Legends and do it all over again.
Now, the sentiment is always that in best of ones, the underdog teams always have more of a chance. But now you're in the best of threes. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I think the maps are pretty much as we expected. We've played them before in a best of 3. And, yeah, we're just happy to... we're familiar, so we're fine. We're keen.
Now, looking at NIP, you played them before. You're familiar with them. What are you looking out for today?
I wouldn't say we're looking out for anything really, more focused on ourselves, making sure we're not getting shook. It's the cliche, play our own game sort of thing, but that's what it's going to come down to, making sure we're not shook by the nerves or anything, just play our game.
I feel like you guys have picked up a bit of form recently. I think at the RMRs you had a really strong performance. What would be the reasoning for that?
I think we're just slowly learning that we have the right pieces and we're actually able to perform in matches and not just scrims, because felt like we're pretty comfortable, and obviously scrims are scrims and it's not as important as games, but it's a good indication of the level you're at, and we've been able to do well in scrims for a while now, and it's nice to be actually able to put it in the server and show.
And now Major is always kind of a global celebration of Counter-Strike, so we get all the regions coming in. I think for a while the Asian region, the Oceanic region definitely been weaker, but we're seeing Mongols even rise up. They had some good results this year. You guys are starting to play stronger. Do you feel like your region, when you play there, it's developing?
Yeah, for sure. I think the more we come over here, Mongols come over here and play all these T1 events, we're bringing all this, new experience and meta back to our home countries and regions. So the more teams that actually travel for a smaller region, it's just constantly going to grow and spread, experience for everyone.
Now, if you get through the Legend stage, you have another chance to mess everybody's pick'ems up in the 0-3. That must feel awesome too.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Alistair saying there that they've just got to play their own game. Is the Greyhounds game good enough to beat NIP?
So I think on the CT side, it might, although arguably, but the thing on the T side is that if Greyhound keeps playing so mid-centric into map control and they actually willing to lay it all on the line to fight, they better be ready for some resistance on the side of NIP. We know we're going to see config flying out from Catwalk. We know we're going to see Ryzen connector trying to contest. I have the feeling that the whole game is basically going to be decided on who wins some of these trade exchanges in the first 20 to 30 seconds. I don't know if that's going to be the plan for Greyhound. It sounds like they're going to keep just doing what they do, but surely NIP have it ready.
Yeah, great stats here from Ince from the tournament. He was a huge factor in their wins, but even though I feel like Greyhound now is better than Greyhound maybe 6 months ago, as Alistair is even saying in that interview, their wins are still not that convincing. It's like teams like Complexity, Mongols a couple of times. It's not the same caliber that we're looking towards here, but I think for everyone watching from home, a reason to support Greyhound. Alistair did promise a Shui if they go to Legend stage.
You're not letting that one
that's
go.
on the line.
That one, I know you have it in the chamber. You do want to see the Shui happen.
I mean, who doesn't?
That can be kind of cool.
We need to organize it here at the desk if they win. I'm gonna chat to production, get them on up here if they win. I mean, maybe I change my.
If they get one map, then we can start planning.
If they get one map, are they going to be able to get that first map though? I don't think so.
I think there's a way. I think there is a way, especially because we have seen NIP kind of get into their own heads. You look at the game versus OG, and it paints the perfect pictures in all its complexity that what NIP can be in the same game. The first half is OG full in the lead. It's a very silent NIP, kind of shy demeanor, no one really trying to fight or resist, and then suddenly on the T side, you start seeing them picking up some rounds. LXCB becomes a bit more vocal, and then suddenly they take the pace, and this is the NIP that we like. But OG managed to put them in their teeny tiny little shoes. Can Greyhound, like roll, Greyhound, that could be something.
I mean, there's one more factor that could maybe help Greyhound crack this code. And that is AlexCB's record against Australian teams. That is awful. I know this is not really something that we bring up often in Counter-Strike. This is more like a football stat from like 7 years. This club has 28 losses in the last 50, but AlexCB has lost 5 out of the last 6 encounters against Australian opposition. Is there something going on there? Does he hate kangaroos?
I don't really know, honestly. I mean, maybe he's seen too much of these like very dangerous insects that can actually literally kill you if you just look at them, and now he's worried about it.
Yeah, maybe that is.
I'm so sorry. This is the hardest level of analysis I can give you.
We have to go. We have to dig deep.
So what we're trying to find a phenotype of Australian Counter-Strike.
To some degree, it is going to be. AlexCB is a guy that likes to prepare and likes to have a good game plan. Maybe the way they play is kind of off of his classic understanding of
everything they see is in reverse, right?
It's upside down. It is true.
So how are you supposed to prepare? The B side is not even in the same place. Maybe we just fix it out right here. Oh, is that not what we were supposed to do? I'm so sorry.
I had a question and I thought, oh, it's a bit arbitrary. And then you two went off and I was like, oh, I can ask whatever I want because clearly we're going into that world.
We set the stage for that.
I like the mental game for players. And I do think that the major is very much a mental game. As much as it is happening in the server, that there is a mental aspect. And I wonder if NIP loses their map pick, do they have the mental fortitude to come back? Because I doubt that they do.
Honestly, I liked Config's interview. He looked very, very chill. He looked very, the question that Dinko had about what if they lose here, is this their best chance? He seemed pretty relaxed. He's like, no, never mind. We can still win the next game. Obviously, it's different when you actually lose, but that's a very positive outlook from Config right there. So I'm okay with it. As I said, NIP is growing on me.
It's a good answer from a PR perspective. I think it says.
But is Config a PR person?
Maybe they're just working on it. It's like a project, you know. I think he said the words that he had to. The reality is still that this is the golden opportunity. I'm so sorry, and I mean no disrespect to Greyhound, but if I were to find any of the teams out there with a contract and say, listen, if you sign this contract, you're going to be in a 2-1 position playing against Greyhound to be in the Legend stage. Will you sign this contract? And I think I'd have no problem making it signed by everybody.
And instead of like going through against Greyhound, playing Liquid in the next round,
you could
I was like,
oh,
maybe we did fuck up.
Suddenly the situation is very, very different. So yes, you have to find this kind of sweet spot where you're not being complacent, thinking that, hey, this matchup is easy, we're just going to be Legend stage, because obviously you're going to go down the drain on that. But you still have to acknowledge that opportunity that you have, and you have to seize it with a level of gravitas, which I think is important for NIP.
You know what, we're going to test their mental fortitude a bit more, and we're going to keep them waiting before we enter into the game. We have to take a quick break. When we return, NIP will face off against Greyhound.
Mira que los parió, colega.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Scrawny and Launders to kick off what will be the last best of 3 of the day. And remember, have a nice day. Look at that. We've got production leaving us love notes, making our days better. And I think that a little Greyhound competitiveness in this series would also make the day better. The Ninjas in Pajamas want a clean run to the Legend stage. I think they're very happy with the opponent they end up getting. There has not been an Australian core in the top 16 of a major since Berlin 2019 when the Renegades pulled it off. And from that point, they went to playoffs. Maybe we're on the brink of Greyhound's greatness. Maybe the Ninjas are going to jump into Mirage and absolutely body them. I don't know if a team who's ever been 16-0 at a major brought it back, but in this case, Greyhound looking to do exactly that. We've seen their lows, we've seen their highs, and let's hope for everybody's sake we land somewhere in the middle. Of course, in the server at the moment, the 4th and 5th highest rated players of the Challenger stage. We've got Rez for the Ninjas, Ins for Greyhound.
Yeah, Ins had a fantastic map, but we had the displeasure of casting their 0 and 16 Mirage, so poor taste in my mouth personally looking at their potential odds here. Now, there was some great propaganda in favor of Greyhound, whether it was Alexi's struggles versus Australian teams, or actually, you know, their most recent best-of-3 victory at Pro League. But I wouldn't bet on the rematch going in favor of Greyhound personally. We'll see. Let's let the CS tell the story. Sicko stopping him from CT, but Alexi finds the more important trade. This is CT open and a bomb plant down.
Yeah, nice and safe here for Alexi to plant the bomb. We're going to have Liaz just holding off for a second. Looks like he might come back at it from Khan. He's making his decision as his teammate gets ever closer towards Ticket. Bomb didn't actually get planted.
I don't like that.
And Liaz picks up a frag. Suddenly,
¿Por qué no planta el otro?
position is all the more sketchy. Another headshot comes out. I mean, Alexi's going to have a chance.
No entiendo qué coño acaban de hacer, tío. O sea, no planta y se quedan, no sé. O sea, se van a por ellos. Oye, me cago en la puta,
For an Australian player, and he's getting ever closer. Instant headshot from him.
Claro, si es que soy
That could have been a
gilipollas.
Ninja's pistol, 100%, I doubt
Madre
nothing.
mía.
And at this point, Greyhound walk away with it.
Yeah, that's a massive misplay actually from Alexi to not.
Está diciendo, vaya troleada que acabo de pegaros, chaval.
If someone peeked off Cat, you know, they might be feeling great about it, but this really just gave them an opportunity. They felt the need to
Vamos, ninjas, joder.
into jungle when that really
El otro puseando por mí. Es que hay que estar tumbado. Y aquí, tronco, yo no entiendo.
Pushing off of Cat should have been enough to warrant that bomb going down, but
Nada, que el Alex Sips ha venido arriba, tío. Y el chaval ese le he visto ya jugar y es una puta máquina jugando.
Their uptick recently has to be noted. Like, they look so much better. The T-side calling has been good, and it was sort of a meme with Liquid in this stage talking about how, like, their different playstyle is coming in, and Nitro talking about how they don't have there's no way.
Este chaval he visto yo jugar y es una puta máquina, la verdad.
They have changed their playstyle, and it's really worked.
What are some of the most notable changes that you think have been the key to success?
It's definitely a lot less, I think, as Config talked about in the interview, a lot less management on these micro decisions on the team with all of their players. Config's recent form says volumes. You know, when he says that he's a player that likes to freestyle more often, who are you going to believe other than Config with that statement?
Yeah,
he's
fair.
definitely been that player in his lifetime. And when he joined the team, he was clearly not himself. Like, it was a good pickup, but the stats did not make sense at all. And that has changed drastically.
Yeah, genuine uptick from him. In's gonna get some nade damage in on Alexi, but Cat very much compromised. Liaz about to have his hands full. It's him and Vexite for the B defense. They've already dealt with the first one. They may not expect it, but he gets jebaited.
Vaya cagada
He
tuvo el
can't bring it
Vexite.
back. The bomb carrier
Vexite,
jumping
la
out and
cagate.
bouncing right back in. Brolin
La cagate, mamá huevazo. Uy, si sigue disparando, se lo cuna,
Yeah, that's it. That's when you got two players that far deep into the site, it really comes
Claro,
down to
loco.
the kills. Because if you're
Habéis
playing
vendido.
off a cat,
Aquí en
you
este
gotta
mapa,
really
tío,
go
vender
into
medio
rotations,
es
but
cagarla.
You shouldn't be relying on rotations, especially after you win a pistol. You should just be able to clean up with the guns that you've had. But of course, we see that when the bomb goes down, the T side does get a very formidable buy, and it's as hard as possible. So Ninjas, sucks to lose the pistol, but it definitely feels better to win the second round. So, well, that's a good start. And yeah, and Ninjas and their T-sides, especially on Mirage, have been something to watch for. I thought the veto was going to get a little bit more hairy for Greyhound, actually, because they, for some reason, weren't in a position to give Greyhound the first ban. I thought that Greyhound were going to have to ban first, which would have opened up the potential for overpass, I think. But they banned Anubis, and then Greyhound were able to take that out.
Vaya cagada buena que ha hecho
It's very
Greyhound.
similar, actually, to their Pro League veto. So
No los he visto jugar nunca, pero los ninjas sin pijama sí.
Greyhound will force down with
In
the player
pijama sí.
saved. Taste the opportunity here for
Ahora se van
Ninjas.
tres ahí. Madre mía, tú.
Vexite gonna stick around on the Cat play. Looking to bolster that.
Oh, wait, is Vexite? I think he's playing the exact same position that Alexi was playing up on Cat, where if you look below his feet, or sorry, it's Ins, where he's so far to the left that he's not standing on the bricks at all. Alexi used this.
He's just dangling.
Yeah, and it worked so well.
Gets his damage in versus Alexi, who's been sharing trade secrets with the enemy. Couple flashes, Config no contest to get up into connector. We do have the Cat peek coming through, but Vexite just catching the tail end of the play, so he'll peel head trick off it. Then the under Palace player's dead. Sicko with nothing. Config double kill as he turns attention back towards Catwalk. Very good job of at least pulling back pieces here. It is 3v3, but Alexi's nearly dead.
Oh, Config, he's sort of hunting this one. I think he knows that there's someone up in CPL.
Doing a good job of keeping them busy, but then all of a sudden, Liaz at that distance with the MP9 double headshot does a ton of damage. Config in with a third on the round.
Yeah.
And just with that, even though his teammate's low, it's enough for the Ninjas to convert this point. I mean, losing the third player up from connector, feels like Config had to go big. He did exactly that, fight all over.
Yeah, he fought all over connector, and it was actually the jumping across that made that difficult for the CTs to re-engage. He kept forcing them to take brand new angles, and every time he swung back out for a frag, he got it. So really just juggled them, basically, in all those CT positions, even with no utility to work with. That's the Berserker in office. Beautiful round out of Config.
A quick execution of the scout player just to make it clean. On our pregame, we had Maniac talking about how he thinks that the inconsistencies of Ninjas come from the fact that we don't necessarily see roles within their game plans, within their individuals. Is that something you agree with? Something you also kind of flag?
I think for me, the only thing I wonder is why isn't Brolin the star player of this roster as the rifler? And then, of course, Hetrick as the opper. Coming onto this team, Brolin was the best Swedish talent to not be on you know, the best Swedish lineup. But since it's happened, it's been nothing but inconsistent, honestly. And I think
Menos zumbaos tú el estaqueo en B.
So I want to hold my tongue on saying, like, they're not good enough, whatever, because they're clearly improving, and it's the perfect time to prove it. If the major doesn't go well, nothing else really mattered leading up to this point. But recently, Brolin's entries have looked solid. When we talk about Brolin on overpass, playing the A site as a defender, he's one of the best passive players on CT side. We don't see the star player stats, the consistency out of somebody who I think should be right up there as, to match up to those from the Fnatic era.
Vaya pique, hijos de puta.
USP,
Oof.
not going to get too much. But how many more are there, asks Rez. Of course, right now, Alexi about to go carve a path through the A site. The bomb could still double back through underground. Death can be avoided. That much is for certain, but Head Trick wants to dish it out instead. Now the Apartments player will take over to clean up these last two, but he actually dies. So Liaz can grab the Galil as the bomb heads A, and Greyhound get at least something out of a measly USP round.
Honestly, nothing but headshots out of those USPs. So not bad, but one kill is the only problem. But yeah, Brolin was sort of like, what are the equivalents? It's like Mihu coming into old Virtus Pro to like try to help them save a lineup that was supposed to be god tier in their region, and then coming in right at the end. So not getting, the pick of the litter when it comes to spots, being set up, but maybe learning a lot from really veteran players and sort of forming a pedigree that to make him ready to carry the best Swedish lineup. Similar to like Phelps coming into the SK lineup. I think Brolin is that story out of Sweden, but far fewer players from Sweden that have proceeded to be as dominant. I mean, I guess the same can be said for both Poland and Brazil in that way as well. But he sort of got to lead the charge. Unfortunately, I guess for him, not a full Swedish lineup. Even though it feels like they've got a very amicable team. I think these guys like each other a lot.
Yeah, I definitely think they put stock in that, no doubt. What do you think of Rez's comeback? Because to be honest with you, I'd kind of just forgotten about Rez and the impact he can have, and yet here we sit in the challenger stage. He's 4th highest rated, behind just some godly oppers.
Yeah, well, ever since Oakland 2017, we've been talking about how good Rez can be, and I think right now he's showing he's even better than Brolin. But I think that Rez has the potential to have like unbelievable entries, for example. Obviously, some of the best headshots.
Yeah, speaking of which, Alistair gets popped by him towards the ramp. A-site's going to get peeled apart. Double kill out of Brolin's Palace push. Leaves on the other side of the map, and this is looking so comfortable for Ninjas. They catch the ramp aggression. Clearly Greyhound wanting to get active, but Rez so ready. Brolin, in response, wants to go above, pulls the thread and keeps on yanking. And poor Greyhound, that A-site just absolutely evaporates.
I sort of see Rez in my mind as like a, really good opening to mid-round player. Not so much of a closer, and of course can be relatively aggressive, but not as complete of a star player rifler as some of the other names in history, the Nikos, the Electronics, or anything like that. Whereas I feel like I see more depth with Brolin, but the stats might say more, honestly, with how well Rez has been playing lately. And he's obviously got some of the cleanest mechanics that we've ever seen out of Sweden. What about you? I mean, who do you think should be the star of the show, or the 2 stars?
Yeah, to be honest, man, I still believe in Config, despite all the struggles that happened at the start of his inclusion for the Ninjas. I just think about how he, alongside Blame F, was basically just keeping that Astralis lineup alive. I know that his departure from Astralis was his fault, but it did kind of feel like he was still ready to compete, still wanted to compete, and did stick around, found a new home very quickly. I think he wears that chip on his shoulder very obviously, and I think he still has what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got the map like land kill record, I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so in terms of potential, of course, we always talk about that with Config.
Ooh, potential on this one with 2 saved guns. There we go, boys. There we go indeed. 2 rifles saved from that B site. And we saw it last round a bit slower. The rifle creep into ramp. That's how they ended up losing man advantage. Well, this time they just take it mid. 3 kills quick and a deagle headshot over on B. Speaking of Config, suddenly he's the last man left.
That's how you get value out of low guns. Put them all in the place where the Ninjas were going to go to. And they have been trying to take over mid a lot.
I think Config is still always fair for criticism because of his inconsistencies, and I think a lot of that sometimes comes down to mental.
He's such a confidence player.
He's a real confidence player, and he'll be the first to admit it, that like when he has a good start, oh, you know that config 30 bomb is coming, which is a good look for the beginning of this matchup this evening. And if config starts slowly, expect him to stay there.
Yeah, and he said, he's exactly said those words, so I can vouch. He said that that's his biggest problem for sure, is just not being able to come back from, I don't know, a bad pistol round, maybe. A couple shots get missed, and I think there's a part of him that believes, well, it's not my day. And that's not a good sign for somebody, you know, to match up the star players who have to be consistent all year.
Just knows in the first 3 rounds, like, nope, go Brolin.
That's why we all cheer for him, because he's just like us.
Yeah, right. No, I'm the other way around. I'm good for the first 3 rounds, and then you'll never hear from me. Oh, God, keep jumping. Kangaroo Jack here, stuck outside the underpass. Deep molly to try to escape through mid, and he'll get away with it. Vexite lucky to be alive on the escape. But it is not the mid clash that the Greyhounds were hoping for. In contrast to the last round, we're still 5v5. There's no immediate slaughter of the Ninjas top mid, and therefore, this is more of what we had seen from the Ninjas in the slower paced moments. All of these rounds have gone their way. But we do get that ramp aggression with nobody to keep it in check. No res above on the smoke ledge. Brolin gone. So information gained for Greyhound, and they could definitely justify a rotate towards that B site, and they'd better get one in soon because the numbers are coming from Ninjas.
Well, the information goes now, but now it still could actually be the formation of an A attack. They have some info on the lower ramp, but they don't know if it's halls connected with connector. So that means that Ninjas, it might be hard. It might be hard for them to be stopped.
Man, Liaz leaning real far back. Not the best place for the A1S. Config's gonna get taken down a bit. There we go. Double kill out of him. And it's Liaz's chance to pick up some slack. Vexite, fast flank, right into the kill feed he goes. And Liaz, excellent job of just keeping his head down. Config hunts him though, figures out where he's at. And now his head trick plants bomb. Sicko comes in from catwalk with no targets yet. The Opper just backing up slightly, but it's not a kill. And Config awaits that flank. Alistair is coming, revealed to Config, who's pinned against this wall with a second CT inbound. They've got him, and they've got another. The Greyhounds win a retake to keep this game close.
Yeah, not bad. They got themselves all in great spots after a ramp control to quickly flank B. And Inns, of course, his first 2 frags on the hold. It speaks to how well he's done recently. Just enough in the way of delaying. And Ninjas letting their guard down about where people could be. I think they spotted Liaz from the van and thought, well, he's probably solo in this spot, but that's actually the second time Greyhound have used this setup.
Game on, boys.
Yeah.
Game on.
Well, Ninjas have slowly won mid-control a couple of times. Now they quickly do it, and ooh, lots of bullets dodged here, even though Vexite can call the timing, but that's fast ladder control.
I didn't know Config could do ballet.
And it looks like right into the idea. Palace under pressure, connector under pressure, rotations under pressure.
Not the best of spots for Sicko, but if he can serve up a distraction, if Vexite can keep it in control, that's great. Ince now revealed. We've got 2 kills to each team. But Ince is stranded, stuck down beneath, able to bail back to triple. No, he decides not to. Okay, wants to still play on default, calls for the assistance over towards Ticket. That's Alistair on the op, ready. But Ninjas decide to pull back, and this whole entire time, Config's still up in ladder.
Yeah, and he's just here to try to lock down rotations. You can tell them cat's clean. There could be the op rotating in back through CT. They've got to worry about it, but Greyhound also have to worry about a re-aggression. So a lot of this could come down to Config's timing if he takes a peek and finds the frag, or if he gets caught off guard. However, they are actually going to go for the re-aggression. Wow. Well, they have time to do it, and they find the kill on Liaz. But is going A still the best idea? Here is Alistair.
Ready, waiting. He's going to have to react with a downward snap. Ooh, but first Config dies out towards window. Evened out again. When does the Palace player strike? Right now, and he lands his shot. Alistair looking for the counter pick, looking to keep res from getting up connector. Now flashed, has to hide, and his counter oppers out. But Headtrick's not watching Ticket. He's not ready for this yet. Bomb still goes down. No pressure on Rez. Takes a chance and gets away with it. The creep in from Alistair, the trade back from Headtrick, and a CT exchanging fire. He's got him locked in, but a missed shot suddenly gives Ince another chance. He closes that gap, getting dangerously closer. Headtrick inching around, defuse coming through, Ince all the way.
What? He actually just stuck it. Pros don't fake. Oh my God, I can't believe Ince went for that. I was so sure. I mean, Headtrick knew that the bomb got tapped, but who would defuse out in the open like that? I mean, of course, there's a smoke down, but brave move, and it pays off. They took full advantage. This round did have some flaws from Ninjas. They did come up with some cool ideas towards the end, but, you know, too many people falling in without being able to guarantee the trade, and Alistair sneaking in made this difficult. Headtrick missed a shot at the top of stairs as well. That could have ended it. It was brought up on the desk. Mistakes can be made from NIP. They can get inside their own heads, and as good as they can look sometimes, they can also fall apart. So a second timeout will be called. Sanity check here for Ninjas as they go into the next round. Make sure the game plan is still solid.
Oh, I'm just so relieved it's not another 16-0.
Yeah,
the more I think about it, you know, coming, you know, Aussies versus
really
European CS, I didn't want to have to go through that again for their sake. But quick reality, here's Headtrick. Doesn't manage to get the second. Love it. Vexite right up in their faces, applying that pressure, clawing it back as Ince was taken down first. Brolin doesn't want to take this chance versus the op.
Unfortunately for Headtrick, you know, shots you can't miss. Missed that top stairs in the last one.
No, good point.
Goes for the repick on this, gets decimated. Vexite had every reason to take that duel.
Alexi bouncing back, though, from bottom mid. He can disengage if he chooses to. Brolin could go grab bomb. Tries to chase the cat player. Smoke on con, so he knows this space should be unchallenged. Ooh. Makes contact with Vexite, but that's all Alistair needs to go for the commitment. Takes his peek, takes his kill, sets up the round nicely. And Brolin's gonna try to keep the pressure on the op. Oof, bada boom. The extra headshot for Alistair puts Greyhound on a CT lead.
Vaya como la está liando Ninjas, chaval. Iban 4-1, iban 4, o sea, 5-4 ahora.
Big moment from Vexite and a couple of big moments in this match, honestly, because
Madre mía.
He caught some attention recently. We've been talking about him for a little bit. He's the newest addition, I believe, to Greyhounds. Unless I'm missing anyone, I think he is. And I don't know. I've seen him play some clutches that absolutely turned heads.
Quick yet again to set up close. Rez just sending it. Uh-oh.
Everyone's missing grenades today.
Rez does jump out of the window, though, so a little bit of pressure. It's good enough to get Ince back on the other side of Murder Hole. Window, jungle, seems kind of susceptible, and Greyhound are content to just leave some portion of the map open for the taking. Also makes Liaz's job of holding Catwalk a little more difficult, but he's still floating around.
Yeah. Well, they've got him scared about window, and Greyhound aren't here to try to take it back. So there's that. Ninjas will also keep tabs on it. And now the rotate back around is in for the T side. Somehow feels like Ninjas have equivalent guns, but they really are coming into this with a half buy.
Yeah, este pavo, ¿por qué no lo
Connector as the split
reportan?
starts to take place. The A-site holder's been doing a great job.
They've been doing a good job of just also playing along the wall. Tuck back in these corners. Giving Ninjas an outwards look into the bomb site and then taking it all back. So here we go. 3 out from ramp at the 25-second mark, and Vexite's just gonna buy time. No rush, no panic, even with the flash. Cool as ever. Stops that bomb plant, and just like that, Ninjas suddenly, all of their hope gone. Poor Brolin looking for some impact back. Vexite comes in for second servings, and they almost pick that up with time to spare, but with the CT peak, it's all good Greyhound.
Yeah, and they almost die here after time. So Ninjas, I mean, they've been able to win map control, whether like mid on a number of occasions here, but converting has been a struggle. And I think they're getting nothing out of getting the rotations when they take mid control, whether it's winning window or ladder room. And then they're also coming up negative on the trades when they're trying to open the sites, right? So the only reason you really want mid control is to compromise as many spots as possible on the sites, but you still got to kill the two guys there. They're just in less positions, less good positions. And so the entries are really failing, I feel like, here for Ninjas. But solid for Greyhound to rely on their anchors in this way.
Alistair point blank. Let's see it. Rez is ready. Oh,
wow. Yeah.
Smoked.
That's huge.
Blasted. First shot belongs to Rez, but Alistair with the bigger bullet. Let's see if Config can claw it all back. We've got one stuck in sandwich. Got one jumping back on ticket. Ince reveals himself, but Headtrick's got the trade. It's at least something here for Greyhound to work with. All the while, Vexite waits, and it pays off. Patience to a T. Alexi B in from mid with an answer. Headtrick still full health. But Alexi's in a tricky spot, so he'll lay down the smoke top connector.
Hostia, el otro jugando con un Gapla, que la ha pegado, niño.
Could end up haunting Ninjas if they try to hit that B site, just because he'll be up in the apartments.
Yeah, this is perfect mid-round here from Greyhound. And they've got a position on the ramp, don't have to watch their back at all. One option, and Liaz will do his job over on B.
Es que el problema de estos partidos es que la gente no perdona. O sea, como te descuides un poco, es que te llueve una hostia.
O
sea, te calzan una hostia y no te dan ni cuenta.
Just the anchors. When it's the T side is all about creating that 4v2, 5v2, and removing information from the CTs to big flank who push another extremity. And for the most part, fundamentally, they're getting that out of it, but like they're losing out on the gun duels. Greyhound looks very comfortable to just play full passive in a lot of these rounds. And the one time that they had like low guns, they went for mid control. Well, they won all their trades there too.
Yeah, that one stings. Nice patience from Vexite as well, capitalizing on the best moment. That little 4-bullet burst is clean. Yeah, two good players indeed. Third timeout from the Ninjas already.
God damn, that's fast. I mean, burning on the T side makes sense. Oh wow, over on the B stream. Well, we're looking to get to a 1-1 potentially, as our pride and joy from the Americas, Pain, are up 14-8 over Apex on Vertigo.
Yeah, we've got a couple teams left from the Americas region looking to claw back our 6th major spot. Give it back, Euro nerds.
Maybe they just reset it all for CS2, hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's open the floor to negotiations. Sleep on it, Valve.
Maybe once Furio win the major.
Yeah, then we're a lock. That's no LCQ for FaZe.
AK on Alexi, pack of players behind him, looking for the A hit. Two here and two over towards Catwalk. Sicko under pressure with the Molotov. He's kind of taken out of this. Alistair, turns, misses, and Alexi with the only AK gets the double entry.
Ha dejado la punta del otro y la ha cagado, tío.
Choke points, Ninjas. It felt like that player under Bout could have gotten away with one. Alistair just looked away before the Palace jump.
Yeah, two slight timings.
Perfect. Exactly what the Ninjas were hoping for.
Yeah, and you know what? Tragedies like that are only brought to you by not playing for the space, like not having deep lines and angles, not pushing up. And unfortunately for Greyhound, they have been taking a ramp control a lot, but in this situation, one goes down and that causes the other to die as well. So perfect situation and remedy for Ninjas. So I have a really strong call to try to do an A-take like this and take advantage of the fact that Greyhound have tried to play a little bit quieter, wait for the attack to come in. But do they learn anything from it? Because overall still, Greyhound are having a great half. And when the full guns are out, they're ahead in rounds. Double entry from Alexi.
Fíjate, solo una AK, chaval. Y se la has liado con una AK.
Good on him to get his moment as well. Because I feel like Alexi is one of those players who can ultimately contribute as an in-game leader in the frag department too.
Yeah.
He's the one that survived. He had the AK. He decided to play it.
Yeah, when Config said any one of his teammates can get 30 kills, that's actually true. And with some IGLs, that's not. So, ooh.
Luckily, Vexite's there to kill Config instead, but Rez has got the return. So a little back and forth here in middle, but that's going to put pressure on Lee as they walk through smoke. Brolin a victim of it. And Alexi tries to chase this. He sees the retreat from Liaz. Molly on his feet. That's going to force him out, but we've also got support inbound. And Liaz does a good job for a second of dodging danger, but he's still found out.
We've got one in the middle of here to Rez to catch rotations. Two coming in his direction. They're not looking.
God. They're going to turn their backs, and he's going to gun them down. At least the first. Sicko's got a chance to trade, but Rez doing a beautiful job of just buying time, sucking him out into the open.
Oh, and they don't plant. Wow, they always take their time doing this.
Done.
Sometimes it's sketchy. This time it's not. Great round from Rez.
Great round from the Ninjas. Alexi isolating the fight inside sight, not rushing anything.
Yeah, and not just chasing him down with a rifle, going to the utility first. That was a sound movement.
Rez with the trade as well. Remember, this was a 5 versus 4 for Greyhound after killing Config. Rez with big impact, just wasting Greyhound's time and then wasting them as well.
It'll be interesting to see what we get on the on the attack for Greyhound, because that's where they got 15-0'd by Apex.
Fair.
Really struggled on the flashes and stuff like that, and of course they've had some time to talk about it as well, so expecting some improvements.
Also where they failed versus 4s. 2 flat T-sides on Mirage are why Greyhound have losses.
Well, awkward setup. No smoke down, and Alexi adjusts with the molly going down, and extra information on this player inside of mid. Vexite coming forward. They had him on both sides. That one was really risky.
Felt stranded, felt desperate, and we see the result of that. Looking to tie this game up on the T side. Config gets a duel before the smoke pops. Catwalk player getting ever closer. Bomb heading towards the B site. That's a great call from Alexi. Feeling as though they would have pulled somebody up. Cat is dead on. Liaz trying to help Ins, but leaves a glaring problem over here towards apartments. Looking to hold it back. Smoke is behind them, so they peek straight in, and Headtrick nails the op shot. Not even going to take this chance. Greyhound looking to keep some pieces in hand in order to shoot for an 8th in the follow-up. It's either team's lead at the end of the half, tied at 7-all.
I think Ninjas are getting better within this half, of course, of course, going back numerically, but even just in the sense of taking map control, but not really like overstaying their welcome, which I think earlier on they were lingering a lot, and in their default, they got the map control off of good ideas, but when they got it, they didn't really know how to convert. Whereas here, now they're grouping up a little bit faster after quickly taking over mid, so I feel like it's fitting their playstyle a bit better. One of the last 2 guns here could be hunted down.
Yeah, done. Poor Ints. They didn't take a chance at the retake. They may not get a chance at the save. Brolin's going for it. Gonna get close. But Sicko holds on. So a silver lining here for Greyhound to round out the half with a chance, a small chance, as not even everybody has money. So that M4 could be very valuable.
Yeah. Well, they may not be looking forward to the second half. First of all, that was a great shot from Alexi. Like, Alistair had a chance to get underneath his crosshair, but oh wow, that was also another great shot. He was not aiming in the trajectory of the smoke, and Lias, victim of a great flick there from Headtrick. Well, that final gun save could make a difference here for Greyhound. They've only got 2 rifles.
I like that they take an initiative, though, up into Palace. Grabbing a bit of control where they can with what they have. Frees up Vexite to get closer to mid. Feels like overall, 15 rounds through, Ninjas really did win the middle portion of this map. Pretty constant battle. One they definitely capitalized on early as well. Alexi Ooh, given a gift as Vexite decides to walk smoke.
Mía, lo que les han liado, chaval.
Just like that, we've got man advantage for Ninjas to try to round out the half. Can Sicko bring it back with a kill towards ramp? Brolin still with, eyes on it.
I think.
Oh, the timing there is going to work out for Brolin.
Ooh.
Sure enough, headshot is his. Config looks for one, and Liaz stuck back with an MP9. He's still alive and fighting, and the bomb's stranded back in middle, so things are going to get weird, but both players are inside of that B site, and Alexi, he's figured it all out. Moves up through jungle. He's going to lock him in on the other side. Cerebral calling from Alexi B again.
Yeah, they took it. Huge punish with Vexite walking through the smoke to try to kill him off of Cat. And you could very easily not watch that and get a little lazy and think, well, the smoke will be respected, but they were careful this time around. So it looks like round 15 may belong to the Ninjas, borrowing some heroics. And there is an AK on Liaz, and there will certainly be an attempt from the CTs to retake.
Flash stuns them, though. Ninjas throw one back. We've got util for the retake. No kit on them. It's going to get going, and it's got to go now. And it's not going to be too pretty once they push past that ticket booth. They'll try their damnedest with the util. Rez waiting and ready. And Headtrick's going to knock them both down. M4A4 to close the first half. It's Ninjas with 4
Pues
at
al
the
final
end, 4 at
solventado,
the
Ninjas.
start. There's some success here for Greyhound, but will it be enough on a side that they've struggled so often on?
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Corsair. No, it cannot be Corsair because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Corsair was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that's...
No me jodas.
The same continent? Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Well, the Ninjas brought that one back. 4 rounds at the tail end to just assert themselves again. There were some Greyhound moments. There was some energy, some positivity, a little bit of pop-off. But ultimately, they now realize that with so few rounds on the T side versus 4s, with no rounds on the T side versus Apex. They have to show us an improvement. They need to work on the failures of this stage of the major. All the doubters look at this moment right here, right now, and think Greyhound will flop this map. Whether they bring it back on Inferno, whether we need Vertigo in this series, or whether they have to play again tomorrow, take this chance. Take your time.
Well, 4v5 to kick this one off. And yeah, it's the flashbangs for the T side that was the biggest problem. Whereas that's actually a huge molly to try to separate the attack, but 2 players slip out.
They do manage. Now the bomb can come outwards as well. Config's waiting for someone to try and challenge back market. Alexi kills Ints. Ooh, getting weird. Vexite through the market. Oh, that's what they needed. Oh, that's what they needed. An individual moment where he jumps through window, through smoke, and catches 2 looking the wrong way, then the remaining CTs have no life. He has given them this pistol win. He's going to take it one further. Finish off Alexi B. Vexite, take a bow. You've given Greyhound a chance. You've tied this game at 8.
Yeah, that's such a play. I mean, okay, Pain have actually won, which means a 3rd map in that series, if I'm correct, right?
You are correct.
Yeah, they split it up now. So, okay, well, this game is certainly not going to be a gimme for Nip, as we've just seen. Vexite is ready to game. And a fake attempt on the retake here as we press out, but not saving in pistols. That's what we want to see.
Liaz will enjoy, or excuse me, Alistair will enjoy the moment. He got a little quiet in that first half after having a round or 2. Here it is, Vexite through market.
Oh, wow.
That second shot.
Beautiful.
Poor.
Was wondering how that went down. No shots back. Tough way to go. They were set up in such a beautiful position. Lots of frustration already here.
Yeah,
with such a tight first half, with a history of losing to Greyhound.
I feel like they would have felt as though that one was a shoo-in under lock and key, that B bomb site. But Vexite jumps through market window smoke. That's so rude. That's so rude. Rez has got the deagle point blank. 3 players in Palace with automatic guns. Surely Rez can't kill them all. In fact, he'll kill none. Head trick gets 1 frag. Sicko with the trade. Ince gets aggressive up in jungle, and we've got a conversion here from the Greyhound, so they're back in the lead.
Yes, good start.
They don't step on the landmine that was the Palace player.
Yeah, so they had a, you know, a pretty good victory over Ninjas last time on Mirage. I mean, I think it was 16-12, if I recall correctly. And, you know, of course, there's going to be T rounds involved in that.
Owned.
And I think when you suffer a defeat like that with the whole night to think about it, and it was the flash assist, that was the huge problem. You're going to put some real work in, you know, to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And I think in the game that we saw with Apex, the real problem was it looked like if there was an op on both sides of the map, and even if there was 3 ops on the map, they would have all gotten kills easily because of the low efficacy flashbangs over a ramp. And it's not that the flashes were always misplaced, but there wasn't a player ready to swing at the exact moment that it popped in a lot of those circumstances. So it's also the spacing and basically the try runs that separated them from having an opportunity to win any rounds on T side. Could have been an off day, could have been just real rough on Mirage. Here's where they can prove that, well, today is a new day. But I don't think this pistol is just quite enough. Ninjas will have a good CT side to follow up, certainly. This is their map pick, and I think it's a very reasonable one for them to take. And I think they should absolutely be betting on themselves again, even if the veto is similar to the last time that they lost.
Just don't lose that bomb. Alistair's on his own right now. They're going to try to force him, but he's got a route out.
Oh, he's still thinking about taking A. Oh, they leave a gap in the window. That's huge. They're not ready to rock it back just quite yet either, but the CTs are starting to get frisky, but no kill. They really want to get that one.
I want that gun, but it's being guarded. They've given up all the forward A control. It's not as though they went out and checked ramp and saw anything, but they're just gambling incorrectly now.
This is definitely a brave call from Greyhound. So, I mean, If this is a read on an opponent that they understand, well, and it comes from the right place, they're going to find a completely open, vacant A site, which should be an easy plan. No retake going to take place with USPs. They are going to make triple sure, though, of course.
Play every second. Go ahead. Ooh. A little bit more from the Deagle off of Catwalk, but it's really looking like it's just Config's kill. Greyhound to 10. And you know, Launders, 10 is only 6 away from the win.
It is.
Go ahead, sicko. Ow.
Well, he got down the ladder eventually.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Counts. Oof, Config with another off of Cat. All right, all of a sudden we're getting, a price tag. AK picked up as well. There's a silver lining here towards the end for Ninjas.
They got a lot out of this.
No one's taking that 10th round from him. Greyhound, double digits. And Config dies as well.
Ooh.
They get the AK back and they make sure he doesn't keep it.
Yeah, that's not bad. Still some good kills. Extra careful there from Greyhound, even versus the lightest of investments. And now we'll find out if Ninjas can show us why they deserve revenge. Up and play with all the utility here to kick off a T-side rifle.
That's what we're waiting for, though. Let's see it. Ninjas on the guns. Opt for head trick. The Grenadier of Alexi B. But his nade is a miss this time.
Some of the best nades since Astralis. Alexi B's got him.
Still holds the utility damage record.
Over 1,000 in one half.
Dust 2.
Yep. Rest in peace.
Gone but not forgotten. Actually, I've been playing enough of the CS2 beta.
True.
I'm glad that.
Even knowing it's coming back so soon.
Yeah, just good riddance.
Change the map a little more, I think. But the one smoke cross makes it interesting, though, on long.
That's fair.
Being able to nade the smoke as well also makes it interesting.
Yeah, well, I want to throw smokes on nuke, okay? Let's go. Chop, chop.
True. All right, organization here. Past 1 minute smoke into mid. Op on a great angle, it's going to see one. And now should be holding a little bit wider, I think, for the cross. Surely spotted that, right?
Should have seen 2, and oof, Sicko's dead first.
That one's a little easy.
Hedrick sits on it, then the Molotovs come out, the flashes drop from the windowsill, the Catwalk player starts to pry forward, and he's gonna die to Alexi, which means they still don't know about the guy on Arch. Down beneath the window is Config. Easily dispatches of Liaz, perfect connector timing peak here from Rez, and this one falls so incredibly flat.
Yeah, I got a little deja vu from that round when thinking about the last time I played Apex. Like where Hedrick falls back, not flashed. Not flashed on his first pick, not flashed on his fallback, no rifles flashed in the sight. So that's not too good. Now, sometimes if you work on a bunch of stuff, you might get nervous and misexecute the first try of it. Maybe they can say that that's the reason, come in the next round and show a better self. But right here, just way too easy for Nip. I'll put it that way. Mixed bag of buys here. Well, Alistar, of course, keeps the op in hand. Kind of fun to be an op in this position. Have some freedom to take a risk or two.
Ooh. Oh, doesn't shoot.
My God. It's just so close.
Alexi's having a great game, 14 and 9.
He's going to phase that smoke screen. Oh, and Alexi can sniff it out.
He knows.
Yeah, these two do know each other, so could be some rounds in recent memory that they're calling to. But look at the mid setup, man. It's untouched right now for the T side, which allows for fast rotations to both A and B, so I need to have that much info on where the site will be hit for sure. But the weird part about this split is, I mean, all choke points are being approached from Greyhound outside of middle. So this is a chance for Ninjas to make a mistake or forget about an extra player. It's about time Greyhound make a decision.
Remember, pistols on majority, so
there should be a top. I mean, if they had a flash in top mid, they could try to rock them out of this, but no pressure because they're on low guns, low utility.
Flashes only. Those come over the top of the A site as the ramp players start to walk closer. Alistair also looking to join them in from mid. Res timing. Manages to get some damage, but it's Config to pick up the slack. Meanwhile, Brolin, it's a one and done. Good trade out from Vexite. They needed one of the two weapons to pop off, and with the op drop towards mid, that Vexite kill is all they need to at least get the bomb down. Headtrick plays patiently, waits for the plant and his teammates to get into position. Config wastes no moment, running this one all the way back around. A missed shot from Headtrick, but it primes Alexi B perfectly. So poor Ince, great player, no gun. Deagle up. Is that enough? Goes for the peek to Headtrick and falls to the AWP. It is Ninjas to tie it at 10.
He gave it a thought because of Inns, of course, hitting 30 in one of these Challenger Stage games. But yeah, overall solid round from Nip. Not enough to test the setup there, and I feel like we're obviously, you could see the idea was to just get this A split going with as many choke points as possible after pushing up to B a little bit earlier on in the round. But again, some bum flashes, you know, like even trying to flash inside of connector with Headtrick holding the angle. You can at least, if you get Headtrick off of that position, you can at least threaten the fact that someone crossed the triple, that push to CT if he has to fall out. But they miss it, honestly. So tie game now, but full buys. Oh, smoke will be missed, but the spray is good.
Shot, Vexite.
La que la pega un niño.
How? What? A second
I don't know where that comes through. That some kind of wall bang deep into jungle.
Going to CT, he got Brolin in CT.
Get him down. Contain the ticket. And look for that one round lead. It's a man advantage at least. It's a chance for Ninjas if you wanted to just walk away.
Yeah, I don't even think they want to try to do this.
Slip
they
back.
Could, but
give it up. Write this one off and try to tie the game at 11 all. Or reposition over towards ticket. But, I mean, bomb's ticking pretty quick already. You've got 4 kills you need to get. And you know some of these guys are going to be just deep in these positions, entrenched in safe spots. And so sure enough, they do decide to concede it. Or at least 2 do. Config dies in the end. And with bomb popping, all good. Everybody else is going to be able to hang on to the guns unless Vexite comes through, but that's just a death sentence. So sure enough, a pop out onto the A site.
Dude, Vexite.
With a double from Vexite.
Yeah, man, he's been a game changer. I mean, some rounds are just him and his 2 kills. So real beautiful entries, and I don't think this shot's that easy. Clean tap on Headtrick, and yeah, that's it. The spam into CT spawn. That's after Brolin's opening too.
4v5 win looks good on the Greyhound camp.
We're ready for that pop.
Hey, pistol plus conversions. Now their first gun round win, but immediately out of config. Roosting up on top of Catwalk, posted for the kill. And just like that, Ninjas with an edge. Missed shot from Headtrick, a duel for Vexite, but versus an Opper, he's gonna let it go. No ego on this one. Brolin gives chase. Here's the movement. Alistair finds impact out towards middle. And with Rez dead, they've clawed this back to even keel.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, Brolin's in a great spot to catch one coming back.
If Vexite's not hiding anything from him.
Yeah, so bomb outside B. Maybe this ends B. Kind of hard to get back Palace. Right now, no defenders on that side of the map. They've seen the re-aggression from Greyhound into the danger zone, so maybe they're thinking, don't move too quickly. This might play to the favor of Greyhound. Inns could also catch a cat rotation if they go off of cat and turn the corner. We'll see. Maybe Alistar can barge his way into the site, but no, that rotation is not caught or punished by Inns.
Here comes the utility bomb on his back. And
assisting the lurk.
Yeah, there's still a chance to leave. Sure enough, Inns could get up through jungle, could find a back turned. Headtrick is watching this though, so NIP seem wary. But if Headtrick misses, which we've seen 1 or 2,
then
all of a sudden that bomb sprints, and Alexi B's catwalk presence is the only thing that becomes a problem. But you can see Ninjas already
you can hear
starting to suss it out, and here comes Alistair. If he doesn't look towards cat, which he won't, this one's flat. Having to draw it back in means he's done. Exposed to Alexi B means it's a tie game yet again. The Ninjas to get their 11th.
Yeah, we can see some of the opportunities for Greyhounds in these moments where, like, yeah, they can actually create a good position. The bait ends up to the top of connector, but before that, Inns could have potentially punished Alexi for rotating into the site in the first place. And then when Inns is the one at the top of connector, he's not supporting Alistar on the rotation through underpass. So they're kind of, there's an idea there, but they're not actually complementing the idea with, like, you know, an opportunity to trade frag. So that's why we've got an 11-11 score line. It's time for Greyhound to make a wish. They've only got one AK.
Ooh, dink. And dead. Got 2 down in underground. Bomb offered over. Well, at least Liaz pulls them back. I mean, these CTs definitely don't feel comfortable, but swapping out to the sidearm, it's such an advantage.
That could have been worse.
Finds it easily.
Yeah, that's a situation that could have definitely gone a little bit worse.
Money's still not great, though. 3 players for Greyhound within $3,000. They're going to buy up, but there will be limitations here in Galils and shortcomings in utility. Definitely not ideal, but as we get to the tail end of this game, they feel like they've got to force this.
Well, this is the quote that Ninjas hit last time. They played at Pro League. Some relief, of course. Is there a push through the A ramp? Oh, but they disassemble the boost and see the op at the same time. This will take away some wind from the tactic. Config, not much help here, but seems very suspicious that somebody has snuck by.
And at least there's nobody still middle, so him offering his back to the top mid push goes unpunished.
That head trick op rotating in through into the marketplace might be just in time. While the smoke is still fresh, good timing here. Double push off of Cat.
One nice and easy. 2 do cross. 1 drops. Bomb right behind it. Alexi B duels, and now all of a sudden, head trick. Oh!
Hostia.
Head smash. 2 dead in the open ground. Take a bow. B site closed.
Yeah. Popped him like some melons there. That was beautiful head trick. Even shocked himself, I think. Hell. Well, there were some sitters that head trick missed. A round like this in the 4th quarter could make up for it. Beautiful third shot. My God.
That's so nasty. Poor Liaz, man. I feel like he's been getting bullied in those kinds of moments.
Yeah, but there's another position that needs to be flashed. The window on the cross.
Well, you're right.
Smoked.
Yep, no, dead on.
There's too many highlights coming out of Oppers versus Greyhound on this map.
Feels like it's all too often that is the point of criticism as well.
Yeah.
You go back to IEM Katowice when they got beat by MIBR. When Insani had his crazy Vertigo performance versus Greyhound. Ramp on Vertigo every single round. He's got line of sight. Every single round he seems so comfortable. And those are the moments that Greyhound really do collapse. Back to the pistols, which didn't work for them before. Ninja's making a run for that 16th round here on Mirage. It is their map pick. It is Inferno next. And it's a legend spot on the line.
Looks like there'll be some lead-in time into this attack as Greyhound defend against 14.
Wow, tantos jodidos ahora, Greyhound.
We've seen some of their anti-ecos lead into connector very late into the round, but Ninjas have, because they haven't really abused top boxes and crossing the top of mid, Ninjas have felt very comfortable at like holding lines to the top of mid, playing inside of window late, and getting some free frags.
More where that one came from. He's got support too, so go ahead. Oh no, man, does it with the pistol.
Don't knock on his door.
Yeah, it's all good. Rez is here to help. Alistair, get him. Glock's out.
Not bad.
There we go. Something to be...
Make it a movie.
Working off of 7 seconds has to die, and will do exactly that as Ninjas
Vaya
take 14
tortazo, niño.
without even breaking a sweat.
I think Ninjas don't see themselves losing this time around. I think they are characterizing the last matchup as a little lucky, and they think, all right, well, this is the Ninjas we know are better and have made improvements. And, you know, to be fair to Greyhound, it's not like they're like lagging behind in any specific ways. The Ninjas have clearly gotten a lot better right before the lead up to the major. No better time to do it.
Down goes Alistair. Double Headtrick's been powering up these last few rounds.
Oh, yeah.
And Config's going to clear one out in middle. So
Nah, ya se los han comido.
They just simply can't get past the individual levels now. They've given Headtrick enough time to warm up. He's on the brink of 30 kills. Config yet again towards mid with a multi-frag.
Ahí vuelve a repiquear, no debería.
Alongside Alexi B, giving Headtrick a second and third teammate to play off of.
Barely letting go of any grenades on this round, man.
It's so comfortable. It's so dominant. It's honestly so impressive. One of the We Play Academy League stars, and not even one of the biggest stars to come out of Navi Jr.
Yeah.
Right?
He was the best player after Monacy, after Bit on Navi Jr. for sure.
But not even as an opper. That's what everybody forgets.
Yeah, not even as an opper. Definitely started out as a rifle. And then when he picked up the op, still kept the stats up high. But yeah, for a long time there, was just on the AK almost exclusively. But making a name for himself here, of course, jumping onto a tier 1 team and trying to carry.
And crazy that, of course, place on Ninjas, Device. One of the greatest AWPs to ever do it.
Light work.
Now Ninjas seemingly do have op dominance in their repertoire. On full display here today versus Greyhounds. Smokes up in the face of the pressure. Here it comes. Greyhounds attempt to get into the A site. Smoke spam from Vexite certainly helps. You'd think that means plants, but the bomb's in the back. Vexite's dead. Double kill, still impressive. Liaz holds connector smoke, a slight gap, but it's not something that we're gonna see them punished for.
Ooh, one cross to the right.
Yeah, Liaz is real close to this. Ready for the connector play. Headtrick's coming out. Utility goes first. Headtrick playing around with it though, not letting his guard down, looking for impact backside first, and Sicko's gonna kill him. Alexi clears Liaz from the corner, and now this 2v4 has already been evened out, but Rez finds perfect timing. Bomb planted for the A ramp. Alistair has to do it. No, not this time around. A 2v4 to close it, just enough time for the defuse, and the Ninjas.
Luego veremos más tarde a ver cómo van en el partido.
Yet again.
Luego veremos más tarde a ver cómo van en el partido. Luego veremos a ver cómo van en el partido. Lo voy a dejar así. Y vamos a echar una partidilla, va.
Let's roll.
No le doy, tío. Ah, vale. Tío, pero me estás vacilando o qué? Me cago en la puta, tío. El equipo de mierda que tengo, colega. Tío. Bueno, pues nada, oye. Te estoy pegando tiros en la cabeza, pero como si nada.
Who died to the knife is gay.
Oh yeah, nice shot.
No, pero... Tío, la gente es que es retrasada mental. Eso es lo que yo quería. Nice.
That's how you do it. Nice. Nice shot. That's the way we do it. There you go. All right. Move out.
Todos tocan igual. Este pavo, el RFS... Tío, escúchame. tiene, mala suerte en la vida. Tenía que haber mullado. Le tenía que haber mullado. Mira el otro como sube agachado. Madre mía. Puto cono de los cojones. Pero tío, la gente es que es más rata, colega.
Way to go.
¿Por qué me sales disparando aquí? Tío, ¿en serio vas a estar ahí jugando? Bueno, pues no, a esperar a que salgáis. Jodidos matados, loco. Pero sube, no te quedes ahí en todo el medio, gilipollas. Madre mía, vaya jugadores, chaval. Míralo, tío, o sea, es que son unos pussy de mierda. Tonto, que eres tonto. Puto manco de mierda, colega. Claro que sí, sigue buscándome detrás de las paredes, come polla.
Clean kill.
Venid a la casa, así os voy a poner finos. Claro que sí, dame todos los tiros otra vez. A chuparla. Ay, señor. Tío, el Mark Game este... Es una puta rata, loco. O sea, qué puto asco me estás dando. Vas a cagar, me cago en Dios. Gilipollas este. Las putas ratas, loco. Pero cómo no. Mira, tío. Se me pone el otro delante, el gilipollas. Puto sin cerebro. Si es que ni siquiera la apunto y ya me viene directo, tío, full W. ¿Qué me estás pasando, tío? Qué redondo. Este tío aquí. ¿Qué te has pensado, gilipollas? Es que vaya puta mierda, de Claro que sí, te vienes a por mí. Claro, tío, y me matas disparando otra vez, claro que sí. No me lo creo. Tío. Puto manco, ya aún sigue ahí media hora, tú. Oye, me cago en mi puta vida, tío. Coño. Hostia, cómo me escucha. No. Me estás esperando detrás del árbol, loco. Y este tío que no lo matan. Pero tío, me cago en Dios. Puto manco. Bueno, y este me sale disparando, ¿sí? Venga, anda, crack. ¿Cómo me está? Mira, tío, escúchame. Este tío lleva una mierda que alucina. No, si la peña, macho, las armas que son para correr. Uy. No, menos mal, menos mal. Menos mal que tiene un compañero gilipollas. No, pero... Y el gilipollas, tronco. Claro, tío. Mete todo hecho. En fin. Cuando ya empieza a haber nombres de gente portuguesa, ya es cuando... Ya empiezan las cosas raras, macho, con los putos portugueses. Por eso no quiero jugar con ellos, tío. Por eso no quiero jugar con portugueses, porque son muy tramposos. No voy a jugar con portugueses. Encima son el mismo grupo. Me está invitando el mismo amigo de él. Los pesados de mierda. Que no voy a jugar con vosotros, hostia. Esto parece mentira, macho. Ya verás, ya verás. Bueno, pero es que este águila. Pero es que ¿a dónde vais? O sea, es que son rarísimos los portugueses, colega. Otra vez, que no juego con vosotros, hostia. Verás, estos otros igual. No, paso. Otros igual. Tío, con la disparidad de los rangos, macho. Mira, ¿ves? Esto ya... Español. Vale, vale. Esto ya me gusta más. ¿Veis? Todos más o menos igualados. Solo nos llevamos un rango. Esto ya me gusta más, tío. Digo, no.
Quería de influir.
Buenas.
Hola.
Buenas.
Buenas.
¿Qué tal, chavales?
Bueno, ya solo falta un quinto. Bien, buscando aquí al
quinto.
último, a ver.
¿Estáis viendo la Major, chavales?
No, la verdad que no me he puesto ningún partido y me tenía que haber puesto...
Buah, ha habido ya varios que... Uf. Me la estoy viendo desde hace 3 días ya. No todo, pero
Sí.
los importantes.
Las finales son este finde, ¿no?
Creo que sí. Ahora
Sí,
están
porque-
con la fase eliminatoria del grupo B, de los que han perdido la primera tanda.
Vale, vale. Yo es que estuve mirando para ir ese fin de semana con un colega. Pero
¿A
al
París?
final no... Sí.
Pues
A
tiene
ver
que
las
ser
finales a
tiene que
París.
ser una experiencia, la verdad.
Sí.
Yo es que me he
A
visto
ver.
Fate, Force. Ayer estuve viendo.
Hostia, ahora está Nip.
Ahora está Ninja sin pijamas y Greyhound. Les han metido un comeback. Los ninjas sin pijamas en Mirage iban más o menos igualado perdiendo. Y les han
Sí.
metido un comeback pero brutal.
Joder.
Y ahora están en el segundo mapa. Y si no resuelven en este, creo que el último era.
Vértigo.
Vértigo, sí, cierto.
Sí, sí, lo pone ahí. Mirage, Inferno, Vértigo.
Sí. No sé, pero está muy bien, la verdad. Está
Pues a
muy
ver.
bien.
Y
No
es
me he
que
visto
yo
todos, pero...
Yo estuve hace tiempo en la Madrid Game Week, en las finales de Rainbow Six España y demás.
Sí.
Y la verdad que el ambiente y todo era la polla. O sea,
Tiene
yo me
que
lo
ser
pasé-
una pasada, sí.
Me lo pasé genial.
Yo
Además,
si se
fuimos 7 o 8
hiciera
colegas
ese,
que
yo
cogimos
iría.
un apartamento y demás.
Ah, entonces si os lo montasteis bien.
Sí, sí, fuimos, además, yo desde Navarra, que estaba viviendo ya aquí en España. Vino otro de Cantabria, de Granada vino uno, de Barcelona otro, en Madrid había uno, mi ex de Benidorm y 2 de Pamplona.
Pues seguramente no fui porque trabajaba, pero a mí me pillaba al lado. O sea, vivo a 40 kilómetros de donde se celebró ahí en Madrid.
Sí, que era en IFEMA.
Sí, en el IFEMA.
Pues
Pues a
estaba de
mí me
puta madre.
pillaba
Además de
a
que-
40 minutos, me pillaba de donde vivo.
Joder. Porque tenías el escenario para la final y demás, para los partidos, y luego stands de Sony, stand de los equipos, de videojuegos, de mangas. Porque además estaban 2 pabellones.
Sí, he trabajado para una empresa que se encargaba de montar lo de IFEMA, sé cómo es de grande.
Sí, sí.
Lo que pasa que nosotros era para la feria de la gastronomía.
Ah.
Y montamos 7 stands, pero que eso era... Es como una especie de U, pero es una U gigante.
Sí, sí, eso es enorme.
Es enorme, sí. Pues un stand iba montado en un ala y los otros 5 o 6 iban montados en el otro ala.
Joder.
Y era la de gastronomía, ¿sabes? Y me lo pasé de puta madre. Sabía que me lo iba a pasar en esto de puta madre, pero no pude ir. No me acuerdo ahora por qué fue, pero seguro que fue por curro.
Ah, puede ser. O sea, te hablo que las finales estas fueron hace 3 años, creo. Que estuve.
No sé, pero las de ahora de París lo he estado viendo y ojito, tiene que estar muy guapo donde lo tienen,
de esos de CSGO tiene que estar muy top.
Sí,
Yo
sí, sí.
Lo estuve mirando porque además, fin de semana, París, que tampoco está tan lejos.
A ver, si vives por ahí por Barcelona, te pilla al lado.
A ver, yo ahora estoy viviendo en Zaragoza, pero a poco que pille su...
¿En Zaragoza?
Sí.
Mi hermano vive en Épila.
Hostia, yo tengo conocidos y demás ahí en Épila.
Pues mi hermano se conoció una maña de ahí de Épila, se casó con ella y se quedó allí.
Joder. Yo es que eso, yo llevo 2 meses viviendo aquí en Zaragoza.
Uy, guau, qué ronda, chaval.
Soy de cerca, pero entre que he estado viviendo en Francia y demás, pues idas y vueltas.
Yo es que siempre he vivido en Guadalajara, la verdad.
Ah, que eres de Guadalajara,
Sí.
igual que yo, qué casualidad.
No jodas.
Hostia, tío.
Hostia, eso sí que es raro.
¿Qué dices, loco?
¿Quién eres? ¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cuántos años tienes, para empezar?
21.
Nah, no me conocen ni de coña, tengo 32.
Hostia, yo también tengo 32.
Hostia, flipa.
Espérate, le voy a hacer la pregunta más importante para un carrillo. ¿De dónde eres? ¿De qué pueblo eres?
De Humanes y de Valdenoches.
Uf, no tengo conocimiento. Bueno, en Humanes aún conozco a alguien, pero... Nada. Muy mal, muy mal.
Humanes de Hernando y Valdenoches. Y mi tía vive en Junquera.
4 o 5, tío. Pues neta.
Macho, nos va a faltar uno.
No pasa nada, pues vamos 4.
Pues si no,
Uy,
los 4
uy, si le pilla el sí con larga. Uf.
Yungiri.
Se ha quedado niño.
Pues nada, vamos a...
Quedado...
A darle.
Yo que me acaban de invitar de una, macho, que me meto, tío, y me salía como rango medio Nova 4, digo, ya verás tú la broma. Un Plata 3, un Nova 1, un AK y un Águila Laureada. Digo, pero tío, los portugueses, tronco.
Fuah.
Los portugueses son muy extraños, tío.
Les gusta mezclar.
Pero ya no por los chetos, tío, porque no tiene ningún sentido el rank, o sea, lo que es el emparejamiento de rangos es que no tiene ningún sentido.
Pero serían colegas y estarían busteando a los platas.
Seguramente, seguramente.
Y seguramente solo habrían seleccionado Mirage.
Bravo.
Es probable.
Está pasando cosas extrañas.
Solo juegan Mirage, tío, no sé por qué. Mirage y das 2. Y si acaso patrolear o Fais.
Anda, la que la ha metido.
Uy, buah, ya ves, chaval. El pick ese, macho, es muy bueno y la peña no lo utiliza, el de carro.
Anda, toma.
Ah, sí, el de carro. Yo lo utilizo mucho en 2x2. Bueno, lo utilizaba, que hace...
¿Sabéis que vi el otro día en este mapa? ¿Sabéis que está banana cuando llegas a coche, no? Y luego hay como un hueco a la derecha y otro huequecito a la derecha más adelante. Vale, pues cuando el otro equipo tiró el humo defensivo, se pusieron en el hueco más cerca de site a la derecha, le busteó el uno al otro, le pegó una hostia al de tumba, pero increíble.
Sí, ese busteo yo ya lo he visto.
Yo lo había visto un par de veces, tío, pero es que luego juegas partidas, tronco, y nadie tiene... nunca tienes en el equipo nadie que te diga, oye, bustéame aquí, o yo qué sé, tío. Nadie.
Yo como mucho en Inferno y tal, jugando de defensivos y tal, jugando en B, yo siempre suelo decirles, mira, poneos aquí y os tiro la flash en antena y les piqueáis.
Sí. Sí, la que hace el stack y el Ubi siempre.
Exactamente. ¿Y a quién no le mola abrir cajas?
Efectivamente. Escucha, pues desde que empecé a abrir cajas...
Yo desde que empecé a abrir cajas estoy más arruinado que antes.
No, yo le he sacado profit a Skin Club. Este mes no, pero desde que le metí pasta al principio he sacado profit. Te hablo de haberle metido... Sin este último mes, haberle metido a lo mejor, yo qué sé, en total unos 90 o 100 pavos y haber sacado como unos... 200, 300 fácil, ¿eh?
Joder, sí está bien. Bueno,
vamos, de hecho, todavía tengo cosas, ¿eh? Todavía tengo bastantes cosas. Tendré como 120 pavos en movidas.
Joder.
¿Qué mapas queréis?
Los que queráis, chavales, ¿sabes? Me da igual, yo los juego todos.
Miraje Inferno 2-2.
Y fuera.
Me renta.
Al final...
Mira, el de cementerio la va a liar.
Es que esa posi...
El que está escondido en cementerio...
Como te tiren desde Absúmolo ahí, estás jodido, la verdad.
Ya lo han matado. Es que no me había dado cuenta porque digo, pensaba que iban a entrar...
La flash de larga, tío. La flash de larga. Esa flash los ha cegado a todos los de site.
Pues nada, a guardar la M4.
No, los dos se van a quedar ahí en B. Ya te lo digo.
Sí. Evidentemente.
Porque, a ver... Hombre, tienen dinero. Bueno, los otros compañeros no tienen mucho dinero. El Alexif y Config van con 2000 casi pelados. Uf.
No les veo el dinero ahora.
Ahora no lo veas a ver, se tiene que ver en partida.
Alpine está patrocinando el Major.
Sí.
Pues como les vaya igual que el equipo de Fórmula 1...
Hombre, aquí es diferente, ¿eh? Porque aquí cuando meten las... ¿Cómo se llama esto? Los sponsors. los meten en los sponsors, son genéricos, o sea, son para todos los equipos.
Ya.
¿Sabes? De
No,
hecho,
pero
Unicorn, Valentine's, Absolute. Hay un huevo. Pues yo llevo un par de días de chill, de esto que me meto al juego, empiezo a ver un partido. Ayer me lié a mirar como 4 partidos seguidos, me chupé.
Joder.
Me cago.
A mí me mola,
Sí
tío.
que he seguido casi todos, pero mira que he entrado estos días a jugar al CSGO con Moy y demás. Y dices, hostia, lo están poniendo, lo puedo ver y tal, pero es que no me lo pongo. Y antes sí que los veía y me los ponía. Claro, también sobre todo porque como vivía con uno de mis mejores colegas y a él también le va el CSGO.
Es que lo malo de este juego, tío, es pillar colegas para poderlo jugar.
Sí.
Para poderlo jugar en plan bien, ¿sabes? Para jugar todos en un mismo equipo y poder rankear juntos. Exacto, porque es que si no... Es una locura.
Rollo Frankie. Stacks.
Sí, rollo... Bueno, ya ni Frankie, tipo los TGD o cosas así, ¿sabes?
Claro.
O sea, 5 personas que se juntan, entrenan juntos,
Eso es.
juegan todos los días y
eso, por
rankean
ejemplo, lo
juntos.
hacía en Rainbow. Al final teníamos un equipo y pues ahí jugábamos. Pero sí, si buscas una gente y tal,
Sí.
al final yo con el único que juego prácticamente todos los días es con Moy.
Conmigo, sí.
Yo últimamente estoy mucho. Este jueves y viernes seguramente juegue el Star Wars Jedi Survivor, a ver si me lo termino ya.
Sí. Yo es que este fin de semana no estoy, que marcho al pueblo.
Venga, Fizi,
Joder, el Borisei este las mete bien, ¿eh?
El Borisei ese me ha pegado a mi dos de estos que han salido en nota.
Sí, tal cual, ¿eh? A mí también.
Tío, el nota me la pega corriendo.
A la Borisei, para tu casa.
Venga, Fizi, a dormir.
Con las armas, con metralletas me está reventando. A Deagle no.
No sé qué hacen, tío. O sea, el pavo de repente sale corriendo.
Bueno.
Bueno. Nada.
Pues ve.
Hello. Voy B también mismamente, igual me da.
Es portuguero.
Creo que es español, ¿no?
Qué ricaguer. Ah, no, es verdad, es español, ¿qué coño? Si tiene 5 de pil.
Además,
Ese soy yo.
el que rica verdad es este,
Ah.
ya. Es el NJ.
Ah, vale.
Vale, un momento.
Secundaria, tiros. Uno rampa. Peña secundaria, ¿eh?
Nada banana.
Yo me quedo corta.
Me matan de corta. He tocado a 2. Madre mía, ese ni se entera.
Madre mía.
En side ya por corta. Y uno se va por medio y irá para corta, seguro.
Muerto otro.
Bueno, ese era el de larga. Estarán en side.
Los dos en punto.
Uno en pit.
¿Sí?
Sí, uno en pit. Y el otro en side. Está bien, chavales. A mí me han pillado en corta en tierra de nadie, la verdad.
Eco.
Sí.
Sí, full eco.
Yo voy a tirar granada a banana.
Estaría bien que los dos que vayáis a banana tiréis granada, la verdad.
Vale. Tiro granada y te subo.
No rompen ventana, pueden ir medio. Madre, vienen medio a saco.
Vale.
Me han dejado 20 de vida. Me quedo rata en
Voy
side.
para allá,
Bueno.
Más gente.
Corta, con bomba.
Y larga.
Hola.
Vaya.
Te ha visto, ¿eh?
Sí, no, pero no sé...
Corta muerto.
Madre.
Me iba a cuchillar uno, tío.
Tocado. Y yo, esta gente juega súper raro, tío.
No sé, pero a mí el tiro que me han pegado desde arriba de la caja... No sé...
Yo no sé qué necesidad tiene la gente de jugar con cheto,
Hostia.
Hombre, a ver... Si no eres bueno y siempre te pintas la cara...
Si quieres. Aquí.
Lo de jugar con chetos, si no se te da bien, no disparas bien, no te mueves bien y te pintas la cara siempre, bueno, es normal. Bueno, si viene en medio... perdón.
¿Vienen?
Tiro... Vale, he roto yo entonces.
Joder. Me ha pillado ahí... Es que he llegado tarde con el arma, tío. Es B. He llegado muy tarde. Nada, tranqui.
Pero...
Hay dos a tiro de
Banana.
No, tío, es
Primeras y banana. Y...
64 en 3. El que me ha matado 64 en 3.
Joder. No, el Borisei este, a mí en el calentamiento me estaba dando unas de alucinar.
Muy bien, oye, tiene medalla de 2022 y la cuenta es comprada. Muy bien.
804 horas. 56 horas en 2 semanas. Mamá.
Tiro piña y yo no me he comprado, ¿eh?
Joder, voy a hecho full buy. Venga, va.
No metes la piña, espérate, Moro, espérate.
Aguanta que tiro el humo, naranja.
Sí, tírala.
Sí.
Ahí va, tirando la flash. Voy para B.
Vienen B, ¿eh?
Lo tenéis...
Llevamos a uno.
Lo tenéis close aquí. Buena. Otro más.
Va tocadísimo ese,
Muerto.
Otro más parrilla.
Buena.
Otro más.
Arriba, tuya.
Arriba, en casa. Arriba en primeras.
Barbacoa
Otro
uno
en
y el otro en
barbacoa.
oscuro. Primeras y oscuro. Bueno.
¡Qué buena!
Tú, se han comido muy
buena.
Muy buena, Moy.
Se han comido la...
Vale.
Yo 71 en 2 le he hecho a uno. Que me imagino que uno será por la piña y el tiro que le he metido.
No sé, yo le he metido a uno, 19 en 1, 69 en 4, 72 en 2 y 14 en 1.
Joder.
Los he reventado a todos, macho.
Como yo ayer, tiré un molo y una piña y toqué a los 4.
Y yo que acá más guapa, ¿no, tío? Esta amarilla, ¿no?
La fue el inyector.
Sí.
Muy guapa esa casi.
Buena ronda, chicos, buena.
Sí, ya está muy bien jugado.
Espérate, no metas la piña.
No, tiro molo, corto.
Piña medio. Tiro humo medio. No me fío.
Yo prefiero que te guardes.
No me han enviado, tío.
Vale, era por si roseaban.
¿Uno coche?
Grenade out.
No he visto nada.
Coche, cuidado, te asoman,
Vale.
Qué tonto el Kitisaurus.
Otro más. Y bomba, ¿eh? Flaseo.
Roto yo.
Esa es.
Está la bomba ahí,
¡Vamos!
No sé dónde has muerto, tío, con el AWP.
En apartamento, ¿no?
Ah, joder, haberlo dicho, cabrón.
¿Quién quiere VP?
Me he ido a buscar el AWP.
Moy, ¿la quieres tú o la cojo yo? A mí me da igual.
Va rápido, echame una M4.
Vale, morado, toma la AK.
Thanks a lot. Let's have at it, mates.
Bueno.
Vale, estos van a hacer lo mismo que hago yo siempre, lo de las piñas en medio. Lo sabía.
Tienen... Joder, cómo corre, hijo de puta.
Voy para B.
No, espera.
No, iba solo uno.
Sí, pero si te ha matado a ti...
Juan Mir. No, tío. Joder, ¿para qué te pone delante, tío?
One ups.
Ya. Ya sé que están ups.
2 ups.
Otro.
Another one ups.
No me tenía que haber ido, tío.
Balcón ha saltado ya,
Bueno.
Tonto.
Hay uno que ha dicho
Cuidado larga.
Throwing smoke. Incendiary.
Pit.
Flashbang.
Creo que están los dos en pit, ¿no?
Pero, tío.
El último estaba en site.
Estaba en side, sí.
Tío, solo se ve la cabeza, les das.
No lo sé, o sea, me estaba disparando a través del humo, pero no sé.
Tenemos, ¿no? ¿Dineros? Sí.
Sí, vamos bien de pasta. Estoy dejándome de todas maneras 1000 todas las rondas, por si acaso.
Bueno.
Échame una flash, porfa.
¿Qué le dices?
Uf, vamos solo con fuego, no le tires,
No.
Vete a escuchar ahí.
Unos ratas. Y se ha comido la piña, creo.
Gente.
No le piques, no le piques. Bueno, chavales.
Bueno.
Más, mete el molo. Voy a coger...
No sé si rotar, tío.
Están tirando
Vale, voy a rotar,
Yo quedo.
Sí, quédate en larga. Están ahí.
Qué buena.
Flaseo hacia barbacoa delante vuestra, cuidado.
Tocadísimo.
Está rotando. Está en coche.
Bueno.
Qué buena, joder.
Pero si este pavo tiene una AK de SEO nocturno, no jodas.
Sí, la he visto antes.
Pues... no sé lo que valdrá ahora, pero la se llega a ver hasta en 300 pavos,
Joder.
¿La que tiene este?
Sí, la que llevo yo ahora mismo.
Eso está guapísima, tú.
Sí, está muy guapa, tío.
¿En qué momento yo llevo 6 kills? ¿Cuándo he matado yo a gente?
No gastes en la piña.
No. No aguanto tú.
No funciona.
Medio todos.
Nice.
Buena, muy.
En corto.
Se va para
larga, sí.
Clear, cuidado.
Muerto. ¿Qué te pasa?
Ah, chaval.
Guay, la tech en Factory New, esta, qué guapa.
¿Cuál?
La que tengo yo.
¿Te tiro a robo o te compras?
Compro, tranquilo.
Vale.
Que me están mandando mensajes, tío, ahora. Justo ponerme a jugar una puta partida, macho, y todo el mundo a hablarme, tío. Y mira que llevo como 2 horas viendo matches de la media.
¿En qué momento te he matado yo, tío?
No, vale.
Gente medio y secundaria. Me voy a quedar en monesa.
Ahora 4 kills.
¿Qué?
¿Qué te has hecho ahora 4? ¿Uno, coche?
Vaya.
Cuidado naranja, que tienes a 2. Flaseo medio para que no te pusen.
Escucho juegos
Boiler.
Two ups.
Medio.
Throwing a grenade.
Qué listo es este.
Voy rotando.
88 en 4, 24 en 1 y 25 en 1.
Flasheado, tío. Guarda.
Guardamos.
Sí.
¿Cómo vamos de morning?
11.000, 6.000, 5.000, 1.000 y 1.000. Vamos a guardarlo. Guarda.
Voy a intentar llevarme a alguien.
Creo que escucho algo CT.
Bueno.
Pues no, me parece que no.
Madre mía, me va.
Hay uno a 10 de vida, de los que te va. Uno a 10 de vida. Era el otro, era el que quedaba, tío. Era el que quedaba, el de 10 de vida.
Toma, Rob.
Gracias, tío.
Se va con Tech el Giri.
Yo creo que el primero de ellos está smurfeando, ¿eh?
Cuidado, Rusito B.
Y creo que se acaban de comer la piña de medio.
No escucho nada.
No, ¿en serio? ¿Yo? ¿En serio, tío?
Sigo sin escuchar nada, ¿eh?
Medio.
Vale, me quedo aquí.
Qué malo eres, hijo de puta.
Ve Biblia. Aguanta, no mueras, porfa.
Han entrado por corta.
A mi AVP en de esto, tío. Un apartamento.
Medio uno. Y otro corta. Uno medio, puseando larga. Otro corta.
Hay un smoke en side que a lo mejor puedes entrar un poco,
¿Qué va? ¿A dónde va ese?
Y yo, ese no juega muy raro, tío. Hace unas cosas rarísimas.
Bueno. No sé, tío. Igual que el Kitisaurus ese se va directamente a mirarme el arco.
Chavales, voy ya, ¿vale?
Ok, me voy yo para ver.
Bustearme tejado.
Voy a piñear directamente.
7-10 ninjas.
Let's roll.
Smokeo, vienen a coche. Entra uno rápido. ¿Pero dónde va este? Flaseo detrás tuya. Creo que entran, Sí, uno cerca ya de tuya.
Menos 60.
Banana limpia.
Creo que está en oscuro.
Tocadísimo.
Vale, cerca de site.
A 44 de vida.
Cerca de site hacia banana. Está en banana.
Vale, buena.
Muy buena. Buena ronda, coño.
Sí, señor.
Se ha quedado a 40 de vida el tercero.
Ahí es que no te podía ayudar, tío. He matado al primero, me han tirado el humo. Digo, ya verás tú cómo voy a tener a los tres mirando el humo, tío. Y efectivamente, ha sido asomar y le he pillado al tío con la granada en la mano.
Vale. No, si está bien, si yo les he tirado la flash.
Azul, busteame.
Y yo tiro otra flash, o sea.
¿Uno medio? Corre.
No he visto nada de banana. Vale.
Vale, voy a rotar.
Quedo yo aquí,
Ok.
Bomba.
Uy, qué bueno. Apoyo desde larga.
Voy.
LOL, espérate que aún me pegan los tiros desde a través del humo, niño.
Medio.
Flaseo medio. Ups.
Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang. Laying down smoke.
¿Seguro que apps?
No, sí, apps. Tío, el pavo este, ¿qué coño me estás contando?
Incendiary out.
Yo lo he reportado.
Está en las escaleras de apps,
Ha metido con el nota.
No, está en apps, Puede estar por medio, Ahí lo tienes, en medio. Bueno.
Sí, lo escuché.
El pibe ese es un random de mierda, tío. Me pongo a mirar las escaleras justo. Miro ventana y sale.
No me tiré humo en medio, porfa.
Bueno.
Pues si no...
El pavo ese, tío. Encima lleva 10 kills. O sea, 17 kills, chaval. No sé por qué. Luego... Ahora miraré una cosa, tío. Pero es que es jugar con portugueses, tronco.
No escucho nada, banana.
No hay nadie, banana. Esa, No hay nadie, banana. Me voy a quedar yo aquí, ¿no? O sea, en B que diga, perdón.
Qué hijo de puta. No, iros a...
Buena,
es
voy.
amarillo, ¿ves? Han entrado corta ya,
Grenade out. Throwing fire.
Qué bueno.
Paseo alta.
Bueno.
Detrás de cajas. Corta.
Throwing smoke.
Uno
amarillo, corta.
Corta tocado.
A 5 de vida el de corta.
No, tío.
Era para despistar, muy.
Uno side, le has oído el graffiti.
No.
Han ido para medio. Ay, nete. Eco, ¿no? Eco y la última compramos...
Sí, yo creo que sí. Voy a pillar P250 y granada.
Yo pillo chaleco... Esto...
Por lo menos pillar full buy en última ronda.
Sí, por eso. Yo me quedo con 2300. Tengo kit, ¿vale?
Ay, va, perdón.
Te meto flash y piqueas, espérate tú. Espera,
Throwing flashbang.
Vale, tiran granada aquí en banana, Se han tenido que comer la granada que he tirado.
Nadie.
Gente.
Nadie rampa.
No veo,
Yo tampoco. Sí, entra uno,
Tocado.
Pero tío, 21 le quito. Pero que... Y me pega 4 tiros él a mí. Yo voy a reportar a este pavo.
No sé, yo tenía la mira en su...
Bueno.
¿Pasó? ¿En ruina?
No, qué mal lo he hecho.
Triples 1. Y creo que tienes uno a la espalda. Mira, justo, si antes lo digo.
Los comentarios del primero del otro equipo es todo chetos, de wallhack.
Pues nada, pues vamos a reportarle ya como fue.
Estaban en maderas. Me han dejado pasar a ruinas casi.
No es que te haya dejado pasar a ruinas, es que te estaba mirando uno desde triples.
No, pero antes, el que me he cargado en maderas, no sé si lo has visto. Malísimo.
No, yo te he visto cuando estabas disparando al que estaba plantando la bomba.
Vale, voy a tirar un bolo corto y me quedo cerca.
Ok. Voy a flashear para detrás mía, cuidado.
No he oído nada, vale, sí.
Tiro humo largo. Sí, vale, hay uno en rampa.
Medio.
Cuidado, que hay una VP rampa.
Ha entrado, sí. Menos 31. Dos bananas.
Claro, tío. ¿Cómo no me vas a parar?
Ve a ver, muy. Hay dos en B. Maybe B.
No, maybe no, sí.
Sí, es B.
Es B. ¿Has visto arriba? Fuente uno. Bueno.
Triple.
Y en ruinas.
Vamos a ver qué tal se nos va a atacar.
No quiero que hasta este juega. O sea, este juega muy raro, tío.
Sí. Estamos
Chavales,
Rubé.
está jugando un 0-14, tío. Hay que aprovechar eso.
Ese normalmente suelo ser yo. Rusbe o...
Claro, tú verás, ese es el que le están busteando, ¿sabes? Voy a tirar yo por apps.
¿Uno larga?
Hostia puta, tú, y me caigo.
Side.
Bueno.
Larga.
Voy a mirar arriba en balcón. No hay nadie.
Cuidado, Pete, ¿y eso?
Aquí te estoy yo.
Larga uno.
Tío, y de repente me la da, tío, así porque sí.
No sé, son unos random, tío. Y me la... O sea...
Larga los dos, dos larga. Bien tú.
No.
No sé, macho, no sé. La verdad, no sé.
Que no sé. Yo lo que te digo, el primero de... El farpo este...
¿Sabes lo que yo creo? Lo que he dicho antes de lo de los rangos dispares.
Sí.
Que de repente son 4 novas 4, uno que será plata y el pavo ese será el mejor maestro supremo.
Puede ser.
Pero que tampoco te digo ni te niego que no pueda llevar mierda, ¿eh?
Nah, no lleva.
Flasheame larga, sí. Bueno, voy... Se van a
Voy a piñar medio. Vamos pa' ver, loco.
Nah, estaba uno de vida,
¿Va a venir?
Mínimo tiene que haber uno más ahí, ¿eh? En B.
No me a nadie en corta.
Están rotando, entrena, chavales, entrena. Están rotando.
Voy para allá.
Y me sale el not y no le doy ni una. Que me parto, tío, porque se come las balas, tío. Uno larga, sí, uno larga.
Y esto estaba balcón, arriba.
Ya, pero me van a comer la espalda.
Haz algo.
Qué casualidad, el puto timing, tío. Qué casualidad, macho. Estoy mirando para todos los lados y justo me miras ahí. Vamos en la puta.
¿Compramos o...? Bueno, voy a quedarme con 2000 para el siguiente.
Vamos a hacer un rush medio, venga, otra vez.
Dos piñas medio.
Se ha comido la piña, creo,
Molo.
Ah, muy rico.
Pásatelo.
Piquea medio, piquea corta. Reventado, larga. A nada de vida, con escopeta.
Pues le he quitado 32,
Tío, 36 en corta le he quitado. Está recargando en corta. Y otro larga.
Y me mata a mí, tío. Pero qué cagones. ¿Verdad?
Bueno, otro más larga, creo.
Juega bien el Giri,
Corta.
El Giri está en B solo.
Sí.
Pitch clear.
Plant.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
He's coming.
He's coming home.
CT1.
¡No! Venía por ganar al otro corriendo. Me trae. Que te reporte, te vas a llevar, hijo de puta.
Medalla de servicio 2016,
Eso no tiene nada que ver, hombre.
En notas lleva parece unas partidicas,
Dos AWPs. Somos.
Dos VPs, esto tiene buena pinta, hombre.
Nadie en medio.
Ay, pero ¿qué hace?
Sea los bananas si queréis. Aquí dentro.
Cuidado, flasheo.
Vale, gente en banana, gente larga.
No me uno side, detrás de la fuente.
Vete con la bomba, vete con la bomba.
No sé si es algo medio,
Uno triple.
Qué timing, colega.
Joder,
Qué
el
puto timing, chaval.
Sí.
¿Quién coño se cruza un medio así de esa manera?
Él.
Hay que moverse, chavales, hay que moverse.
Sí, hay que hacer algo, 30 segundos.
Vamos a entrar.
Unos VPs nos ruseamos,
Creo que uno tengo secundaria,
Va, ruseamos a, va.
Va, tiro.
Ni pensarlo, va.
Pero tío, 80 en 3.
Guardamos. En esta rampa vas a tirar el de corta.
Puta madre, tío.
Mírate.
Joder.
Vale, entro banana, tiro
En
mono.
apps no habéis ido a ninguna ronda, ¿no?
Creo que no.
Voy a ir a apps.
Vale, yo tiro molo banana.
Voy a ver si hay alguno que pique de apps. Cuidado, hay uno cerca.
Sí.
En corta está, creo.
Uno larga. Con tiro, Lleva tiro de AWP, Así que... Debería llevar tiro.
Ahora tiran molo, saben que estás aquí.
Sí, lo saben, me han oído.
No, escucha, estoy empezando a tener las dudas hasta del Kitisaurus ese, tú. O sea... Ni he salido un boiler y ya me estaba disparando de prefire.
Va, hay que entrar,
En triples, creo.
Espera, espera, espera.
Se quema.
No se puede así, chavales. Joder.
Venga, va, hostia. Compramos full.
5-11, churra, y huele más fatal. ¿Qué hacemos? Contra eso no se puede hacer nada, tío. Ha hecho 25 pepos, eso es imposible, tío.
Llevo 21, tío.
Joder, yo llevo 20.
En verdad, los que estamos abajo estamos un pelín mal, en verdad.
Tío, te quedé subir, tío.
Sí, intenta copiar el molo. Voy a smokear ruinas,
No me ha podido ver en la vida, macho, en la vida.
¿Dónde?
La suicida, los chavales.
Vale. No se puede ganar, tío. No se puede.
Y hostia, te ha dado.
Sí, sí.
Vamos a ver, soy el segundo de la partida con más disparos a la cabeza. No rayéis.
Yo no estoy haciendo una mierda, la verdad.
Que no lleva nadie, ¿no?
Yo me voy a descargar la demo porque mi...
Dos granadas en medio,
Sí.
Sí, tengo que haberlos reventado segurísimo. Voy a flashear corta. Un corta, ¿no?
Entrará. No sé por qué.
Lo que yo no sé si hay alguien más.
Puede ser que sí.
Claro, loco. Claro. Ya me estás esperando, niño. Flaseo, cuidado delante. Claro, claro.
Sí, claro.
¿Dónde está el Corsair?
Pero si se está oyendo, chavales, es normal.
No, a mí no se me ha oído, A mí no se me ha escuchado,
¿Dónde?
Ah, si te va a dar igual. Si mira dónde te estaba buscando, ¿sabes? Estaba yo en site, uno entra por corta y a ti te estaba esperando en apps, ¿sabes?
No, ese venía de larga, el Farpol que me ha matado.
Ya.
¿Ya marchas, Kerry?
Creo que quiero mirar. Es que no puedo ver los perfiles, tío.
Yo sigo, sí.
Sí, acá.
Sí.
¿Te lo crees el tato?
Sí, no, sí, escúchame.
No, lo siento, pero...
Emiliano es un poco dudoso, sí. Es un poco dudoso.
Mucho. Pero yo me la quiero descargar. Yo quiero ver nota ese.
¿Queréis seguir jugando?
Yo voy a echar por lo menos 2 más, seguro. Lo que pasa que, a ver, yo... Tampoco es cuestión de decir estoy seguro o no estoy seguro, pero llevo ya muchos años jugando CSGO, no solo a este, sino a más.
Sí, yo
y
también.
Cuando la peña hace cosas raras y te entra duda, ¿sabes?
Sí.
Y... o sea, mira, yo estoy en stream, ¿vale? Y tengo una persona aquí que me está diciendo que es muy dudoso y que al otro era imposible que le escuchara cuando entró sisteando, ¿sabes? Y es que fue a por él a meterle cabeza instant. Nada más matarme a mí, fue instant a meterle cabeza. Tampoco quiero decir que van cargados a 100%, pero estoy a un 80-90% de que efectivamente...
Sí, que puede ser, que yo también no lo descarto porque hacía cosas muy raras, tío.
Es que... ¿Cómo se movía? ¿Cómo...? No sé, tío. O sea... Mira que hasta me estoy viendo los partidos de la Major y tú eso no se lo ves a la peña hacer, ¿eh?
Es que...
Madre, dale el headshot ya, hombre.
Juegan diferente, tío.
A ver, o sea, en los campeonatos juegan muy tryhard. Pero aunque jueguen muy tryhard, no ves a la gente moverse así ni hacer ese tipo de cosas extrañas, ¿sabes?
¡Buah, tío! ¿Cómo la está traqueando por la pared, yo? ¿Dónde va?
Que sí llevaba, ¿no?
Hombre, claro que lleva. Y se le va la mira y todo, mira cómo lo traquea. Y yo.
Espera que la estoy poniendo.
Uf.
Lo traquea probando.
Mira, pues, chavales, ha ganado Ninja sin pijama, sí. Ese era el segundo match y han ganado. Pues nada.
¡Oh!
Creo que ayer... Ah, ya sé cuál fue ayer. Fluxo contra Faith. O sea, no, contra Team Liquid. Contra Team Liquid.
¿Cómo quedó Liquid?
Empezó perdiendo Team Liquid el primer partido y luego los otros dos partidos siguientes les remontó y ganó Team Liquid. Y Fluxo no son malos, ¿eh? Es tipo como un ENS. Juegan muy bien, la verdad. A ver, yo puedo ver la repetición, pero es que yo estaba... Cuando es un 50% dudas, pero cuando tienes un porcentaje alto dices, pues...
Yo estoy viendo la repetición. Lo que, a ver, ahora me está saliendo el calentamiento. El calentamiento, pues...
No, el calentamiento es saber dónde está el otro tío. Ahí no puedes decir que lleve o no lleve en el calentamiento.
Por eso.
¡Oh! Yo cómo se le va la mira, tío.
Pero vamos, que por los comentarios que está diciendo compañero...
Y te está disparando, te dispara otra vez.
Yo es que eso, yo estoy también en directo, pero no sé si quien lo está viendo juega CSGO y sabe. Tampoco me están hablando ni
A ver, yo me está hablando una persona que es... O sea, le conozco de aquí del canal. Y cuando alguien me habla así es porque juega. Porque sabe de lo que habla.
¿Cómo eres en directo tú?
Yo es que estoy en YouTube.
Ah.
Yo no streameo en Twitch. Tuve un percance en YouTube y me fui a Twitch. El percance que tuve en YouTube me vino a Twitch, ¿sabes? Y luego ya me he vuelto a YouTube y aquí ahora YouTube ha mejorado mucho, la verdad.
Bueno, vamos a ver.
Igual que aquí en la cuenta y en el Discord.
El Farpo. Vale, Arrow...
Pero vamos, que en cuanto a tranquilidad, ganas muchísimo aquí en YouTube, la verdad.
Yo digo que lleva. Lleva guay, seguro. Pasa que sabes disimularlo, el cabrón. Es más, si se pega muchos años jugando a esto, al fin y al cabo.
Hombre, son los jugadores profesionales y lo saben disimular bien.
Claro. Hala, ahí te va una suscripción.
Muchas gracias, tío.
Nada. Joder.
Pero vamos, ya te digo que yo... Antes sí le metía... O sea, suelo hacer directos todos los días. Antes sí le metía muchas horas y le metía mucha dedicación al canal y tal. Pero ahora es en plan de... He quitado hasta la cam y todo, ¿sabes? O sea, ya ni siquiera... Y además lo dije, mira, yo fumo tabaco. Y fumo de liar. ¿Qué es lo que pasa? Que yo he tenido gente en Twitch que entra en el directo, me ve fumando un cigarro de liar y me dice, no fumes porros, que fumar es malo. Y coge y se larga el tío. Y decir tú, ¿pero qué me estás contando? Si es tabaco de liar, ¿sabes?
Ya, la gente es muy subnormal.
Pero quité la cámara y mucha gente me dijo, ¿por qué has quitado la cámara? Y dije, mira, chavales, yo sinceramente, yo lo siento mucho, yo fumo. Yo, por ejemplo, si juego y estoy nervioso, me da por fumar, me da ansiedad y me da por fumar. Y no me gusta porque muchas veces me ven chavalillos de 14, 15 años ¿sabes? Y no me mola que me estén viendo cada hora o cada media hora o 40 minutos o el tiempo que sea con un cigarro en la boca y más liado, ¿sabes? Que dices, si es un cigarro normal, bueno, pero si es liado, ahí ya te puede entrar la duda, pero yo qué sé. Quité hasta la cama y toda la polla. Yo, lo que he hecho esta última semana, y es lo que más me ha molado, fíjate lo que te digo, es no tener nadie en el directo y estar a lo mejor jugando Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Este viernes sale el Zelda Breath, o sea, el Tears of the Kingdom. Me lo voy a pillar y me lo voy a pasar en directo. Y me tiré 2 meses pasándome el Assassin's Creed Odyssey y el Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Escúchame, 90 horas cada juego.
Joder.
Jugando poquito a poquito y buah.
Yo lo que dices, yo estoy... A ver, streameando llevo nada. O sea, ahora tengo un espectador, tampoco tengo... Pero lo que dices, te pones un juego tranquilamente, estás ahí solito y tal. Yo ahora estoy con el Subnautica Below Zero.
Yo me los he pasado los dos.
Yo me pasé el 1, ahora estoy pasándome el otro.
Yo me pasé los dos y de hecho me molaría volverlo a jugar porque cambié el ordenador. Cuando lo jugué con una RX, una 5500 XT. Y ahora tengo una RTX 3070.
Joder.
Y me he pasado el Hogwarts Legacy, el Resident Evil 4, el Resident Evil Village, todos los stats en alto ultra y la gráfica ni sufre.
Joder, yo es que, yo por ejemplo, yo tengo una Radeon 480. Hostia, cómo se ha ido la mira aquí. Una Radeon 480 y el Hogwarts me lo he pasado en mínimo. Porque no podía subirlo más.
Ya. De hecho tuve yo un chaval me habló por Wallapop que la gráfica que yo tenía antes es la RX, la 6600, que está muy bien, es como una 3060 más o menos, y el pavo me dijo que solamente quería la gráfica esa porque jugaba con sus colegas al Warzone y que tenía una 1060 que no daba más de sí.
Joder.
Y escúchame, ahora con la RTX, la 3070, escúchame, están saliendo juegos que si están bien optimizados, una media de 120, 140, te estoy hablando con los gráficos en alto ultra HD, ¿sabes? Bien, o sea, viéndose bien. O sea, y ya si no streameo ya me pongo a jugar a 2K y se ve espectacular.
Vamos a darle, ven.
Voy, me salgo de esto. O sea, yo lo que pienso del tío este que estoy mirando es que parece que juega con mando, tío. Se mueve muy raro.
Lo estoy diciendo.
Se mueve como un bot. El hijo de puta. Que es lo peor de todo.
Que apunta a la cintura. Y parece que juega con mando, tío.
Somos 5.
Ole.
Pasarle el disco.
Ahí se lo paso.
Nada, me salgo de la...
Nada, si escúchame, yo
de la replay.
Espero el calentamiento.
Se mueve como un bot, tío. Se mueve como un puto bot.
Espero a que se termine el calentamiento. Me veo la primera ronda y ya solamente con la primera ronda ya sé si el tío va a cargar o no va a cargar.
¿Has visto?
No, no la he visto, pero vamos.
Es que en la primera ronda tampoco se nota mucho, tío.
No me hace falta verla. Si es que simplemente es como juega, tío.
Fíjate cómo cuando lo mires, cómo va con la mira, tío. Es que parece que está jugando con un mando.
De hecho, cuando yo he cogido y iba en medio con la Deagle que me habéis dicho, tenéis que hacer algo. Yo sé que me estaban comiendo la espalda. Cuando he llegado casi a banana, estando en ratas, de repente que te salga el tío de corta, ¿sabes? Mirando, eso ya te hace que dudar. Dices, estoy mirando en todos los píxeles en todo momento. Y es justo cuando ya miro banana, que estoy lejos, es cuando tú ya sales. O como cuando estaba en apps, estoy mirando las escaleras que tengo enfrente de boiler y justo miro ventana y es cuando me llevo la hostia, ¿sabes? Son cosas que dices tú, o el tío está teniendo un timing de puta madre, o lleva una cargada que flipas.
Sí.
Pero vamos, que es lo que hay, es lo que hay, chavales. Y este juego ya está abandonado. El Global Offensive está abandonado. Cuando saquen el Source 2... será como el Global Offensive, pero muy al principio.
Counter-Strike 2, guay.
Buah, yo le meteré una de horas, he estado mirando cosas que madre mía.
¿Sí?
Que no, si va a ser una actualización que lo estuve leyendo de este.
Sí, es la actualización gráfica y tal.
Gratuito.
Para los que lo compraron es gratuito. Vamos, creo que hasta para los que no. Sí, para los que lo han comprado. Para los que lo hemos comprado es gratuita. Creo que para los que lo pillaron gratis, eso ya ahí no lo sé. Bueno, el Mati este, 106 de ping.
106 de ping, no, cabrón.
Ahora lo ha bajado.
61.
Me han matado para tu casa, crack.
Eso, es que se movía cual... como si tuviese un mando, tío, porque yo intento poner la mira como la...
¡Que no escope, niño! Pobretón, tío. Tío, con lo bien que juego yo con la puta Galil, tronco, no doy una. Con lo bien que juego con la Galil, tronco, y ahora no pego ni una con la Galil. Joder, uno ya que me la pegaba. Venga.
A ver si me cambian al rival. Joder.
Joder, el Badim, la que se ha llevado, niño.
Han aparecido dos.
Vale, el Badim no es muy tal. O sea, le he pegado todas, no me ha matado ni una.
¿Dónde vamos?
A donde queráis, chavales.
Vamos a un rub banana, tío.
Venga, un ruseito, pues va.
Venga, pues pongo el pechito y la cabeza.
Yo voy el último, pero vamos, que entro como un titán.
Ya sé que quieres ir el primero, pero...
Eso sí va a decir, cogerás a la derecha. Buena, chavales, muy buena.
¡Bien! ¡Me ha matado! ¡Mi compañero!
Cuidado banana, Uno que se... Me voy para ruinas yo. Buena.
Había otro, banana.
Muerto uno aquí en CT.
Pues el último banana.
Anda, banana, sí.
Aguanta, no. Vale. El otro con la CZ, pero será rata, pero ¿dónde estaba? Aquí en todo el medio, así. Pero tronco, escúchame, tío. La gente, macho, vaya puto random, ¿no?
¡Qué hostia le he metido, tú!
La CZ pega que flipas de cerca,
Sí pega que flipas, pero escúchame, si te van los 4 que matas a uno.
Yo con ese metí ante unas mochas que te cagan.
No sé qué le han hecho, pero yo ahora de repente no mato ni pa' Dios, con la CZ.
Espérate, flasheo, banana. No se la vuelta.
Uno corta, se ha comido la piña el de corta, Uno corta, creo que va para boiler.
Ruinas, uno.
Oveguita, a ver si lo saco de...
El de Axe se ha vuelto para atrás.
Ahí.
Joder.
Tenéis que entrar, chavales, van de eco. Sí, se te escucha.
Detrás, dobles.
Pero en el disco también.
Sí, también. Bueno.
Es que no se me ilumina el piloto verde, me pensaba que no, tío.
Detrás de... Ahí en la columna. Bueno. Ni puta... Ahí va. Vaya flash, niño.
Cuidado el humo.
Voy a mirar banana. Vale.
Tocado. 81 en 5. En ruinas.
Aquí. Venga, a tu casa a dormir. Qué guapa esta, ¿no?
Y yo qué guapa. La pedó.
No me acuerdo dónde me tocó, pero está bastante guapa.
Niño, está guapísima esta. La discoteca. Yo me pillé los guantes estos y la verdad que me contento con ellos, tío. Muy bueno. Bendito las cajas que tenía 82 cajas.
Joder, yo tenía 30 y pico o así y voy abriendo poco a poco cuando me da.
Pues, a ver, yo ahora tengo unas cuantas que las iré abriendo, pero las que tenía, escúchame.
Darse la vuelta. Ya.
Tiro los sacos.
Vale.
Mira, cómo te quemas, ratita.
Tocado.
Muy buena.
Uno CT. Cuidado que no se tire por el humo, Tiro humo ruinas también. Cuidado que no se cuele por aquí por CT. Uno CT ya. Ay, va tú, qué flasheado, tío. ¿Planto?
Ruina. No ruina, No. Buena.
¿El que queda es ruinas?
No.
Estará en CT el pavo. Míralo, está aquí el CT. O sea, en ruinas, sí. No, está aquí, detrás de los sacos. Vale, buena. Me sirve. ¿Y el rata, tío?
Muy buena.
Alguien pilla la Deagle esa de mierda.
Me pilla una.
AWP de
Me voy
mano.
a pillar una acá.
Llevo la VP de mano.
Dale,
Y
vale.
me tío. Scout sin querer.
Bueno.
Escúchame, el scout no es malo,
Pues mochona a todos, Moy, ya sabes.
A ver.
Si no te quiqueamos.
Nadie medio.
No veo nada boiler.
Uno medio, tocado.
Voy a avanzar secundaria entonces. Bueno.
Esa es.
Ah, ¿cómo está? Me he equivocado, tío.
Tiro humo CT.
Smoke ruina.
No, CT. Ay, tío. CT con AWP.
¿Habéis smokeado CT?
Sí.
Vale, pues resmoqueo.
Ah. Vámonos, pa.
Ruinas.
No pares. Vente.
¿Habéis dejado la bomba?
Ya, la pillo.
Buena.
Vete a flash larga.
Vale, tener cuidado que nada habrá más peña,
Yo creo que a lo mejor este era el último,
Yo diría que están en rotaciones largas.
Mirar side, planta para corta.
AVP ya,
Uno larga.
Librería. Librería y larga,
Cuidado corta,
Esta la tengo
Corta
yo.
está mirando
Ok.
Jordi.
Lo que no miro es apps,
No.
Uno corta.
Uno corta.
Larga. Bien. Corta.
Está buena, chavales. Pillo la VP,
Vale.
Ahora sí, chavales, ahora sí.
Así me gusta.
¿Quién quiere la VP?
Dámela, me la quedo yo,
¿Quién?
Bueno, dásela a Moy.
Tía, que bien se me... Le he cogido el aire al AK, tío.
Tengo, bueno, iba a decir que tengo spawn...
Sí, tenías spawn de VP, sí.
Tenía spawn para VP, Moy.
Voy a pillar secundaria.
Tiro molo banana.
Un tira humo.
Espérate, subo, Jordi.
Voy a avanzar secundaria. No quiero que pillen por medio. Viene uno. ¿Y este puto nota?
Uno larga. Tiene que estar.
Visto una CT.
Me voy para allá que me han dejado 50. Van de eco, Este tío lleva una P250.
Están rotando, solo he oído.
Vamos para abajo.
Yo he oído uno por ahí,
107 anda.
Has ruido tu naranja.
Bueno.
¿Buena?
Me ha matado, tío, en CT. ¿Entrar ya?
Pues corremos, Humeo larga.
No paréis.
Vale, planto para corta.
Es muy probable que entren en larga.
¡No sé!
No,
tío.
en la puta madre que lo parió.
95 en 3, lo he reventado.
¡No, tío!
Calma,
Larga.
Tienes uno ya ahí.
No sé quién es el que se me ha puesto delante, tío, por eso he dejado de disparar.
Vale, venga, no pasa nada.
Alguien se ha puesto delante y he parado de disparar por no matarme. Sí.
Creo que he sido yo.
Sí, creo que eras tú, sí.
Me he puesto a mirar en la caja a la izquierda.
No pasa nada. He dejado de disparar para no matarte yo, ¿sabes?
Puedo comprar la VP si la queréis alguno. ¿Ya veis?
Yo quiero miñaquita.
Nada, es igual. De momento voy con AK, tranquilo.
Tenemos economía,
Me he equivocado.
Moi, tío, Moi.
Dámela, Moi.
No, no, que la juega también,
Ah, vaya mierda de flash.
Tiramos los sacos.
No lo he tocado, tío.
¿Has visto
No lo
la
veo.
monoboiler?
Hijo de puta.
Uno en medio.
No, tío, 50.
En oscuro estaba, una VP.
Silencio, please.
¿Dónde voy?
Medio.
Uno larga. Ah, vale, que flaseo. Ah. Uno larga.
Sí.
Y otro corta, creo.
¡Venga ya! Me
Estaba 50 de vida eso, tío.
84 en 3.
Venga, va, chavales, no pasa nada. ¿Qué están jugando? ¿VP en banana?
No, en banana no están entrando. Banana no la pillan.
¿Qué hacemos? ¿Semieco?
Yo haría semi, sí. Iría despacio.
Nada, yo voy con una Beagle y ya está.
Es
A ver
AWP.
si me cargo los bebés.
Y en ataúdes, creo. O CT.
Voy a correr por secundaria entonces, a ver si lo mato al de corta.
Me la como yo, tío, los pies, tío, la puta bomba, tío.
Uno medio. Tío, llevo yo la puta bomba, niño.
Ah,
Culo, ¿no?
en triples ahora.
Vale.
Vamos a triple.
Me lleva los BP, ¿eh?
Vale, estoy rotando hacia A, también.
Creo que está aquí el Luna, en nota. Creo que hay uno en Luna y otro maonesa.
Busteado arriba.
Lo sabía.
El Luna
No
busteado.
se ha tirado, ¿eh?
Sí, se ha tirado.
Me tienen pilladísimo, ¿eh?
¿Pero por qué
¿Hola?
me estás apuntando ahí?
¿Perdón?
Uy, el Mati. Uy, el Mati ahora.
Escúchame, a ver, empezamos 0-4 y de repente empiezan a jugar raro.
Vamos a jugar. Yo que no sé cómo.
Calma.
Vamos bien ya, que si no...
Voy a pusher banana. La bomba para atrás.
A ver si me como alguien. Ir a banana.
Si corréis banana, ir pegados a la derecha, ¿eh? Uno está en side.
¿La pincho?
45 en uno, tío. Pero ¿cómo le pego headshot y no lo mato, tío?
Tocado. No sé cuánto le he le he dado.
Puta madre.
No, hay que entrar, veo, vamos, tío.
Uno está en side y el otro CT. Y el otro tipo de...
Ah, tío, a través del humo, el hijo de puta.
Muerto, el OVP.
Tenéis uno side y otro estará en ruinas seguramente.
Hay que entrar, vale.
¿Lol?
Está disparando desde ahí, o sea... Habrá seguido las balas y ya está. En ruinas. ...30 segundos.
Calma, calma, que la voy a liar un poco. Haz algo de ruido, mete la piña o algo azul. Ah, no sé si se está yendo, tú.
Claro, se está yendo con la bomba.
Vas a tener uno en corta
20
seguro.
segundos. Larga. Mati.
El Mati ahora...
Vamos a hacer eco.
Mati.
Hacemos rápida.
Sí, como queráis.
Escucha, tiran humo siempre, no pasa nada, Meto flash.
O sea...
Vamos, cabrones.
Voy.
De todo menos la flash, increíble.
Voy a ir full pechamen ahí para medio,
Espera, si van a meter el día.
Uno larga. Hola, tú. Vaya flash, chaval.
Uno arriba en apps. Ay, está muy tocado,
Cuidado larga.
No. Bala, tío.
69 en 5 a la VP le he hecho. Con la Mac.
Tío, qué mal estoy.
No sé, pero...
Voy a estar a 10. Ahorrar un poco.
Bueno. Aguanta un poco. Aguanta un poco, pumeo CT, El AVP se habrá ido para ruinas, para tumba.
Sí, se ha ido a punto.
No, está en CT.
Hijo de puta.
Es moqueado CT, pero ha pasado antes de que se cayera.
Joder. Yo para atrás, tío.
CT que se cruza el humo.
Pues que tenemos la bomba ahí, tío.
Tenéis unos site, Y otro en tumba. Ahí va.
Te he dado, perdona. Se maté.
Detrás.
Es que no podéis mirar los dos en mismos lados.
Exacto. Tío, me cago en su puta madre. Y antes de que caiga el humo, el hijo de puta piquea. Ya, sí, ya lo sé que son malísimos.
Bueno, calma.
Tiradme una flash banana que la rusheo con la Mac.
Joder. Pues no he comprado flash.
Tiro la flash yo. Bueno, ya no.
Con la puta, ya no sé.
Tira la flash por el muro si podéis.
No.
¿La tiras tú, amarillo?
No tengo yo flash, tío.
Joder. No, cuidado, ya nada.
Voy a tirar humo CT.
Le he tirado yo ya.
Bueno, lo remoque.
Hay que entrar. Va.
Tiro piña.
No veo.
¿Cómo?
No veo, tío. Madre mía.
No sé ni dónde me ha matado, sinceramente.
No.
No veo.
No. ¿Dónde va?
97, tío. Menos 97. Tío, mi Mac no dan balas, con mi Mac.
Que está defectuosa.
¿Otra? ¿Qué digo?
¿Eso te iba a decir? ¿Otra?
No, va.
Y lo que me raya es que en medio, tío, no piquea a nadie. O sea, no piquea a nadie.
Muerto lo golpe.
Muy buena, loco.
Otro más.
¿Hacia corta o larga? Larga, ok. Pues esmoquear larga y entrar. Muy, tira flash desde aquí, desde arriba. Tira flash desde arriba hacia larga. Dale.
Cementerio.
Muerto del cementerio.
Llevan wallhack. No me cuadra, 4 tíos.
Planto hacia corta. Esmoqueo larga.
Vale, me meto en pit. Miro corta.
Uno medio, creo,
Muerto.
¿Pero qué es lo que es eso?
De ellos.
Una mierda.
Para
No,
ver
lo he tirado yo. Es una mierda.
Tal cual, porque digo, si lo hacen ellos para que no vean.
Tirar para medio.
Es el malísimo. Mueres, azul.
No.
Lo cambiaron eso, mueres.
No, ahora no, Ah, pues sí.
Y yo también.
Ah, pues sí.
Sí, mueres. Lo que pasa es que hace poco
La
vi...
VP la tiro para que la quiera.
Lo que pasa es que yo hace poco vi que la peña seguía haciendo eso, tío, y no morían.
Pues ya has visto.
No sé por qué. No, ya.
¿La pilláis o la pillo?
La pillo.
No, yo no la quiero,
Yo me pillo nada más.
He pillado una M4 que he visto en el suelo ahí, muy fresca.
Joder, tío, me como yo todas las piñas, tío.
Nadie juega boiler.
Cuidado, Sekun. Bueno, mira, amarillo.
No, estoy yo en Sekun. Estaba mirando boiler, no ha cruzado nadie de boiler.
¿Dónde?
Vale.
En sus apartamentos.
Joder, este ha pasado muy rápido, tío. Puto random, tío. Yo iría para B, Sí, ahora seguro, vamos.
Larga. VP larga,
Voy a smokear CT.
Ah, uno más en B.
Hay que entrar amarillo, va. Va. Meto humo triple. O sea, fuego.
Uno ya en CT.
Está en ruina,
Meto molo triples.
Está en ruina.
Ruina.
Gilipollas.
Tumbas a 50.
No lo puedo creer, tío.
Si estaba ahí, cabrón.
Ya lo sé, pero... Se me ha hecho raro, tío. Se me ha hecho raro que el otro no me pusiera banana, ¿ves? Y justo ha pegado el tiro de la VP y era el de banana.
Pero ya no te veía si seguías para adelante.
Ya.
Pero está bien,
Joder. Y el otro sale del humo, tío. Pega un no-scope y se vuelve a intentar meter en el humo. Pero esta gente, tío...
Power. 26 en boiler.
Te lo come verde, te lo come.
No creo, tío. Ay, lo que le he fallado.
Corta uno.
¿Qué me estás contando, loco? ¿73?
No, tío, por favor, que no, hombre.
El Mati ese macho se ha hecho una casa en mayonesa, tío. Porque ese pavo no sale de ahí, tío. O sea,
última.
Tienen hasta la bomba en B, tronco, y ese tío no sale de ahí. Ha echado raíces.
No me cuadra, ahí sí que no me cuadra.
Está anclado.
Es que no entiendo, tío.
Maonesa es lo de larga.
Sí, lo de larga, el hueco de larga. No sé, ese tío ha echado raíces ahí, tronco. Tienen hasta la bomba y el tío sigue ahí. Me cago en toda su puta madre. Oh, bueno. Se han comido la piña,
Sí, se la ha comido bien, comido.
Voy a humear ruinas.
No ruina.
No, hostia, no puedo cruzar,
Joder, loco.
No puedo cruzar.
Hay dos ahí, chavales.
Sí, es que yo...
Flaseo detrás tuya,
Estaba usando mucho.
No he podido pillar la bomba.
¿Vais a entrar algún día?
He pillado la bomba, Me voy para atrás. Quédate ahí, naranja, así vegetal.
¿Saben que estoy aquí?
Ya.
¿Secundaria?
¿Secundaria?
En segunda, sí.
¿no?
Sí.
¿Vais a entrar o qué?
¿Qué estás contando, tío? 26 en 1. El otro estaba CT,
Las está nada. Vete banana, corre, shifteando.
Cuidado, banana.
Coge la VP.
Por ese pavo lleva autonú. Ahí lo tienes en sight.
No piques.
Tienes doble flash,
Coge la AK.
¿Qué?
Ah.
Claro que sí. Claro que sí.
Ay, por supuesto, Mari Carmen. Venga. Va,
Que se venga hay que compre piña.
Yo voy B, pero no tengo piña.
Joder.
Yo voy a mirar medio. Creo que van banana.
Ay,
Me quedo
Perdón.
en arco para rotación.
Perdón, me paré antes que...
ya.
Este es GTA.
Pero como
Sí,
no lleva,
gente
pero
up,
no,
sí.
no lleva piña.
Deploying decoy.
Doble headshot, claro que sí, crack.
Han entrado
Claro
corta
que sí.
ya,
Uno estará en pit seguramente. Ahí lo tienes. Buena.
Side.
Side.
En la
sí.
caja de la derecha.
Ah, tío.
Anda, güey,
Tío.
claro que sí, güey.
Y mocha directa. No ha metido. Nada más
No
asomar.
sé, pero... No sé quién estaba asomando por corta, pero es que justo ha sido ni salir de corta y prefirearte.
Yo.
Pues...
Si me ha metido mocha directa.
Pues...
O sea, me ha metido insta mocha.
Muy rico.
Ahora sí que llevo piña, Jordi.
Vamos a tirarla.
Voy full utility, A mí me la suda.
Cuidado.
Ahora va a ser B, tío. Es que-
Aquí nadie,
He tirado piña en rampa, los he tenido que
Por el
joder.
fondo.
Cuidado, cuidado, no rotes amarillo.
No, si me voy a quedar aquí.
Va a ser A, No, están aquí.
Solo hay uno,
Echa
¿eh?
para atrás, echa para atrás.
Había 3,
4.
Pero no he visto bomba.
Toma.
Buena.
Deploying flashbang.
Va a morir.
52 en 2 lleva.
No,
Entra.
Silencio.
Tío, con la puta bomba aquí, yo, nada.
Ah, hijo de
¿Pero ha
perra.
entrado por corta?
Tocado. Menos 64.
Creo que están todas todos.
Te has cortado las uñas de los pies, tú.
Menos 64.
Pero el otro tío que ha ido, te ha matado en corta y se ha alargado por medio. ¿Pero qué me estás contando, tío? ¿Pero quién coño hace eso?
Pues
¿Sí?
el tío ese.
Yo sé que lo he hecho.
Banana ya, Por lo menos coche por ahí. Eso, me ha parecido oírlo.
Menos 83,
Ok. Claro que sí.
Coge el armillete. Bueno.
Qué casualidad, tío, que se tiran un humo. A mí desde el final de banana ni me oyen ni pollas, o sea, y tiran un humo para banana y se van todos CT.
Sí. Pero bueno.
Madre mía, tío. Y tienes a uno que te dice, no son chetos de verdad.
Que no son chetos.
que va.
Están apuntando a través de las paredes. La mira le va sola, pero que no son chetos. Que te lo digo la verdad. Chetos es el ordenador, ellos no. Tiro molo corto.
Chetos es el programa que usan.
Claro.
El otro mirando a Cuenca y el Tom me sale mirando. Venga, hasta luego.
¿Pero por qué me sale Mati haciendo prefire?
¡Bomba!
Pues intento ir larga,
No veo. 66 en 3. Se van para ver, creo.
En medio, en medio.
84 en 6. Mi max
Y el
no
otro
mata.
60 y pico.
Me dan max que nos matan. La bala que mata se queda en la tienda.
Chavales, meteros pit y eso. Vamos a jugarles desde el site, porque es que se ve que no...
Let's have at it, mates.
Tengo molo y piñita.
Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Incendiary out.
Voy a meter el Luna ahora.
Nadie aquí. Uno cruzaba a medio.
Tú, pero no asumís banana.
Throwing flashbang.
Uno medio ya.
3 aquí, 4. Vienen banana, 2.
Uno medio ya había.
Digo, vamos a defender el en punto. Y rusáis banana.
Coche, gente coche.
Decoys out.
Uno boiler. No. Lleva mierda el tío.
Están entrando B.
Uno en corta.
¡Hola!
A mí me ha matado el pavo, ha mirado de boiler a Luna, ha mirado larga, se ha dado la vuelta y me ha metido insta headshot moviéndose.
Pues muy rico.
Pues ya ves tú, ahora voy a volver a Luna, tío, porque me ha dejado los dientes ahí. Literalmente.
Recupéralos.
Voy a piquear en medio, si es que ya total.
Le he perdido al río.
A ver.
No se comen banana de una,
Ahora no hay nadie en rampa. Y nos tiran un humo en medio. Yo creo que el boiler, Boiler up seguro.
Rampa había uno,
Ah, la creo que sí.
Flashbang. Throwing fire.
Voy para...
Sí, me quedo yo aquí. Una bomba nada.
Desmoque... Bueno. ¿Qué la sé?
Todos medio corta.
Medio corta.
Madre mía, tío.
Solo me ha pegado un tiro y ha sido a la cabeza. A través del humo,
Pero si no se va ni el humo, tío. Ese pavo ha entrado desde apps, se ha quedado en pit y se ha ido para larga mahonesa.
No. ¿Habéis leído el comentario de la partida?
No.
Mati ha matado a un jugador estando cegado. GG.
Pero os habéis dado cuenta, ¿no? Defiende en mayonesa.
No tiramos fuego.
Y ataca en mayonesa también.
Sí, ese tío se ha hecho una casa aquí. Creo que está en secundaria, muy. Espalda, medio, secundaria. Ya me coma los huevos, tonto.
Bueno. Decíselo, primo, decíselo.
Creo que el otro está en apps.
Voy a hacerle una visita a ver si es verdad.
Sí, pero apps aquí cerca donde estoy yo, me refiero. Sí, aquí en corta.
Igual la bomba está
Ha saltado por carro, Así normal.
Yo lo hubiese esperado en mayonesa, en su sitio.
Ay, qué bueno, tío.
Es más, yo creo que si te fijas, tiene una sillita de estas de camping.
La silla de Mirage de medio la tiene ahí en mahonesa.
Tal cual.
Qué grande. Otra vez secundaria vienen.
Vale, voy para...
Gente rampa y medio.
No, el Mati, cuidado,
Sí, es... No sabíamos que estábamos jugando contra sí.
Mira,
Hago banana,
Y con la bomba, y pusea con la bomba y con un par de huevos. Le subo los cojones.
¿En serio va a esperar? ¿En serio aparece ahora?
Claro que sí, loco.
¿En serio aparece ahora por apps? No entiendo, tío. Te va, lo he escuchado.
Sí.
Cuidado, CT,
CT, justo. No le vi.
¿Me está disparando el DCT a Fuente?
Sí,
¿verdad?
Sí.
¿Te has dado cuenta tú también, no?
Era el Mati. Ahí lo tienes.
Lleva un WH.
Bueno, chavales, por ahí lo dejo.
Venga.
Bueno, si no cargas nada más cosas, me piro.
Yo te me voy ya.
Qué depresión, tú. Nova 4.
Puto CSGO, chaval.
Sí. Nova 4,
Sí.
Te echas 3 partidas, 3 con hackers. Muy rico, tío.
Es que es una puta mierda, tío. Cómo está el juego ahora, que es una locura.
Bueno,
Que sigan regalando el Prime. Que lo sigan regalando.
A ver. Nada, sí, escúchame, si ya lo dijo el Gaben una vez. Que la comunidad le sudaba 3 cojones. Que él iba a seguir haciendo lo que él iba a seguir haciendo lo que le saliera de los cojones.
Claro.
Y que lo
Pues
único
si
que
le
le,
sale
si
rentable,
lo único que le importa al Gaben es
que
el
compres
tema
cajas.
de las skins, las cajas y lo que mueve el dinero dentro del juego. Es lo único que le importa. No le importa nada más. O sea, tú imagínate cómo debe de ser, tío, una persona que vete tú a saber la de cientos de miles de millones que tiene el hijo de la gran puta y te coge y te dice que lo que le importa es el dinero dentro del juego, que no le importa otra cosa más. Y dices, pero hijo de puta, pero si puedes llenar una piscina olímpica de billetes y todavía tienes dinero y aún quiere más, ¿qué dices tú? Pero ¿para qué más?
¿Para qué más?
A ver.
¿Es verdad?
Pero bueno, chao, vale.
¿Esto es verdad?
En fin.
Minuto 24:02.
24:02.
Minuto 24, Milán 0, Inter 2. ¡Vamos! La semifinal de Champions de ida.
Ya voy a verlo.
Paso
Pero-
de fútbol.
Ha metido en el 8 y en el 11.
Pues ha debido de terminar la Major, tío. Espérate.
Puede ser posible.
No lo sé, pero se me ha cortado la transmisión. Voy a salir
Bueno,
del
yo
juego
lo que voy a hacer es ya cortar el directo y esas cosas.
A ver, me voy a meter yo.
Así que...
Vete en Twitch.
Es verdad, eso te iba a decir. ¿Cómo te llamas en Twitch?
Rodro 0O.
Coño, si está el Tito en directo.
Pero ¿a quién está jugando, tío?
¿Rodro?
Rodro 0O.
Ah, vale.
Acaba de ir ahora mismo.
Sí, acabo de salir de... Acabo de apagar ya todo.
Jugando la
Hace
media.
3 horas has empezado, ¿no?
Sí.
Sí, 3 horas y cuarto.
Pues sí, guay.
¿Quién está jugando?
Y me ha salido ahora el follow.
¿Sí o qué?
Sí, porque como estoy con el...
Con el OBS, ¿no?
Con el OBS abierto, me ha salido la notificación, tío. Muchas gracias.
Al final, tío, voy a tener que meterme en las partidas esas random que te sale un maestro supremo, un águila, 2 AKs y... O sea, un AK,
tal cual,
3 novas y un plata. Me voy a tener que meter como nova a tronco y que me guste la cuenta, tío. Porque es que esto es increíble. Y de por lo menos para, yo qué sé, tío, por lo menos para que los partidos tengan tensión, tío. Porque es que, yo no sé. Hijos de puta, macho.
Tengo que buscar a gente que sea plata y eso, para por lo menos hacer algo en las partidas.
Sí. No sé, también te digo una cosa, que llevaba el empiece... Bueno, el empiece no, el final de la semana pasada tenía casi todas ganadas, tío.
Pues...
Eso sí, también te digo que hoy no he estado en mi mejor momento, porque he quedado negativo en la dos.
Nadie.
Nosotros, el domingo, perdimos una, ganamos otra. Perdimos una. El lunes perdimos. Ayer perdimos. Y ganamos otra, la corta. Ayer ganamos la corta, es verdad, Moy. Y luego quedamos empate en la última.
Sí.
Yo, el domingo fue derrota, victoria, derrota, victoria. El lunes victoria y empate. Y hoy derrota y derrota. Nada, por lo comido, por lo servido.
Sí. Las gallinas que entran por las que salen.
A ver. Una puerta de salida y otra de entrada, porque si no se chocan.
Claro, hay que hacer corriente. Hay que dejar corriente para que ventile.
Ahí está. Tío, no entiendo por qué cuando intento aceptar una petición de amistad de alguien en el juego, tío, no puedo aceptarla, no sé por qué. Me tengo que ir a Steam y aceptarla en Steam. No entiendo nada.
No sé. Como no haya cambiado y ahora sea desde Steam directamente.
No lo sé. Vamos, Portus, venir a mí. Invitarme.
Tú pon que quieres jugar Mirage. Ya verás que pronto te invitan los Portus.
Voy a poner solo Mirage.
Y en deseando jugar vas a tener a todos portugueses.
Qué vergüenza, tío. Qué vergüenza de juego, macho. Es que...
¿Ves? Por una parte, Rainbow me gustaba
por el antichetos.
Sí.
A mí también, tío. Porque a lo mejor te toca un tío con chetos y de repente empezabas una partida y empezabas a ver una lista tronco de peña que habían baneado que te quedabas loco.
O sea, cuando empezó Battle.ai era en plan así durante 2-3 minutos seguidos y
sí.
La Virgen cómo se ha puesto el Battle.ai.
Ya ves.
Pues no sé si voy a volver a jugar.
Es que, tío, o sea, tú imagínate, yo lo he pensado muchas veces. Yo soy el propietario de Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Sí.
Y, tío, o sea, a ver, lógicamente, antes no porque el juego valía pasta, pero ahora que no vale, o sea, ahora que es gratuito, tío, a ver, lógicamente tienes que buscar algo con lo que ganar dinero.
Sí, claro, eso está claro.
Tienes una gente que está detrás, que está respaldando el juego, programadores, diseñadores, tienes un equipo detrás. Que esa gente hay que pagarla de alguna manera. ¿Cómo sacar dinero? Con las skins, vale, hasta ahí lo entiendo, ¿vale? Porque esa gente tiene que comer, ¿sabes? O sea, no va a vivir del aire.
Es obvio.
Pero, tío, tienes un juego que tiene una comunidad súper activa. Es un juego que lleva años, ¿eh? Te estoy hablando muchos años, mucha gente jugando. O sea, una comunidad muy activa.
Sí, lleva
y encima
muchísimo.
Tienes... Peña en competitivo, que ya no... O sea, ahora es la Blast Series de París, pero espérate
luego,
que quedan otras dos más.
Sí, es que el problema es ese también, que se está saturando con tanta competición que hay jugadores que se han ido por eso, porque dicen, tío, es que tienes una cada 2 meses.
Son menos en 2021, que solo fue la de Estocolmo. Son 2 al año, más o menos. Depende también del año, pero son 2.
Sí, pero luego tienes otras liguillas que hacen también.
Sí, luego son las de... Sí, como en el fútbol, que tienes la Champions, tienes de segunda, de tercera, sí.
Es que al final es que estás viendo competitivo de Counter-Strike cada 2 meses o cada mes.
Sí, por ahí. Vamos, que me están
y mira que lo tiene, que está de puta madre el juego en el sentido de que, joder, reportas a la gente... La gente que juega mucho y demás puede ver las partidas y reportar a los chetos y mandarlos a tomar por culo.
Sí.
Pero no haces una puta mierda.
Penalti. ¡Hostia!
Eso, por ejemplo, es lo que le faltaba al Rainbow, porque el
mira, coño,
el Battle.ai era una mierda.
A ver. Mira, ayer jugó Team Liquid contra... Creo que esto es Fluxo. Los reventó en Overpass. Apex reventó a Pain. Faith a Force. Pain reventó a Apex, Ninja sin pijamas les ha ganado los 2 partidos y Apex ha ganado a Pain. Es que está súper interesante la Major ahora. Hay muchos equipos que yo les había perdido la pista, tío, pero... Ah, no, vale, esta es la que perdieron ayer los de Team Liquid, luego esta la remontaron y luego aquí ya... En la partida eliminatoria ya lo sacó fuera a Fluxo. Pero es que yo estuve viendo ayer la de Fnatic, la de Team Liquid, partidazos, es que eran partidazos. Y yo lo veo no por el tema de, yo qué sé, sino por... ¿Tú sabes lo que aprendes en humos y utilidad con esa gente? Porque, escúchame, son muy cabrones y muy tryhard, ¿eh?
Joder, la de horas que se meten haciendo humos y tal.
Sí.
O sea, mira que yo que veo partidas de competitivo, luego también veo mucho lo de flipping y stacks y tal, y no me quedo con todos los humos porque paso y
es un
en
poquillo...
en sí debería de aprenderme alguno, porque me molaría ya no competir a nivel que tienen ellos, pero sí tener un grupito y estar compitiendo, y ya cuando llegas a cierto rango, joder, los humos y las utilidades es lo esencial.
Sí. Hombre, yo alguno me sé, no todos, pero algunos sí me sé.
Yo pocos, y los que no, pues los voy tirando y me voy inventando
En
cosas.
Inferno me sé unos cuantos, la verdad. Y en Mirage también. En otros mapas los tiro a... De esto que dice, voy a ver si cae ahí, y lo tiras y... Ah, vale, cae ahí, pues ya sé una referencia.
Claro.
Pero es un poquito complicado. Hay humos en Inferno, pero humos que se tiran desde ratas, que acaban en moto, en el site.
Sí.
Luego
Sí,
tienes humos que tiras en secundaria, que acaban en biblioteca. Pero es que eso es pegarse muchas horas.
De esos he visto unos cuantos.
Es muy loco, tío.
Es como, por ejemplo, en Nuke, la puta pared de humos.
Sí. Es muy complicada de tirar esa pared de humos,
Sí.
Tío, no me invitará a alguien... Fíjate, llevo sin jugar Overpass la hostia de tiempo, tío. Me apetece jugar un Overpass. Yo creo que me echaré una más y... ¿A cenar?
Yo no, yo voy a ir a cenar, a ducharme y a hacer los quehaceres de persona adulta y responsable.
¡Ay, mano!
Escúchame, que yo no soy, que no soy un niño, que yo los he hecho antes. Que a mí solamente me queda cenar, descargar en el váter y a dormir, ¿sabes? O sea, no me queda más. Yo ya he ido a mi grado medio, ya me he recorrido mis 150 kilómetros del día.
Joder, ¿cuántos años tienes tú?
Yo 32.
Ah, bueno, sí, que eras el que...
Sí. Yo he estado un montón de años trabajando en logística y me he cansado. Me he cansado de la logística y a mí me mola mucho...
En logística, pero como repartidor o como organizando.
No, como carretillero, mozo de almacén, organizando, he hecho un poquito de todo. Sí. Pero ¿qué es lo que pasa? Que los últimos meses que yo he trabajado en logística, las empresas solo te llaman para campañas. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Que cuando te llaman para campañas es porque tienes a los de empresa que se están tocando los cojones y necesitan gente que les mueva el trabajo. Entonces, en el último trabajo en el que estuve, no puede ser que yo mueva 700 pales y uno de empresa mueva 100 o 200. No entra, o sea, no me entraba en la cabeza, ¿sabes? Y encima tenía el encargado diciéndome a mí que corriera yo más. Que decías, pero tú, chico, ¿estás drogado o qué te pasa? ¿Vas puesto hasta arriba cuando vienes al trabajo o cómo? Iba detrás mía, tío, con el látigo como si yo me tocara la polla encima. Y la última semana que estuve allí dije, mira, ¿sabes lo que es Tony Jerry? El gato y el ratón, pues esta semana vamos a estar así. Le cogí, le miré a la cara y se lo dije, ¿eh? Y le dije, esta semana vas a estar detrás mía por mis santos cojones. Digo, esta es mi última semana y esta semana te voy a hacer sufrir. Se lo dije así, ¿eh?
Pues, y bien, hiciste.
Pues estuvo toda la semana detrás mía. ¿Qué es lo que pasa? Que claro, yo ya me cansé y dije, vamos a pensar, ¿qué es lo que llevo haciendo años con un montón de colegas? En plan, que me gusta y que me apasiona la informática. Componentes electrónicos, placas electrónicas, microsoldadura, programación, montaje, ¿sabes? De equipos informáticos y todo ese rollo. Pues
Mola.
el grado medio en el que me he metido es operario auxiliar de montaje y mantenimiento de equipos microinformáticos y redes de comunicación.
La polla.
Que es el básico. Es el básico.
Pero ese título cabe en una hoja, todo eso escrito.
Sí,
cabe.
cabe.
Joder.
Porque te pone OPAUX.
Sí.
Bueno, total. Que me quería meter a programación. Nah, sí, con unos plata me voy a meter, anda, estás flipando. Me invitas unos plata por ahí. Total, que el título ese es el de nivel 1, el básico.
Sí.
Tienes que hacer ese nivel para poder avanzar a más niveles. Más niveles te estoy hablando programación básica, programación avanzada, montaje de cuadros eléctricos, montaje de placas solares, mecánica de automóviles, ¿sabes? En plan eléctrica. Sí. Y lo máximo es ingeniería informática.
Como electromecánica.
Sí, electromecánica, exacto. Y luego ya lo más alto, que era el nivel 5 o el nivel 6, es ingeniería informática. Yo realmente donde quiero terminar es en programación.
Mola.
Me molaría.
Yo terminar siendo millonario, pero no me toca el millón. Así que... A
ver, yo básicamente es porque como tengo conocimiento de muchas cosas, englobo muchas cosas, ¿sabes? O sea, sí. te sé hacer microsoldadura, igual que te sé montar un ordenador, o hacerle un mantenimiento a la gráfica, o hacerle mantenimiento a un ordenador. O si, por ejemplo, me traes un ordenador que no funciona, saber, averiguar qué es lo que le sucede,
que le falla,
y poder arreglarlo, ¿sabes? O sea, eso ya lo sé. El problema es que tú a qué empresa vas diciendo que tú sabes eso, pero que no tienes ningún título que lo certifique, ¿sabes?
Ya, a ver, ahora lo de los títulos tampoco te creas que...
Escucha, sí. Sí, hazme caso que sí, sí.
A ver, igual en ciertas empresas de ese rollo y tal, sí, no te lo voy a negar. Pero muchas empresas casi valoran más el saber hacer que el decir tienes un titulito.
Claro, pero si ya sabes las dos, o sea, quiero decir, si tienes las dos, mejor, ¿no?
Hombre, obviamente.
¿Sabes? O sea, si tú sabes hacer y encima tienes un título que certifica que lo sabes hacer, mejor para una empresa.
Claro, obviamente. Y es como a mí, por ejemplo, cuando me contrataron, yo estuve el año pasado viviendo y trabajando en Vitoria, bueno, un año y medio, 2 años.
Sí.
Fabricando autocaravanas. Claro, yo me había pegado en Francia 5 años equipando vehículos. Entonces, el título que tenía, yo soy técnico en carrocería.
Hostia, entonces, escucha, cuando me quiera comprar las furgonetas y camperizarlas, ya te que llamar.
Entonces, claro, entré allí y me dijeron, hostia, y digo, tengo idea. Y me fui por tener idea también, porque dije, mira, no veo que esté llegando a lo que yo quería, porque mi objetivo no es quedarme en producción, sino el organizar y el dirigir el proyecto y tal. Y como veía que ahí no iba a ser posible, pues la empresa es un poco un caos, pedí el traslado, que hay otra empresa aquí en Zaragoza, y de momento estoy aquí en Zaragoza.
El problema de eso...
Caravanas,
sí.
En vez de hacer caravanas, estoy haciendo vehículos especiales, o sea, autobuses que le sacan los laterales para hacerlos más grandes, camiones que hacen lo mismo.
Qué guapo.
Furgonetas, ahora estoy haciendo una.
Pero en plan solo carrocería, nada de mecánica.
Mecánica tenemos alguno que toca... No, mecánica nada. Hacemos,
a ver, me refiero...
El equipamiento de todo.
Me refiero porque cuando, por ejemplo, a un autobús o a un camión le añades un ancho, le estás añadiendo peso y con lo cual le tienes que añadir también potencia.
Sí, le añades...
Bueno, a ver, peso. Potencia. Digo potencia que cualquiera pensará que esto es Fast and Furious. No, me refiero a fuerza. No. Porque tiene que mover el motor más peso.
No, pero lo mueven bien, o sea, los motores de los autobuses y los camiones tienen bastante par de torsión. Lo que sí que se le añade, porque como le añades petacas y demás, le añades un sistema hidráulico para poder abrir y cerrar. Pues claro, si no puede, con el autobús abierto o el camión abierto, no puedes circular.
Ya.
Por ejemplo, hicimos uno que lo compró Dorna para MotoGP y demás, que hace 120, 130 metros cuadrados, algo así, el camión.
Joder.
Abierto. Y eso es donde hacen las entrevistas los pilotos de MotoGP y todo.
Ah, pero
este
¿te
rollo.
refieres los camiones estos que van equipados en el Dakar y toda la polla?
Los que compiten no, son los...
No,
motorhomes
digo
motorhomes y demás.
Digo los que van, o sea, va a lo que es el Rally Dakar y digo los que van de como de camión escoba o algo así.
Como Hospitality y demás.
Ya.
Sí, de esos hay. Lo que también tenemos campañas, por ejemplo, a ver, al final la empresa es de camperizar y tal, pero es como marketing experimental. Entonces, tú, por ejemplo, tienes la empresa esa de informática y nos contratas y dices, mira, quiero un autobús para recorrer toda la parte del Levante con un autobús que lleve cosas de informática, con pantallas táctiles para hacer ciertas cosas, para hacer no sé qué, vinilado de otra manera. Entonces, todo eso lo hacemos nosotros.
Joder, está bien, está muy bien, tío.
Sí, sí, la verdad que ves cada vehículo que alucinas.
Ancien Vértigo. Hostia, si sale un Ancien. Bueno, Ancien. Sí, un Ancien. Un Ancien rentaría, la verdad. O un dardo. A ver qué dice esta gente. Pues no me ha molado mucho. ¿Quién era este, tío? No, es que me han invitado. Y hay uno que está invitando todo el rato a otra persona. No sé. Mira, pues ya he encontrado partida. Un vertiguillo. Pues escucha, pues cuando vaya a pillarme la furgoneta para camperizarla, porque me quiero dar la vuelta a España con ella en un verano de vacaciones, pues te aviso.
Sí, todos a hablarlo.
Claro.
O sea, todos a hablarlo.
Ah, ya te digo, yo de lo que más manejo, ordenadores. De ordenadores, mundo informático, soldadura y todo eso, manejo un huevo.
Yo de eso no manejo mucho, o sea, de tema de ordenadores y más, pues nada, lo básico para saber que tengo que encender el ordenador para jugar y vale.
Pues si quieres, agrégame a Discord y cuando tengas cualquier duda me dices. Uy, Philip, la que te has llevado, claro.
Pero eso, soldar sí que sé, porque yo aprendí soldando microchips y demás. Entonces, soldar LEDs y cosas así...
Sí, o sea, con estaño te refieres.
Eso es, soldar con estaño, sí.
Pues escucha,
no lo veo complicado.
No es difícil. Yo sé soldar hasta con electrodo, TIG, MAG, MIG-MAG.
Sí, yo también. Yo he soldado aluminio, he soldado esto. Hace años que no lo he hecho, pero cuando me saqué el curso del grado medio, soldamos con todo y claro, capas de 1, de 0,7, de 0,6, que ahí para regular la potencia y demás.
Sí,
pero...
sí, tienes que saber. Pues
y
lo
ahora,
dicho,
por ejemplo,
cuando
en
es...
en la empresa que trabajo hay muchos soldadores y están todo el día soldando.
Ya. Pues entonces agrégame a Discord y si tienes algún problema así de informática...
Me parece que ya te agregué.
A Steam ya te ha aceptado.
Sí, y al Discord también.
Vale, ok. Pues ahora te agrego a Discord cuando termine la partida, que voy a empezarla. A ver qué dices.
Vale, pues yo voy a irme
Bueno,
a duchar y a recoger un poquito, que mañana a las 6 hay que...
Si mañana estáis por la tarde, os aviso.
Sí, solemos estar todas las tardes. O sea, yo entre semanas suelo estar todas. Los fines de semana depende si me bajo al pueblo o no.
Vale, perfecto.
Pero por las tardes solemos estar Moy y yo sobre las 7 de la tarde todas.
Yo suelo estar todas las tardes, así que me veréis por aquí, seguro.
Vale. De todas maneras, como también te agregué al YouTube, ¿sabes?
Sí, claro. Qué bueno.
Así que eso. Y aquí lo mismo, si me meto y demás te saldrá que estoy en...
Sí, os aviso, si os veo os aviso, sí.
Venga, perfecto, pues nos vemos mañana.
Ok.
Venga.
Venga, tío, un placer.
Un abrazo.
Side. Voy a cerrar Discord. Vale, vamos a seguir. No estaba seguro si seguir al de servers, tío. Venga, va. Vamos a ponernos las filas, tío. Hostia, han forzado. Qué puta, loco. Me ha quedado uno poco.
Ahí está uno, ahí está. Flasheo y le piquea. 1, 2.
Está con Héctor. Lleva headshot. Buena. CT, uno se quema. Está el último aquí en B, está en B. Me voy para. Planto por rampa.
Ascensores. Está a la derecha de usted. Window.
Ok. No me esperaba, vamos, ni de coña ahí.
No.
Puedo dropear M4 si alguno vais jodido de pasta.
Arma, ven.
Uno cerca de conector.
No, a la derecha, ahí mismo.
Hay tres aquí en medio. Bueno. Voy por rampa. Me quedo aquí en rampa. Bueno, voy a tirar utilidad, yo creo.
Muy bien. No me tiréis arma.
Joder, tío, qué bien, tronco. Últimamente, majetes, tronco. A ver qué hace, Mento.
Lo tenías ahí.
No me jodas. No estaban corta. Ten cuidado que llevo escopeta. ¡Qué buena, loco!
Muy bien.
Bien jugado. Esa es la mía, ¿te mola? Qué buena, coño. Reventado el último medio, pusea. Joder, no se me abre la consola, tío. Creo que tienes uno por B cerca de servers. Sí. Qué buena, chavales. No, si acabo de echar una partida y me iba a la consola. No sé por qué en esta partida no me va. Por eso no he dado antes la info de que uno estaba tocado.
Tranquilo, puede ser que a lo mejor está desconfigurado el teclado del juego.
No tengo ni idea.
One short.
Madre mía, qué flash. Y me posea. A 6 de vida uno. Y creo que te va por la espalda. Ese le ha tocado.
¿Y quieres cenar?
Había... Hostia, es verdad que el salmón estaba malo.
A ver, ¿qué?
No, no sé, algo suave, algo que no sea muy...
¿Te comes la ensalada?
Vale. No tiene tiempo. Muy buena, bien jugado. Uf, chaval, lo mismo que antes he hecho una partida de mierda, ahora me estoy sacando el rabo, tío. Vamos para ver de qué pie canta. De flasheo verde. Bueno. Me voy para allá, yo creo, Vale, pues igual no. Bueno, sí. Creo que el otro me puse a la espalda, No sé cuánto lo había quitado, pero seguro que lo he tocado.
Set this place on fire. Light it up. Grenade. I'm throwing smoke.
Puede pusear medio, cuidado la espalda.
Let's burn it to the ground. I'm laying down some smoke. Throw your fire.
¿Gol? Encaja.
Terrorists win.
El de medio pusea como muy rápido, yo creo, ¿no?
Let's go. Smoke. Flashbang.
Y el Teddy este... En medio uno.
Fire in the hole. Let's burn it to the ground. Throwing flashbang.
Qué bueno.
Let's set this place on fire. Smoke. Flashbang.
Somos malos. Escalera, escalera, detrás. Estaba claro. Silva. Sin medalla. Ah, no quiero mirar nada. No quiero mirar nada porque me rayo luego. Vamos para allá, yo creo, mejor.
They will remember us after today.
Medio uno puseando.
I'm throwing smoke. Throwing a flashbang.
Uno corta. Se te abre, verde. ¿Gol? ¿Estos putos random de mierda?
I'm throwing a grenade.
Eso ya sé que no me gusta, ¿eh?
Put that upper belt.
Thank you.
We are getting this done.
Como pollas este hay que reventarlo. Pero si es que es una cuenta nueva, tío. Si es que lleva jugando solo un año.
I'm laying down some smoke. Throwing smoke. Throwing flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. Grenade. Oh, light it up.
No me lo sé.
Fire in the hole. Grenade.
No le pego headshot, tío. Que 96 en medio. Claro que les agrego, son mojetes, tío. Uno en la caja roja. Ahora le empezó a jugar extraño, estos hijos de puta. No pasa nada.
Let's do this quick. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang.
Otro más.
Grenade. I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing smoke.
Uf. Mira qué mierda están haciendo estos comepollas, tío. El otro equipo, tronco. Putos portugueros de los cojones, tronco. Tenéis a weapon corta si alguien lo quiere. Uno conector ya. Tengo corta.
Throwing flashbang. I'm lighting it up. Fire in the hole.
Inside, backside. Muy buena.
Come on, let's go.
Hostia, ¿Graffiti ese comprándola el pase o qué? Gracias por contestarme.
Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. I'm laying down smoke. Grenade. Throwing fire. Grenade. Throwing flashbang.
Uno conector.
Cuidado, Sparrow, uno está ahí.
Ya.
Yo te probé.
Vamos para allá.
Vale.
Ha habido uno que estaba metido en el humo que yo ni le veía y me ha empezado a disparar sin que se disipara el humo.
Mira los daños, a ver si era Teddy.
No. Me ha salido que los he matado a los dos. Al del humo y a otro que había en CT.
Pero te saldrá que te ha hecho daño, el del humo.
Claro, por eso.
Flashbang. Throwing a flashbang.
Nadie corta.
Throwing flashbang.
Uno en la caja roja. En la espalda uno, creo.
Uno ascensores, creo, ¿eh?
Hostia, es tan corta. ¿La has visto en CT naranja a la derecha? Muy buena.
Let's go, let's go.
El pavo este, tío, se pira por...
Oh, yeah.
Me quedo con lo que no queréis, chavales. O si no, A, B o medio, me da igual.
Bien. Tuve corta.
En medio... Vale, pues apoyo al de B mismamente.
Throwing smoke. Laying down smoke.
Igual no.
Fire in the hole.
Me mata atravesando el humo. Tienes uno cerca. Putos portugueses de mierda, tío. Estos son lamentables, tío. Son lamentables, tronco.
Roger that. Molotov.
Bueno, niño. Vienen para ver. Conector. No, pero no hagas ruido, cabrón. Va para tu izquierda. Muy buena. Este otro cuenta de mierda.
Throwing flashbang. Grenade out. Roger that. Deploying flashbang. Molotov. Throwing flashbang.
Joder, pues nada.
Be careful. Let's all make it home tonight. Throwing fire. Throwing fire. Molotov. Throwing fire. Flashbang. Smoke. Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Throwing smoke. Grenade. Fire in the hole.
Se ha comido la piña, entera. Flaseo.
Throwing flashbang.
Tocado. Huele más a mierda el Philip este. Y sales corriendo mirando ahí. Vaya puto inútil. Mazo bonita saca, tío. Yo no sé por qué vale tan poco. Madre mía, el Silva, ese la hostia que se ha llevado.
Go, go, go. Molotov. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire. Laying down smoke. Grenade out. Molotov. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Vaya tela tú. Vaya tela, chaval. O sea... Flipa. O sea, que estés ahí, justo dispares ahí. Joder, el banana, tío. El banana este sabe jugar de cojones, loco.
Smoke. Laying down smoke. Throwing a grenade. Fire in the hole. Throwing
Tocado, menos 50. Se va para ver.
grenade out. Grab your gear, let's go. Affirmative. Throwing smoke. Decoy. Grenade. Throwing smoke. Flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Flashbang.
Uno medio. Vaya puto random, chaval.
Affirmative. Let's go. Deploying flashbang. Molotov. Throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Grenade.
Bueno.
Laying down smoke. Flashbang.
Uno más medio. Reventado en B, a 20 de vida.
Alright.
Cuidado que había uno en medio. Ese era.
Roger that. Deploying flashbang.
Oh. Encima son... Es que son unos tramposos los jodidos portugueses, loco. Son más tramposos, colega.
Let's go. Decoys out. Throwing flashbang.
Tío. Uno reventó las escaleras de... Plantando, hombre. Conectó el otro. Buena, muy buena, chavales.
Flashbang.
Qué buena, muy buena esta ronda.
Mira,
chavales.
a milésima.
Yes. Roger that. Be careful. Let's all make it home tonight. Molotov.
Reventado aquí en B. Bueno. Venga, va. Y terminamos de locos, tío. Creo que vienen para mí. Están por su spawn.
Tranquilo, amarillo.
Sí, no, yo aguanto aquí.
Uno A. Ok, limpia si quieres, amarillo. Ok, está limpio aquí en A.
Ok, creo que está por medio entonces. Voy a limpiar su spawn.
¿Dónde?
Nada. Corta de A. Entrando para ascensor.
Corta de A.
Muy buenas, chavales, un placer.
Ven ahí, chavales.
GG. Bueno, al final. Madre mía, madre mía. Joder.
Ok, sigo con mi Nova 2.
Vaya tela tú, el Teddy Nova 2, chaval, y les estaba carrileando tú. Hostia. Bueno, gente, yo lo voy a dejar aquí. Espero que os haya gustado a todos el directo. Mañana volveremos y un saludito. Chao.